The father died when the main character and his sister were still small. The mother then told her son to become a shaman, because he has potential, and the spirits will protect him. If he does not choose this path, he will get into big trouble. She forced him to study the religious aspects of shamanism, poetry, as well as magic and even strange things unknown to him before. But then he already knew what he wanted from life, or all these teachings did not interest him at all. Therefore he devoted all his time to scientific research and 10 years later became a part of society, but in the end it so happened that he died. This tragedy happened after he fell under the wheels of a car. Naturally, this is quite difficult to believe, but his mother was right, and troubles still overtook him. But this was not the most surprising thing that could happen then. After all, his rebirth was unique to this situation. After a while it became clear that life was not alone at all. In addition to all this, it turns out that everything that his mother said turned out to be really true. It was after death that he realized this. In turn, I realized that some things can only be learned through personal experience, because now he is also doing what he wanted to do. The guy hit the page of one of the books quite hard, and shouted that the lesson was starting. Today they would continue to create a magic circle. So it turns out that the guy works as a teacher at a magic academy, and a series of events brought him here. A fairly large number of people had gathered near the platform where Roger was heading, waiting to board the train. The conductor checked the passengers' tickets and wished him well, even after that. It was the guy's turn, and the man greeted him and then asked to see his ticket. He did this, and after the procedure was completed, he was thanked and wished a good trip. After that, he immediately followed to the train, where there was a boarding point. There was a search for the compartment in which he would travel, and it was the 403rd place, namely the fourth carriage in the third compartment. After a very short period of time, he finally found the very place to which he was heading. Roger opened the door and saw a man already in the passenger seat opposite him. The old man also raised his head when he heard someone come in and greet the guy. In response to this, he also did the same, only bowed his head in front of his interlocutor. After some time and after a short wait for transport, he finally set off and headed towards the designated path. Now only the wheels on which he was riding were knocking on the iron rails and cutting off their own path. The trip was not fast enough, so the locomotive went to various places. Even a colorful thief drove by, who were snow-covered, like the trees in the area. The main character continued to ride with his compartment neighbor, and both of them were involved in readings. After a while, the guy got distracted and turned his attention forward to what that same person was doing. He, in turn, read the newspaper intently. Then the hero saw the pictures and realized that the civil war in the Kingdom of Utah had finally ended. By the way, we can say that the princess's faction won. Roger smiled when he saw this and said that it had finally come to an end. The interlocutor turned his gaze to him, and it was clear that these words somehow reflected strangely on him. But then the old man's face changed, and, smiling a little, he said that it was so, in turn, he was also wondering when all this would stop. The guy noticed that just recently the prince's faction was recruiting soldiers, so it's good enough that the war didn't last long after all. He further apologized and said that he forgot to introduce himself, so he noticed that his name was Ludger Cherish. The man also introduced himself in response, but stated that he did not have a last name. So let him just be called Gerrard. And it seems that the interlocutor is of noble origin. The guy replied that he is a fallen nobleman, and let him not worry about it. The old man noticed that everything was clear to him now, and Roger asked where Sir Gerrard was going. He noticed that he was heading to Lindenboyne, the capital of the empire. After all, I heard that this is indeed quite a popular place among tourists. The guy said that the Exilian Empire is famous for its advanced magical engineering. So just because of this, there is definitely something to see there. He also said that he is heading to Leatherwalk in order to join Theon's academy. The old man noticed that this was really surprising. He was so young and must be an outstanding specialist in some field, Roger only became embarrassed because of this. Then he said that in fact this is not so, because he was just lucky. Gerrard noted that many people want to be in the place of this man, and let him be proud of himself. Roger then smiled and thanked him for his wonderful words, then stated that, returning to the topic of war, had the rumors already reached that person? He speaks exactly about that person. There is a faction princess who won. Everyone else says that he had neither experience in magic nor the highest knighthood. So it turns out that he was just a traveling mercenary whose name was Machiavelli. The old man lowered his gaze and coldly replied that he understood everything. The guy noticed this, and said that the interlocutor was not particularly surprised by this. The man replied that he simply thought that this was nothing more than simple gossip. But Roger, in turn, knew that this was not so, because Machiavelli was the one who wandered the world in search of one thing. And this name was exactly what the main character used in his past life. The old man interrupted his thoughts and turned to Sir Roger. With a smile on his face, he asked if he would take charge of the class at Ceoren Academy. Roger noted that the interlocutor understood everything correctly, and he would be responsible for the second-year students. Gerrard asked in surprise if he was really starting right away from the second year. If in reality this is the case, then he is more capable than the man thought before. Suddenly something radically changed in his facial expressions. The guy noticed why something happened and asked if something was wrong. The neighbor in the compartment noticed the window and asked to wait a second. Then I noticed, a little surprised, that something was about to happen. Indeed, after a few seconds, when this old man said his phrase near the train, which was heading along the rails, an explosion occurred. The locomotive began to throw from side to side, and so people could barely hold on, and the guy asked what was happening now. It was completely unclear whether the engine could really explode. Gerrard replied that this simply could not happen, because he was protected by magic. The old man again began to listen to something, as if he sensed some kind of danger. And after a while he shouted that this was a trap. Roger asked in surprise. But why set it up at all? The interlocutor in response to this stated that probably someone wants to rob rich merchants and nobles, but it would be bad if they really caused this explosion. Because if all this turns out to be true, there is definitely a magician among them. They, in turn, should hide or get off the train. Roger began to open the compartment door and asked to wait a little, because he would go first to check everything with you. After collecting all his things, he slowly opened the door and then looked around to see if anyone was there, and after looking around, he still didn't notice anyone. Then he told Gerrard that there was no one in the fourth carriage. The man came out to him and asked if the other passengers were really safe. The guy, in turn, said that the compartments were still protected by magic. The interlocutor replied that this was definitely not a guarantee. It was dangerous to stay in these places. If it was cast on them, that's the same. Because if it was the same magic spell, and his defense had already been broken through, Roger asked if he understood correctly that the explosion came from the direction of the third carriage. If this was indeed the case, then why were the robbers not still here? Gerrard noted that if he were them, he would have headed to the first carriage. The guy thought for a few seconds and noticed that this is exactly so, because there are first-class passengers there, so they are lucky that they are in fourth class now. The old man suggested leaving through the back door. They just need to wait for the border guards. Suddenly a robber appeared in the window near which they were standing. He went down there from above and with his feet opened the window, but then a guy came under attack. The guy saw the same man and told the old man to stand behind him. The robber was wearing a mask, and also looked at the people who were here with a rather crazy look. When Gerrard saw this, he said that the whole situation looked pretty lousy. The robber immediately took out his weapon and prepared to attack the people in front of them. Roger realized that the situation was going for the worse and immediately used his magic. As a result of this action, the opponent was thrown with modest ease and flew quite far into the compartment. The old man just stood nearby and watched the situation that was happening. Then, with surprise, he asked the guy if he had really killed him. The hero replied that this was not so, because he had neutralized it for a short time, and that was all. Then Roger began to come closer to that man, and the man told him to wait. Because it was dangerous, the guy said. Everything is fine. He will just ask him a couple of questions. Roger stepped on the body of that same robber, and pointing his cane at him, stated that he told him why he climbed into this carriage. The same person did not answer for a long time, and then made a small sound. Immediately after this, he began to laugh quite hard, and thereby irritated his interlocutors. Roger was a little surprised because of this, and then said that he did not allow him to laugh, and let him answer the question posed. The robber, with a crazy look, called his interlocutor a dirty human and said that he would kill them all. When this happened, he opened his clothes on his chest, and it was clear that there was a fairly large amount of dynamite with a detonator. In addition to all this, it was clearly visible that there was no time left on the timer, and there was only 1 second. The guy and the old man noticed this, and the latter shouted to Sir Roger to hide immediately. And literally only moments later, after all the words had been spoken, a fairly powerful explosion was heard, and a stream of flame scattered to the sides. After the first explosion, the locomotive remained on the slope of one of the mountains, and now the explosion was even more powerful. Soon the smoke that rose as well as the fire began to gradually subside. Gerrard remained alive, and now he sat with his head covered and bathed below. She mentally realized that everything was fine with him, and immediately turned to Sir Roger and asked if he was okay. But when this man raised his head up, he would have been discouraged by what he saw in front of him. And all this is due to the fact that there was no diary in front, and only the right side of the car, near which there were people, was destroyed. The man gradually began to approach the very hole that had formed in order to take a look. Then he began to call his neighbor in the compartment and expected that he might answer him. At the same time, I touched my cheek and felt something strange there. It was clear that part of his face began to peel off, and he realized that everything was bad. So he gradually began to connect it due to the fact that the disguise had already failed. Of course, Gerrard didn't like this situation at all, and he said that this suit was made to order after all. A few moments later, this man completely removed his mask, and from under it appeared the face of a completely different person. Then he turned his attention forward and asked himself why he was constantly noticed in some various incidents. It turns out that there is no specific reason why the hero chose the name Machiavelli. He simply took the name of a famous person from his past life. He, in turn, needed to completely change his personality so as not to get into various troubles while he traveled around the world. So it was this image that was supposed to help him. It was a difficult day, and he attracted unwanted attention when he should keep his identity a secret. Fortunately, the princess and her soldiers were overcome with triumph, and he managed to hide as they lowered their defenses and caught the train to Linderbrunn. But the hero exhaled sadly and did not understand why all this was so serious. At the same time, it was completely incomprehensible why something like this always happened to him. Machiavelli, after his thoughts, immediately threw away this very mask that he had been holding in his hands all this time. Then he looked ahead and mentally wished Roger to rest in peace. It turns out that in broad daylight these people launched such an ambush. The guy turned his attention to the side and thought that he did not even expect that that same person would detonate a bomb, because ordinary robbers would not have pulled off such a thing. It turns out that only a crazy person intent on killing everyone could do something like this, and perhaps their target was not the passengers, but the train itself. The hero heard something behind him. It turned out that it was one of the train employees who asked if the man was okay. Machiavelli looked at him, and the man asked what happened here. In response to this, the guy said that the train was recently attacked by armed robbers. In turn, it seems that they are heading to the first carriage. By the way, it's probably better for them not to get involved in this. The man turned around and said that he needed to evacuate the passengers through the last car. Then he turned around and said that this man should also evacuate, but the guy suddenly ran up to him and grabbed him by the throat, throwing him to the ground. The old man with the squad asked what this sir was doing towards him. There Machiavelli changed to a colder one, and he asked if the man really thought that his pathetic performance would convince him. After all, it turns out that robbers don't attack any passing train out of the blue, not even to mention the protective spell that coincides in itself. As a result, from this situation we can conclude that this is a difficult trick that cannot be performed without the help of a person who knows the mechanism. The county worker was amazed at how insightful this man was, and looked at him in surprise. Realizing that the situation was getting out of control right now, his face immediately changed. And in order to resolve this situation, he immediately took out a blade that was hidden in his right hand. Naturally, Machiavelli noticed all this. Therefore, he grabbed that very weapon with his hand and shouted that he should not even think about it, old man. It turns out pretty quickly. But who is he anyway? In addition to all this, it was quite interesting why he was here. The guy picked him up and, threatening him with a weapon, said that if he remained silent, then fine. Even if he ends up stomping and dying, literally after a few steps, the hero felt that this was strange and shook his head. He stopped and felt something strange in a sound, and thought that it was quite familiar. So could he really understand everything correctly? The guy pushed the train worker forward, and he himself moved away to defend himself. When all this happened, the body of that same old man was pierced through by several dozen bullets. Machiavelli, in turn, managed to hide and wondered when he managed to give the signal, because he was watching him. If the signal was raised, this was the only option left. After all, in this case, it turns out that all this was planned in advance. While the hero was thinking about it, the entrance door to this car was broken by his foot. Several robbers entered there, armed with automatic weapons, and one of them asked in surprise what it was, if a survivor had really appeared here. At the same time, it was unclear whether he really dodged the fire. The hero rose to his feet and said that they did not even dream of killing him. But his opponents pointed their weapons at him, and the chief ordered to finish him off right away. Machiavelli continued to stand in the same place and carefully watched their movements. Each of the robbers present immediately pulled the trigger, but nothing happened as a result. Just because of this, they immediately began to check their machine guns, and one asked why he couldn't fire, and another person behind him asked how the machine gun didn't work. The main one turned his attention forward and asked what it was, because this guy was doing something. The hero, in turn, used his power of magic and cast some kind of spell. Opponents said that it turns out that he is a magician, and also, with the help of his powers, knocked out the weapon. At that moment, the guy immediately turned his attention to the side to see, felt something strange, and there, out of nowhere, some kind of force appeared that was similar to the wind and was heading towards him. The magic that Machiavelli worked in his hand a few moments later was destroyed. He looked at his hand in surprise after what happened, and wondered if it was a suppressor. On the other hand, a man came out from the carriage and noticed that he did not even expect that there would be a magician on this train. The hero was squeezed on both sides. The man who spoke to him ordered him to surrender and not to twitch, because in this case he would be granted a quick death. The guy paid attention to the very person who communicated with him, and realized that he felt that he was an unusual magician. In addition to all this, there is a high probability that perhaps he is even fourth rank, like the guy, but he is unfamiliar with this person's face. 10 minutes have passed since that strong explosion, and it will take a lot of time to leave the Arete Mountains. Machiavelli realized that he, too, could not just stand there and wait for reinforcements to arrive, so there was only one thing left. He immediately jumped into the gap. The enemy magician asked if he had really jumped, and also told his subordinate to check, who naturally agreed to this. Then he looked out of that huge hole, and when he turned his attention there, he declared that he saw nothing. Therefore, I think that most likely this man really jumped off the train. There is a high probability that they scared him, and he left. Only he did not have time to finish this phrase before he was killed. The man realized what had happened and shouted that the same man was on the roof. The robbers asked, "But how did this happen? Did he use flight magic? In addition to all this, is it possible to do this while the train is moving?" The wizard shouted for them to cover their mouths and find him immediately. He, in turn, is a magician, and they cannot use all their strength against him, so let a few people still remain here. Everyone else, in turn, should head to the first carriage, and then several people started shooting at the roof. Indeed, the hero ended up there, and when he realized that they had started shooting at him, he began to run away from there as quickly as possible. Of course, people heard a man running on the roof, and the main thing was that he was heading towards the tail of the train, so they should run after him. In order to move to the next carriage, they had to open the door, and one of them did it. Literally at the same moment, a rather powerful explosion occurred, which struck several people nearby. The robber asked if it was really a trap, and his interlocutor, who was dumbfounded, asked how that Max made it so quickly in general. The chief among them was also quite discouraged, and thought that the one they were fighting was different from the magicians he had encountered. Right now, the efficiency and result of his work are on a completely different level. One can even say that he looks more like a hunter than a magician. Moreover, even this is an incorrect judgment, because he may have been a mercenary. The robbers heard some strange sounds from the side. The leader in turn also heard them and was very surprised because he understood what was happening. Then he began to run forward and told everyone that this was bad, because that same person was separating the cars in order to escape. At that very second he began to wonder how he could not have guessed this before. It turns out that the enemy in turn had no intention of fighting them. The robbers paid attention to the doors and noticed that they began to move away a little, and after a few moments nothing was visible there at all, or just white emptiness. Well, this happened naturally due to the fact that the cars were separated and they had already stopped. The distance between them at that very moment was already quite large. Yeah, the chief among the robbers realized what had happened, and it was very bad. One of the guys noticed that they had missed him and could not leave the train in order to go in pursuit of him. After him, the magician entered the conversation and said that he would remember his face and would definitely track him down and then kill him. The facial expressions on his face changed dramatically after a few moments, but now he felt something terrible and began to ask himself what it was. Then I turned in the other direction to search and thought what kind of powerful magical energy was there. But where did it come from? But when this man turned around, you were simply discouraged by what you saw there. The main characters were in that very place, using their magic and preparing a powerful spell. Then Machiavelli raised his hand and prepared to let him go and hit his opponents. The enemy magician wondered where he could have come from here in the first place. I also wondered if this was another trap against them, and the hero used his spell and immediately sent a powerful energy beam. It spread quickly enough around the entire perimeter and was ready to hit targets. The enemy mage saw this technique and first tried to do something with it using his magic. But when he saw such a powerful destructive force in front of him, he immediately shouted to his comrades to run away. Although already at the moment when he spoke about it, it was quite late. A few moments later, the hero finally completed his attack using magic. The targets that were in front of him were hit, and only the smell of burning was in the air. Machiavelli looked at them carefully and thought that everything ended at that moment. The man who was the head of these heads was still on his feet, although part of his face, as well as his left arm, were in a deplorable state. When the guy saw him, he said that surprisingly this man survived. The interlocutor said that he was just a scoundrel and asked why and how he should kill them. At the same time, he asked whether his conscience really gnawed at him for such acts. The people he killed were ordinary patriots of this country. And it also turns out that they are fighting only for peace. Machiavelli did not listen to him at all, and said that he was crazier than he thought. The magician, who at the moment looked like a living corpse, asked what he was actually carrying. In response to this, the hero asked if they didn't try to kill him first, and now he still dares to accuse him of some kind of atrocities. He further stated that let him say this to everyone who is no longer breathing in this place. In addition to all this, it was he who said that he would find him and take his life quite recently. So it was he who complained. The guy also said that, to be honest, he would really let him go. But it turns out that this person who is in front of him knows him by sight, and this is bad enough. In addition to all this, if he was going to get him better, to solve everything here and now, this would make the interlocutor quite angry. Just as he was about to start shouting at him, his friend split the ice into pieces and spread from top to bottom. Since Machiavelli did this to me, he was surprised by what happened in front of him and expected what would happen next. At the same time, a sound appeared behind the opponent's back, coming from steps ahead. There in turn a knight appeared, walking slowly, and it was he who killed that man. The guy saw the ice spreading, and the interlocutor asked if he was okay at all. He must be scared at this point, but he shouldn't worry about it. Then this man smiled proudly and said that the Knights of Cold Steel had already arrived at this place. In another part of the locomotive there was a tense atmosphere, and dozens of bullets were flying right through the compartment. The robbers who were shooting back asked if they were already here. It was unclear whether they had used flight magic in such weather. One of the knights was right in front of those people, and using his magic, protected himself from the bullets. After he killed them once again, he immediately directed his power in the other direction. At the same time, he rushed forward in order to attack the people who were shooting at him. The robber saw this and became wary because of how fast the attack was. At the same time, another person was already struck by the knight who was on the other side. After this man got even with one of his rivals, he immediately turned on the other. Naturally, the guy realized what awaited him and was quite frightened. Soon only screams could be heard from him. Soon the man who dealt with all these robbers reported that the second carriage had been completely cleared. She also contacted the one who went to the first carriage and stated that it was clean, and that the passengers were now safe. Someone turned to the lieutenant and asked her permission to report on the situation. At the moment, the situation on the entire train was completely under control. The leader said that this is just a great job, and let them all grow up so that the passengers get to the next station calmly. After some time, the locomotive finally reached Leatherwalk Station. There were quite a large number of people on the platform waiting to board there. The main character at the same time was still in his compartment and looked out the window at people passing nearby. Suddenly the door to him opened, and when he paid attention then, he saw a girl. She immediately asked how he was, and whether the terrorists had accidentally wounded him. Machiavelli replied that he was fine, thanks to the Knights of Cold Steel, and now he was simply lost in his thoughts. The interlocutor noted that she was glad to hear this. Then she smiled, and said that she should have introduced herself right away. She did so, and said that her name was Veronica Deville. The hero exhaled and in turn also wanted to introduce himself to this girl. Suddenly a man came up and interrupted him, asking for forgiveness. The lieutenant drew attention to him and asked if he wanted something. The stranger in response to this asked if she was the commander of the Knights in White Steel. The girl said that it was so. She was Lieutenant Veronica Deville. The man pulled out his ID and said his name was Jason. He was an officer with the Leatherwalk Police Department and was also aware of the situation that had occurred. She knows about the attack on the train in the Arret Mountains. The knight said that they, in turn, eliminated all the criminals. The interlocutor, of course, thanked her for this. Then he noticed that there was still one thing, because there was something quite strange in the report. The girl noticed that it was not clear what they were talking about, and inquired about it. The officer noticed that the attackers had captured the same train too quickly, even using magical power. They could not break the defense so easily. Veronica was really surprised when she heard about these details that were in the report. And the law enforcement officer continued to say that most likely there was someone on board the train who helped those same attackers. The girl thought for a while and said that this was a fairly sensible idea, and the interlocutor managed to notice that this was just his assumption. It is because of this that they will not detain people and will simply establish their identities. The knight immediately said that she understood, and of course, this is necessary. Then she turned to the main character and asked if he had heard. At the moment, the main character honestly answered the questions posed, and then everything will be fine. The guy in turn just continued to smile and said nothing about this. But of course he didn't like this situation very much, and he thought that he was in big trouble right now. There is nothing suspicious about the very personality Gerrard portrayed just recently, which is why he easily passed ticket control, as expected. And as a result of this, he legally boarded this very train. At the moment, the only problem is his face, because he will definitely not be given 45 years. In turn, if the main character really ends up in trouble, then sooner or later his secret will be revealed, and in this case, he will definitely be hanged. If you are lucky enough, you will be subjected to severe torture. The street is now full of police officers and knights, so it is simply impossible to escape. Besides, as he can understand, the lieutenant is simply merciless to criminals. Now she is smiling and having a conversation with him. But as soon as everything becomes clear and they begin to suspect him, the hero will definitely be cut down. After some time, the law enforcement officer interrupted the guy's thoughts and asked if he was absolutely okay. Of course he apologizes for that, but it took him a while to get the passenger list. He doesn't have to worry about it. Just confirm his identity, and that's it. If he still has his own ticket at the moment, he asks to show it. Machiavelli took it out and immediately handed it to him. The assistant who was standing next to the man said that this was the 403rd place. The officer said that he would look now, and Ludger Cherish had been here for 25 years. And also Jihad, a man in his 40s. So the police asked where the second passenger was. The heroes responded to this by saying that during the attack he was caught in an explosion. All this happened while they were passing the Ariti Mountains. It was at that time that he fell off the cliff. The law enforcement officer looked at him carefully and did not say anything. Machiavelli tried to sit calmly, not showing any emotions in order not to get caught. Soon Jason asked him to stay put and not move anywhere. But the knight came closer and said that he could not be a suspect. The man asked what she meant now, and the girl responded by saying that when they arrived, he was fighting terrorists. And in this case, he asks if a traitor would behave like this. Jason asked if he really fought with them, and this is surprising. Then he thought a little and said, "This is what happened after all," and then he apologizes for it. But at the same time, he called him Mr. Rodger, because he took him for a young man, and not for an old one, of course. The hero was amazed by this. Next, the interlocutor grumbled about the information in the report, and asked if he had really been hired at Ceoren Academy. Veronica was also interested, and asked if this was true. They began to look carefully at Machiavelli, and the guy didn't even know how to answer them. Thinking a little about the current situation, he smiled. Then he slowly rose from his seat and, taking the suitcase in his hands, said that it was all true. Then he put on his hat and said that it was so, because he was the new Professor Ludger Cherish. After some time, they were all on the street, and the law enforcement officer asked for forgiveness for the inconvenience caused. The guy said there was no need to apologize, because he was able to get here. All this happened only thanks to them. Jason said that he would take him to the academy, but Machiavelli replied that it was not necessary, because he was not obliged to do this. The interlocutor said that future empires are in the hands of this man, and how can he not carry it out? But the hero thought that this was not so, because it would be better if they left him alone. In order to get out, he said that he had business, so in this case he could no longer detain them, the officer noticed, and immediately insisted. Then nothing could be done. The hero turned in the other direction, and with a smile on his face said that then he would go, and his acquaintance with Miss Veronica was short-lived, but he was glad that he met her. The girl immediately smiled when she heard such words, and told Sir Rodger that it was mutual, and it was also possible that they would meet again. Machiavelli did not answer anything to this, and only turned in the other direction and walked slowly, merging with the crowd. He, in turn, walked forward step by step and felt that he was approaching the long-awaited freedom. After a while, I even joyfully thought that I could, and he still did it. At that moment there were small worries, and he mentally apologized to Sir Roger and thanked him for saving his life. He, in turn, is glad that, of course, the quality of the photographs is much to be desired now, because it is difficult to distinguish him from the real Roger from the picture. Now that the problem has actually been solved, he is definitely fine. For now he needs to hide and create a new identity. Suddenly the guy's thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar voice, which asked if he was Roger Chelici by chance. The main character immediately turned to this man, and he said that he recognized him, and saw him talking with the knight. It was an old man who bowed down and introduced himself, stating that his name was Wilfred. He, in turn, worked at Ceoren's Academy. When this man heard about what happened, he immediately came to meet him, glad that the young professor was not injured after all. Then he asked him to sit in his carriage, and he would take him straight to Ceoren. The main character, naturally, did not like all this. At the same time, there was nothing left to do except confirm his alibi and agree that he was Roger. Wilfred drove the cart they rode in, with a mechanical horse leading the way. Machiavelli, in turn, sat right inside and was very thoughtful at that moment. Then the guy started. He didn't understand that this whole situation looked very bad. It turns out that the Academy ordered to meet someone who is not the most ordinary person. If you take a closer look, this old man has a fairly fit body, and moreover, the heroes did not notice how he ended up nearby. Based on this, perhaps he was a knight. The hero thought that if it so happens that he runs away using a stupid excuse, then it will seem suspicious, and this person will immediately follow him. Therefore, it would probably be better if he postponed his escape, since ever since Gerrard was considered dead, he has been nothing more than a ghost in this country. And all this means that if he disappears, then no person will even notice that this happened. Looking up, the guy thought that of course it's good that now he has an ironclad alibi, and as long as she has it, he can live the life of Roger Chelici. After some time, the carriage stopped, and the old man told the guy that they had finally arrived. The main character looked around him, and the man noticed that this place was Ceoren. The scale was truly amazing, so Machiavelli thought what it was. Did everything really belong to the Academy? It can be said that her possessions are larger than he imagined. Wilfred said that he would take him to Madame Rector, and also his luggage. He could entrust him. And after a few moments together, they headed straight to the main building of this academy. The old man who escorted the guy was waiting in a fairly large hall, but the hero entered the door. When he did this, he immediately introduced himself and stated that his name was Roger Chelici, and it turns out that he had arrived here on behalf of the rector. The room in which he was located was quite large, and at the end of it there was a small table on which the rector sat. She listened carefully to what the man said and smiled a little slyly. Then she raised her head and said that she had been waiting for Sir Roger all this time, introducing herself and stating that her name was Elizabeth Willow, and she was the rector of Ceoren Academy. Although the room was large, it was easily illuminated by the windows. The woman asked if he was okay. He had heard about the terrorist attack. The hero replied that everything was fine. The knightly order came to the rescue in time. The rector smiled joyfully after this and said that she was happy to hear all this, because if this person had suffered, it would have affected them too. Machiavelli was a little surprised and thought how she could talk so openly about the possible consequences for them of being inactive. Indeed, one can say that he simply cannot wrap his head around it, but he is more disturbed by the strange feeling that arose immediately as soon as he entered here. Naturally, there is a high probability that he imagined it, but I wonder if Madame Rector met Roger before, and whether she had accidentally picked him up now. The woman herself gave the answer to this, and said that they had met in person, and he was so tall and handsome. Based on this, the hero can say that, apparently no. He thanked her for the compliment, even if she was giving it out of politeness. The rector replied that he was saying that. After all, she, in turn, is sure that it will become popular among students. Then she held out the document and asked to take it. She would repeat all this information again. This is what he received shortly before. The salary is indicated there, and also that the employment contract is for 2 years, as well as food and accommodation at the expense of the academy. The hero noticed what was written there and thought it was a contract, and it doesn't matter much if he runs away soon anyway. But there are 30 imperial coins a month. And if we translate, then this is 30 million dinars in state currency. And we can also say that this is as much as 300 million won. Soon Elizabeth asked him about the contract and whether it was true that they had good enough conditions. Machiavelli continued to be surprised and said that they were not bad. But in his head he thought that this was not just the case. Because it turns out it's just crazy, what a jackpot. Although you should be calm, because probably with such a salary, Theon's professors have a lot of responsibilities. The main character wondered if he would be able to hide his lack of knowledge of teaching at Ceoren Academy for the sake of every first one being a genius. But in any case, his work here has already been decided for a long time, so it would be quite suspicious if he abruptly abandoned it. Therefore, at the moment there is absolutely no choice but to agree, lie, bluff, and read the mood of the interlocutor. This is what he is very good at. So she said that he was satisfied with everything, and he was ready to sign the contract. Besides, he had experience and knowledge of his present and past life, and he was quite confident that he could play the role. The rector extended her hand and said that it was wonderful, and so she would be glad to work with Professor Ludger. The guy answered Mrs. Willow that it was mutual. I also thought that he only needed 2 years to survive this time, and he would be free. After a while night fell. Machiavelli sat on the sofa and thought that he had 3 weeks before the start of the semester. In principle, this time should be enough to prepare well. Of course, he did not think that he would be given the whole house in which he is now. Then he exhaled heavily and said to himself, which means that this time he will be a professor at the academy. After a few moments, memories of the past and how he came to this world 27 years ago began to flood into his head. It so happens that then he was reborn and retained all his memories, but lost his other abilities. He could not rely on his parents, and only on himself. So he had a lot of hardships. But he never thought that he would become a professor. The hero thought that technically he got a fictitious job. But to put it more precisely, it was taught to him without his own desire. Although if you think like that, then he just needed a new personality, and the situation with Roger played into his hands. He is a man whose noble family comes from the small kingdom of Quoden, the only child in the family whose parents had passed away. The style of the letters that Machiavelli found is quite formal, which means he has no relatives. Because of this, no one should reveal the guy's identity. It's impossible to find a better disguise than the one he now has. The guy needs to sort out the lectures and find information about the academy, so he got up from his seat. At that very second, he decided that the first thing he would do was explore the area. But he just stood up and felt his stomach growl, so he noticed that he had not eaten anything at all. Oh, in that case, I put off all my business that I had planned for tomorrow, and I was wondering where their restaurant was located. Sometime after what happened, a new day finally arrived and the weather was sunny. Machiavelli sat at the table, drinking a strong drink and looking at the documents. In the interval between reading, he thought that 2 weeks had already passed, and that was fast enough. But generally speaking, he had managed to collect the necessary information. I have also prepared well for the classes, and in the remaining week, I need to learn how to apply new knowledge in practice. Visitors to this institution are already arriving. So he's going to go home and get ready for the water course. The stranger who sat down next to him said she's glad he's safe. She, in turn, was worried that something could happen to him. The main character realized that he was turning to him and immediately became wary about this. Just the two of them were sitting on the terrace near the cafeteria, and there were no people nearby either. Then the girl asked why he had not been in touch for 2 whole weeks, because the rest of the organization members were also worried about him in the First Order. Machiavelli sat sipping his drink and wondering what he should say next. After a few moments he put down the cup, as if saying that he would now give information. The interlocutor immediately rose from his seat and answered, for which he had to check something, and also thought that if he understood correctly, then he was being followed. Although he expressed it incorrectly because, to be more precise, they are watching Roger Selitsy. The interlocutor went on to say that the terrorist attack was a surprise. They, in turn, did not know that the rebels were planning an attack. The hero listened to her carefully, and then said that he needed information about the academy. The girl asked what she was saying. Did they really not send her earlier? Machiavelli said that he had to make sure that it was reliable, to which the stranger replied that now everything is clear. And the guy, in turn, realized that he almost got caught and wondered what was going on here. It turns out that now he must try not to arouse any suspicion, so he asked if they had taken care of everything. The interlocutor said of course this is so because before meeting him, they did not deal with the main figures of the academy, whom they were targeting. They also tracked down and eliminated the traitor to the organization. As far as he knows, the traitor fed their own limbs, and the remains were thrown to the dogs. Therefore I asked if this was not a worthy punishment for them. The hero became even more wary after that, and thought that everything was very bad. First of all, he still had to calm down, so he took the drink to sip a little. Suddenly, the interlocutor began to spin around sharply, as if something had happened a few moments earlier. She lowered her head and immediately apologized, saying that she should have personally verified this before reporting to him. Machiavelli didn't even understand what she was talking about, so he said that everything didn't matter and asked her to tell her what was the reason for her abrupt appearance here. The interlocutor replied that he had been in this place for a month, but they had not yet contacted them. The hero interrupted her and asked, so she decided to take matters into her own hands. She became wary and immediately apologized, and the guy ordered her to remain silent. Then he put down his cup and said that its appearance also attracted unnecessary attention, so it got on his nerves. So is she really looking for them to be noticed now? Machiavelli understood that she was reacting quite sharply to his words. So at the moment he was absolutely sure that she was afraid of Roger, the girl's hands, which body were really shaking now. Soon the hero said that in any case, now he listens to her report and wonders how many people they took. The stranger replied that 31 people from the Third Order and 7 from the Second were successfully infiltrated. And also other members of the First Order had already taken their positions according to the plan. The guy said that it was good and everything was going as it should. At the same time, if the salary is over, then they separate. The girl agreed to this and said that next time let him come to the place agreed in advance. Machiavelli interrupted her again and asked in a rather rude tone if she was really telling him what to do. After that, he turned to his interlocutor and asked how she dared give him orders at all. Then the guy returned home and began to look at documents about Roger, that he was a great nobleman and without a family. In addition to all this, he is the youngest magician of the 4th rank, and is also a professor at Ceoren Academy. It was clear that this whole situation looked pretty bad, and the hero wondered why he didn't feel something was wrong earlier. Before this, Roger's personality seemed simply ideal to him, because it was specially created so as not to arouse suspicion. Otherwise, he simply could not have infiltrated this academy. The letters that Machiavelli found were most likely encrypted by someone. Now the guy was in despair and did not understand what he should do next in this situation. He laid his head on the bed, looked for a while at the chandelier that was above, thinking. In the end, he said that he had really miscalculated, because he couldn't believe that he had gotten himself into such a mess with his hasty actions. In order to resolve this situation longer, he rose from his seat and went to look at the books and documents. The hero realized that similar Roger used the Quedan language to encode messages. The construction of sentences immediately seemed strange to him. But he in turn did not think that this was the case. He is the first in the city, and whose task is to infiltrate the academy and win everyone's trust. But then periodically take into account progress. But this is not the only thing that worries the guy. He became lost in thought again, reflecting on the current situation. At the same time, he understood perfectly well that the more he thought about it, the less he believed in everything. It was unclear how the head of a secret society could die in a terrorist attack. After all, it turns out that he is one of the strongest members of the organization and was sent to spy at the academy. Such a person should definitely have survived in that situation. After a few moments, Machiavelli exhaled sadly and thought that after all, there was no point in condemning the dead man. To all this, to the secrets of the hero was added the whole story that happened between Theon's academy and the secret organization. Thinking about this, the guy thought that perhaps it was good that they had contacted him after all. After all, if we judge according to the words of that same girl, the secret society consists of 4 orders, namely 0, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And even if the main health does not know anything regarding the 0 order, at least he knows about its existence, and that is already good. Machiavelli decided that now he needed to quickly find out what else the First Order had sent. If it turns out that that same person knew Roger well, then there is a risk that the hero will be told. So now the main thing is not to get caught. The best option for the guy would still be to use Theon to get rid of the secret orders. The secret organization will not be able to resist the powerful academy. This will not happen in any case. No matter how strong it is, the hero must get the necessary information without either side knowing about it. He soon realized that this game on 2 fronts was giving him a headache, and it was hard to think about it. Now Machiavelli seemed to have 2 rather difficult years ahead of him here. After some time, the next day arrived, and at the same time the semester was supposed to begin. Quite a lot of students appeared in the corridors of the academy, and because of this it was too noisy. Some students took their seats in the lecture hall and waited for the teacher for the next class. One guy from these people asked the guys if they had already heard the latest news. After all, it turns out that the subject of the theory of spells, as well as the visual representation of elements, will be introduced by a new professor. He was asked how this is new for the 2nd year. If so, it looks like he knows his stuff. The man said that they had no other choice since the former professor suddenly quit. Although what else could he do? When the student disgraced him in front of everyone, showing that she was more capable than him, the girl approached the other and noticed to Flora that it seemed they were talking about her. The girl with blue hair in turn asked what she had done, because she simply showed the professor that his magical techniques left much to be desired. In response to this, I heard that this was so, but clearly the guy said that he had heard that he had a brilliant reputation and wrote a bunch of reports as a military officer. The interlocutor said that it seemed that he was a respected person, and not some simpleton. One of the students asked if they knew that this professor was a fallen nobleman. The rest of him were inspired after that and asked if it was true. In this case, you don't have to worry about grades. Flora thought that they had made a smart conclusion. While the lecture hall was quite noisy, the front door opened and the main character began to enter. He slowly walked up the steps that led straight to the podium where he was to speak. When Machiavelli approached his workplace in order to attract attention, he slammed his hand on the table. Naturally, the students took notice of him, and he announced that he was their new professor, and his name was Ludger Cherish. He was pleased to meet you. After he said this phrase, you immediately noticed how the students behaved. They in turn sat very calmly and did not say a word, trying to listen to the teacher. The guy went on to say that they don't have a schedule as such yet, which is why he will make a few reassurances before they start the main course. It turns out that he will go to the city of their spell, but the structure of the lesson will be unusual for them. They will study not only theory, but also develop practical skills. It also turns out that classes will not be held exclusively for 2nd-year students, and 1st-year students will also have the opportunity to attend them. Panic immediately began in the hall, and people began to whisper among themselves. Machiavelli heard this and told them to be quieter. He understands that they are not happy with such a situation. Even so, and I was very worried because the workload would be the same, a student raised his hand and asked if it was possible to know the reason why they decided to combine the courses. It was a girl who looked at the new teacher in surprise. The hero drew attention to her and realized that he had already seen her somewhere. Therefore, in response to this, he said that he considers it his duty as a teacher to allow everyone to gain something useful from classes, regardless of their level of preparation. Also, in any case, they should not expect standard lessons from him. The girl said that she still did not understand and asked to explain a little more. But the professor said that it would be quite boring, but if he revealed all the cards at once, if he interested them, then they would see each other at the next lesson. There is one last thing he would like to point out if any of them think they can earn good grades without stressing, because the new professor doesn't. He is in a hurry to disappoint them because of such thoughts. At the same time, he thought, just don't let them come to his classes and it will be bad. As a result, he thought that even though he had prepared quite well, it would still be easier for him to teach as few students as possible. Well, the pride of second-year students in turn will be hurt if they allow themselves to attend classes on the same basis as first-year students. Besides all this, who would want to learn from him if it was difficult? So he told the students that that was all for now, and asked if there were any questions. One of the students thought that this man was oppressive with his energy, and that working as an officer probably affected him that way. Another girl thought that he was rumored to be the youngest rank 4 mage. But was it true? They had so many questions. She in turn understood perfectly well that she could not muster up the courage to ask even one question, and Flora became interested in this man. A few moments later, Machiavelli announced that if there were still no questions, then he declared the start of the semester open. Soon the hero left the lecture hall when their lesson was over. Walking along the corridors of the academy, I thought that the students had no questions at all. He, in turn, thought that they would not want to clarify anything or find out about him. Well, despite all this, it's even better for him, although one can say that the answers prepared in advance were never needed. Then, after a few meters, Machiavelli wondered if he should wait, if they had deliberately remained silent. Now, I guess if that was the case, then he should have been more friendly. So maybe he hurt their pride. Soon after the professor thought about this, he raised his head up and noticed something. Several students who actually had classes for him stood near the wall with downcast gazes. There was also a guy there who also looked rather uncertain. As a result, a fairly large number of these young people gathered, and they stood in a row on both sides, literally making a corridor. Machiavelli was amazed by this and wondered if all this was true because he just assumed. Suddenly a woman appeared, apologized, and greeted the young professor. She asked if she understood correctly that he was their new professor, Sir Roger. The main characters drew attention to her, and the girl said that her name was Selena, and she was pleased to meet you. She, in turn, was also working here for the first day. The guy noticed that this was mutual, and asked if she wanted to ask him something. The girl replied that this was indeed the case. At that moment she came close enough and asked if this man had already had lunch. Soon Machiavelli was surrounded by some teachers. The man said that it was nice to meet him. His name is Brian, and he teaches how to summon golems. And the woman next to her stated that her name was Matilda, and she was responsible for charms and hallucinations from the section on curses and dispelling magic. The hero said that he was glad to meet you, and his name is Ludger Cherish. He teaches the theory and practice of spells. Then he wondered if this was really a meeting of new professors of the academy. But is it possible that all this was done to get to know each other better? The woman said that he was even more attractive up close, and the guy thanked him. The hero, in turn, drew attention to one of the people standing in the distance, and they made eye contact. Machiavelli looked at him rather angrily, as if he did not trust the man. The stranger saw how their gazes met, and after that he immediately turned away. Matilda came closer and whispered that this was Professor Chris Benamor. He was the first of them to join the academy, and as the others could see, he was a nobleman. "It's not that they are commoners," Roger replied that everything was clear to him. He thought that besides him, among the new professors, there was one nobleman and 3 of humble origin. But it turns out that even despite their different status in society, they are the best in their fields. As a result, if we talk about this situation, in other words, there is a high probability that there is another member of the First Order among them. Also, the fact that Chris was the first to join the academy does not say anything about him, and one cannot take his colleague's word for it. Soon that man exhaled and said loudly that he could no longer be here. It was just interesting to look at the new teachers. But in the end it turned out that they were some commoners and a fallen nobleman, so that if he wasn't with them, they were on their own, and he was on his own. Then he drew attention to the main character and said that this man in particular. It turns out that after all, he shouldn't pretend to be such an important big shot. The hero didn't answer anything, and just silently looked into his eyes. Matilda joined the conversation and said that his status did not give him the right to look down on them, so she asked Professor Roger not to pay attention to him. The main character said that everything was fine, and since he was against their company, then they should go without him. The others agreed, and said that it sounded good. Together the new teachers went somewhere, and Machiavelli thought that he should be glad that he had company at lunch. Soon the first lesson of the main character's lecture was about to begin. It was night outside at the moment. Some kind of device was deployed around the room of one of the students, through which it was possible to communicate with the others. A question appeared in the message window if others had heard about a new professor named Ludger Cherish. They say he is the youngest magician of the 4th rank, and worked as a military officer. It also turns out that he participated in the hunt for cryptids, and the Magic Tower listed this man as an independent specialist in magic. One of the girls asked if they thought it was true and continued typing her text. She, in turn, wondered that in no case would she allow Mr. First Order's first lesson to be disrupted. That is why, in any case, he is going to make sure that as many students as possible come to him. Using a communication device, the guy asked if the freshmen could come too. Some of the students immediately thought about this, because this proposal was interesting. One of the guys must have written that this sounds really tempting. That's why, after receiving the information, a fairly large number of students decided that they should try it. After some time, the main character walked with unhurried steps straight towards the lecture hall. In turn, he thought about the fact that today was his first lecture, and at this point he was wondering how many students had decided to stay. It turns out that he specifically warned that his class would be quite difficult, so most likely the majority would definitely not come. And if at least someone appears, it will be only because other classes will be filled with students. After all, they themselves draw up the schedule and decide how many pairs. Machiavelli thought that at best there would be about 30 people left, and there would definitely be no more. Several students were chatting with each other and asking each other if they had read a particular post recently. And the main character, in turn, entered a huge auditorium which was full of students. He looked around the countries and was amazed at what was happening right there. After the situation that happened, and which he himself did, he didn't understand why there were so many of them. And was it really possible that now all 80 places were occupied? It was also interesting why there were more freshmen than sophomores. The students thought that the atmosphere had changed a lot when he walked in, and really was a military officer. Machiavelli wondered if they were not at all afraid to attend classes with the second year, and he was definitely set up. Then he walked up to the board and, touching his face with his hand, thought that this was not true. He probably simply underestimated the students. At the academy where he found a job, young teachers learn from the best of the best from all over the continent. So right now there's a good chance that he seems to have awakened their competitive spirit. Naturally, the main character really didn't like this whole situation, and he thought that it seemed like he had no choice. So he started his lesson and said that new faces would come out. So you need to introduce yourself. His name is Roger Solici, and he will teach them everything about spells. Also decided that you are a liar at the moment to the maximum. The student said that he has a question and underteach everything. Does he really mean all 4 training profiles? The hero immediately drew attention to the person who said this. In response to this, he coldly said that he had not yet allowed questions to be asked, but today he would be favorable. It turns out that from this very day onwards, those who disrupt the course of the lesson or question his authority will be deducted points. They will have the opportunity to dial them again, so they should not relax. But since the question was asked, he will definitely answer it. It turns out that the guy was really right. The professor will teach them all the training profiles. Of the 4 profiles, we mean liberation, elemental magic, telekinesis, and strengthening, as they are called. Flora thought about the fact that she usually teaches a maximum of 2 of them, but it turns out that this new professor aimed at 4. If we start from her own opinion, then he raises his bar. Sir Roger said that today he would show something that would stir up interest. Then he took a pointer and pointed at the board. After casting the magic, he said that this is a 3rd-level fire spell called Trembling Flame. It is created based on release. This is done using heat, combustion, compression, expansion, dispersion, and acceleration, a technique of synergy of all 7 components. She, in turn, is 3 times faster than modern methods of performing this spell. The students immediately began to whisper, "Is he really going to speed up the process of creating the spell?" Although some of them asked whether this was even possible, because it all sounded very unconvincing. The girl asked Flora if she thought this man was telling the truth. In response to this, the girl said that she was not sure and did not think that this was possible, because Roger had changed the basic structure of the spell. In turn, it turns out that there are flowers for storing spells, as well as memory reverberation, but both methods have their limits. The girl thought that, of course, there was a possibility that he used one of them. But if all this is really so, then she will be very disappointed in this young professor. The hero continued to use magic, and said that he thought they had a lot of questions, so he would answer a few of them. The student raised his hand and said that this was Alex Silent, 2nd year. I asked how this technique could be 3 times faster than the ones they knew. The teacher replied that it reduces the time to create a spell, and asked the next question. And then there was Dahlia, a 1st-year student, who asked if this meant that he had changed the structure of an existing spell. The hero replied that this was not so. The technique should not be remade. In another case, it will be a completely different spell, but he will teach them to speed up the process of consciousness, spells, while maintaining the technique in its original form. Flora raised her hand after hearing all this and told the professor that this was simply impossible. He heard these words perfectly and, without answering, looked carefully at this girl. Before that, she said that her name was Flora Loomis and she was a sophomore. The students immediately drew attention to her, did not know who this girl was, and understood that she had become her way out. So the professor needed to take care of himself. A few moments later, Machiavelli said that he did not allow her to explain anything, only to ask questions. But despite this, he would still listen to her. Then why is she sure that this is impossible? The girl said that in order to speed up the process of creating a spell, using familiar techniques you need to constantly train. And to be a master in this matter, does he want to say that he is capable of something that is beyond the control of even a genius? Because of this personal thing, she definitely does not believe him. The professor stood looking thoughtful, and then stated that if he said that a genius could learn it but just didn't try, the student asked what he meant. Sir Roger said that magic stagnated because it was focused on history and custom, while at the same time science was constantly progressing. This is the only reason why it threatens to overtake magic. The professor is not trying to say that science is a degree higher. He just means that magic has room to grow. So he can say that this girl's statement is wrong. If no one tried to improve her, then he will be the first person. Flora was surprised, and at the same time asked if he really thought so. Wondered what the hell was going on. Was he really so proud of himself that he had lost all shame? The main character stated that it is difficult to explain in words alone, so he asks to be allowed to demonstrate. Then he noted that if he remembers correctly, her name is Flora. Does she know how long it takes on average to create a trembling flame? The student said that it depends on the abilities of the magician. Perhaps it has crossed the third rank. He will do it in 10 seconds, and a magician of a higher rank can do it in 5. Roger said that this is true, but he believes that it is not necessary to rely on rank. For example, he wants to take them to his student. The interlocutor noted that in this case, it would take at least 5 seconds, and proudly said that she could do it faster. The professor immediately looked at her and said that her confidence was impressive, and then asked if she could go to the board and set an example for everyone. The student immediately got up from her workplace and agreed to his proposal. She slowly approached the board and, using a pointer, began to cast a spell. That same magical flame quickly began to appear in front of her, and soon the spell she wanted to do was already completely completed. The rest of the students who were sitting in their seats said that it was quick enough, of course. It was immediately obvious that she was the daughter of the Loomis family. Machiavelli looked at his stopwatch and said that 4 seconds had passed, and 78 milliseconds had passed. It was hard to believe now that she was a second-year student. After all, this is truly an impeccable performance. The girl of the city turned to him and said that there was nothing special, and the professor interrupted her and said that in any case it was too slow. She was surprised and asked what he was saying. Roger said that the best time for a rank 3 mage was 4 seconds and 41 milliseconds, so her time was a little short. Flora said that she would speed up if she practiced, but the teacher replied that that result was also not fast enough. One of the students asked if it was serious, and the one sitting next to her asked how fast he was. The hero used the wand that was in his hands and told the others to watch how to create a trembling flame. He immediately raised his hand and began to use his magic. The girl in turn did not understand at all what he was doing, because this was a completely different technique. But after that, literally a few moments passed, and the technique she created for this was exactly repeated. The moment Flora saw this, she was actually dumbfounded. Also, the other students closely watched his movements and were surprised by the picture that was in front of them. Someone even got up from their seat and asked what it was all about, because the spell that the professor did took 1 second, and perhaps even less. Flora continued to be surprised, and thought that this was not a friendly flame technique, because it had completely changed her structure. After a few moments, the professor asked if everyone had seen it. He in turn would repeat the spell for those who had not noticed it. After that, he again directed his hand forward and began to use magic. So a moment after this happened, that very friendly flame spell happened. The student who was very close was dumbfounded again. Of course, this was accurate, like the rest of those present here. Sir Roger said that now they have changed their minds. Then he noticed the stopwatch in his hands, and said that it took him 0.24 seconds to create the trembling flame. And this, in turn, is much faster than the official record, and the spell may seem strange, because for the first time he used a different technique. But even despite this, nevertheless, it remained the same. In other words, he used one technique to create another. The students asked each other how he created one technique to use another. It was not clear what this meant. The professor said that they changed the initial data and come to an already known result. In this case, it turns out that a kind of program is being created, as if the body were not equipment. But the very accumulation of magical power by the data of the program called technology would activate the software, that is, magic. It is this entire process that the main character calls source code. Flora received this information with surprise and thought what the source code was, because she had never heard of such magic. But who is this person even then? The young professor turned to the student and asked if he had cleared up her doubts right now. Of course, she did not want to admit it, but she said that it was so. Sir Roger that she interrupted the course of classes without his permission, and all because she was rather biased towards his words. Therefore, wondering if she agrees with him now, the girl looked down and said that she agreed. The teacher continued his speech, saying that she acted unjustifiably rude towards him. Therefore, he can tell student Flora Lumos that as punishment for this she will have -10 points. The students began to whisper how this could have happened, because it was unclear how she could have been fined at all. The girls in turn also didn't like it very much, and we had an argument about it. But she couldn't do anything in this situation, so she immediately turned around and started walking towards her workplace. But the guy stopped her and said that, however, she showed the perfect technique of creating and reflecting flames. In that case, he will return 10 points to her. All this is because he really respects diligent students, and Flora is really great. She, in turn, held her fist quite tightly and barely squeezed out a word of gratitude for it. The students started whispering again. What happens is that the penalty points were cancelled, and they are happy for that. The girl returned to her place, but her friend asked her how she was. The interlocutor sat down and said that everything was fine, and she thanked Shirley for her concern. The neighbor smiled and said that it was good, but at the same time she thought that she let this situation go so quickly, and how else, after all, this is Flora. So the girl was no longer worried about her, because she thought that the situation had been left out. But the student herself did not completely let go of this situation, and thought about it for a long time. Sir Roger took off his outerwear and said that this was just an introduction, and now the lesson will begin. He, in turn, will choose students who will listen to him carefully and teach them the source code, so let them work hard enough. The students saw this look on themselves, and some of them immediately became wary. After some time, the class continued, and the professor told his students the information that he had to convey to them. One of the guys who was sitting on the top row heard those students saying all sorts of stupid things about the professor, so he was afraid that he had come here in vain. But even so, based on what he saw now, he was wrong. And it turns out that now he understood why Theon is the strongest academy. The clock made a characteristic sound, and the teacher said that this was the end of their lesson. He turned to leave and finally stated that the students could be free and let them repeat this material at home. The guy on the top floor thought that he was simply incredible, and the source code, he simply could not believe that he had seen something like that. The voice of this man was heard by another from above, and then he asked whether such nonsense seriously impressed them. The guy with glasses drew attention to him, and he said that this only shows how narrow-minded they are. It's just because of this situation that commoners have no place here at all. The interlocutor did not answer him anything and just sat silently. Then I turned my attention around and saw that there was no one nearby. So I was surprised, and asked if he was really turning to him and apologizing for this. The man asked if he was making fun of him. The bespectacled boy became wary at that moment and noticed that this was not so. Under no circumstances would he have grabbed it. The student got angry because of this and asked how he dared to look down on the eldest son of Baron Filio. The boy noticed that he was telling him that he didn't want to. Suddenly another guy asked who Baron Filio was, and whether this estate was located on the far border of the empire. A descendant of the aristocrat drew attention to him and asked if Theon really accepted children now. The interlocutor noted that this is better than the stupid sons of baronial families. These words really warmed up the guy quite a lot, and the facial expressions on his face changed. So he took his wand and prepared to use the magic, remarked that they were scoundrels, and how dare they insult a nobleman. As a result, they will immediately answer for their words. The guy paid attention to him and looked closely, and then he said that he should still try to do it. The baron's son asked what he meant. The interlocutor, in turn, began to go down and said that he said to try, and then they would see what would happen if he attacked right here. As a result, he doubts that the academy will turn a blind eye to this just because of his status. Did he really not even bother to read the rules before joining? Before raising his voice, it's better to let him look around, and there he can see that they even have observers. The aristocrat immediately turned his attention there and saw several guys looking and whispering to each other. He, of course, did not like this situation, and he told his interlocutor to look around later. Then this man left, and the student with glasses finally exhaled with ease. After that, he turned to the guy who came up to him and thanked him for his help. His name is Adrian. In response to this, the interlocutor also introduced himself and said that his name is Leo. Don't thank him, because he was simply infuriated that he was boasting of his status. Adrian was happy and said that this was such a good guy in front of him, but he got a little angry and asked if he had heard what he said before. He noticed that he was leaving then anyway. The man with glasses noticed that he was leaving with him, and Leo replied that he didn't even know where he was going now. The student asked if he understood correctly that this was a chemistry textbook in his hands, and he was also taking a class on alchemy. Leo paid attention to him and then told him to do as he knows. Then he said that in any case he shouldn't be so obvious. The interlocutor asked in surprise what he was talking about. The guy noticed that he was talking about the fact that he was a hillbilly, a commoner, and that he could not study magic normally. Adrian asked if it was really so obvious, because he didn't know it. The comrade replied that he still needed to find out how everything was built at Ceoren Academy, especially the second-year students, among whom there are those who have a strong position in society. Firstly, now we are talking about Flora Loomis, who is a second-year student. The guy asked if he was really talking about the one who spoke in front of the class. He noticed that this one is true, and heard that she is not a gift, so he should not approach her, according to rumors. The previous professor of the theory and practice of spells quit, and all this happened due to the fault of this particular girl. Secondly, you should pay attention to the native of the noble family of the Ecclesian Empire, the third princess, Adriana van Exilian. Such a commoner as they are, it will not be good if they somehow offend a person of royal blood. The bespectacled man noted that it seemed that he understood who he was talking about. Just recently he saw her at a lecture. Leo said that the third student who leads the most famous second-year company, consisting of nobles. We are talking about Jonathan Wolberg. The interlocutor asked if it was really this family, which is one of the three most noble ducal families. The guy replied that everything is correct. For them, they are midges, so it is worth staying away from him. And fortunately, it seems that he does not visit this subject, by the way. That scoundrel is precisely in their company. But he managed to piss him off. Adrian said that there was nothing to be done, and whether there was anyone else. Leo said that he could not understand whether he was brave or stupid. There were several more students, but he is going to talk about these people along the way. The bespectacled man said that this is great, and if he would like to have lunch together, the guy asked in surprise what he would want. Somewhere at the same time, Machiavelli walked along the corridors of the academy where he taught. On the way, he thought about the situation that happened. It was his first lecture in his life. Thinking about it like that, their reaction was better than he had previously imagined, but he didn't expect it. The time in this world corresponds to about the 19th century on Earth, so even if we take into account the presence of magical powers, science here is not so advanced. After all, in his world at that time it was the 21st century, and it was better, so he created the source code through a combination of magic and also science. He, in turn, really didn't think that it was their parasite so much. When his teacher saw this development, he said that it was not bad. The man was short enough, so the hero expected something similar from the students. The process of creating a spell should be fast and precise, but it is complicated, and also still limited to the third-rank Machiavelli. Can't teach them just the source code, so you need to prepare more spells to avoid being exposed. He approached some office, near which there was an inscription, and wondered if this was really his office. Having summoned up a little courage to make sure of this, he pulled the handle and opened the door. When the guy opened it, he saw that the rector of this university was standing right in front of the window, and she also paid attention to him. As always, she smiled and then said that Professor Ludger was coming inside. At the same time, she was interested in how his office was and the beautiful leaves from the interview. The hero was confused at the same time. After a while, they talked to each other, and the woman said that each professor in the academy has a private space. That's why he can use this place at his discretion. Machiavelli said that he understood everything that brought her here. The rector asked if she really couldn't be here, and the interlocutor replied that he was simply interested in the reason for her visit. After all, to be honest, she confused him with her appearance. The woman said that she just came to check how their dear professor was doing, and he was quite frank. But being the director, she is still obliged to keep an eye on them. After these words, she glanced at him. The main character, in turn, slowly lowered his gaze downwards and thought that when their eyes met, he felt a tingling sensation in his body. The rector said indignantly that he was so calm, and she thought that he hoped. Roger said that he was sorry, but his portion was surprised and overflowing for today. At the same time, I thought that stumbling upon a ghost at night would not be so unexpected. It was not at all clear why the hell she was making a company in her office. The interlocutor continued to say that for other professors, her appearance was really sudden, but he was the last one she visited. Machiavelli thought, did she really come, and not just to him? And in that case, then why did she leave him for last? Of course, there's a pretty good chance that maybe she knows something. At the same time, no matter how well the organization hides, she is, after all, the rector of the academy. So most likely, suspicious details will definitely not go unnoticed for her. Thoughts appeared in her head about whether she suddenly suspected him of something. But this was definitely dishonest, even though he was in charge of a secret organization. But he didn't work for them. The rector said that she recently heard that he invited first-year students to his lectures, and the hero replied that everything was correct, because he does not divide students into courses. The interlocutor stated that she, in turn, does not accuse him of anything, and in fact, agrees with his teaching methods. Among the new students, there are actually strong guys, and there are also students who use unique magic. The guy asked if it was true that he had just received the list. The woman said that in any case, the princess attends his classes, so let him try not to get into trouble. She does not ask for special treatment. It just won't be easy to resolve the situation. If something bad happens, she places more hope on Professor Ludger. The hero wondered what kind of thing the princess was. The interlocutor also congratulated him on the successful conduct of the first lesson. She would not worry anymore, because the students had a good impression of him. The hero, in turn, offered her tea. The rector smiled sweetly and said that she thanked him and also appreciated his hospitality. She had business ahead of her. And then she wished him successful work and slowly left the office, closing the door behind her. There another professor was waiting for her, who asked how their conversation went. He, in turn, wondered whether Mr. Ludger could still be trusted. Elizabeth replied that, to be honest, she didn't even know about it. So it turns out that she usually watches those who cause the most suspicion, but for some reason she can't say this for sure about Professor Ludger. Willow was a little surprised and noticed that this was really so, but if Madame Rector got down to business, it means that everything will soon be resolved. The woman smiled when she heard these words and said that she hoped so. She, in turn, could not even think that this man would not even flinch when he saw her. He had already encountered her enchanting gaze several times. Of course, Elizabeth understood that if he really was a fourth-rank magician, he would have succumbed to him. But the fact that the professor did not react at all was strange. In the end, this all means that he held out only thanks to his own willpower. But if this is so, then for her this is a rather interesting man. There is also that terrorist attack on the train. Knowing that some secret group is operating in Ceoren's Academy, she must be attentive to even the most insignificant details. So what if it turns out that the incident was just a ruse, and the stranger took advantage of the reigning chaos in order to take the place of the real Ludger? After some thought, She turned her attention to Wilfred and asked what she thought about it. The old man, in response to this, just smiled and said that he didn't even know, but in any case he was sure that he was an unusual young man. It is this information that his old gut tells him. The rector said that it never lets him down. She, in turn, is not at all sure whether she can trust Roger's words, so she's going to watch him a little more. After talking with the woman, the main character continued to sit in his office and moved away from her gaze. He was confused and thought that the devil would rather have such personal meetings, and she was clearly interrogating him. Although if you think about it like that, then none of this matters, because he didn't do anything that she could accuse him of, so he'll just continue to do his own thing without attracting attention. Machiavelli looked carefully at the list of students that was handed to him. He saw a familiar face and decided that if he thought about it, the Lumos family was the most influential noble family. Then I wondered if he would accidentally get into trouble due to recent events. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided what he needed to do exactly. Most likely Flora should not have taken his words to heart. He even gave extra points. So this was a sign of reconciliation between them, by the way. The rector noted that he got many wonderful students, and this already begins only with the freshmen. After all, it was for this person that the magic tower vouched for, ending with the princess of the Exilian Empire. Finally, he found the man and wondered if the rector was talking about this guy practicing unique magic. Machiavelli immediately thought that he had already seen him somewhere, and this is definitely true. But he decided not to dwell too much on it, because perhaps he would remember a little later. So he continued to scroll through the list of groups, as well as students. And when he looked at it completely, he decided that he still needed to be on alert. Judging by Elizabeth's searing gaze, she still didn't trust him at all. Then doubts arose that perhaps he should stick with a secret organization because that unfamiliar girl called him the First Order. She, in turn, must have definitely seen Roger's face when he boarded the train, which all means that the change in appearance was not unexpected for her. Therefore, if the real Roger was an expert in camouflage and infiltration, then he must do this too. Although he began to nod his head and think that this is not so, because he knows how it will all end if he is really caught, and there is no guarantee that the secret organization will protect him. As a result, now the guy must remain a professor and do only everything in his power. Suddenly he heard a strong knock on the door and asked who was there. Then I went out the door to see who had come. There was a man there to greet Mr. Roger and say that he had come to give him this. Machiavelli asked if he understood correctly that this was the round schedule. The interlocutor noted that he had heard everything correctly, and today was his turn. The hero thought that it seems that the contract actually mentioned this, and the one who brought it said that his authority was over, and he would go. The professor thought that there would most likely be nothing complicated in this schedule. After some time, evening had already come, and there were still students in one of the buildings. There, some of them practiced driving on training dummies. One of the aristocrats got angry and asked what her interlocutor was saying. Let her repeat it all. And she replied that she really had the right to stay here, because this particular place was intended for public use. In this case, if something doesn't suit her, why not leave her from here? The aristocrat was amazed by this and asked how such an uncouth commoner like her could even dare to be insolent. The girl replied that in Ceoren's Academy, everyone is equal to each other, regardless of status or origin. Did she really not even know about it? The interlocutor smiled slyly and said that they say that so that she and others like her do not feel deprived. The guy behind said that commoners are so stupid. These insects are actually trying to crawl even higher. The girl heard all these ridicule of herself and no longer responded. Then she realized, sadly enough, that she wouldn't say they wouldn't listen to her. The aristocrat interrupted her thoughts and said, if she understood everything, then let her beg her to forgive her for her behavior. But the interlocutor turned in the other direction. The students began to say that the commoner was leaving Lady Dynama, and it is unclear why she stood her ground so stubbornly. She knew that everything would end like this. The aristocrat got angry and wondered if the baker really decided to ignore her words. Then she squeezed her wand in her hands and told her that she was a mongrel. It was not clear to her whether we were really thinking of leaving her. When the girl said this, she immediately directed her magic in the direction. She began to spread around the area and flew straight towards her interlocutor. The students were amazed by what happened and asked her what she was doing. The girl who was trying to leave turned around because she heard people shouting at her, and when she saw the magic spell that was already next to her, she realized that she would not have time to dodge. Therefore, she immediately began to scream, but after a few moments the magic collided with another, and because of this, it dissipated. The attack was actually unsuccessful, as it was struck by another spell. After seeing this, the aristocrat immediately became angry and asked who it was, who was even brave enough to decide to fight her. The guy who was upstairs asked why they weren't doing this, and were they really fighting in a hall intended for training. Although what is happening right now before his eyes in battles cannot be called. The school year in turn has just begun, and they have already managed to run into trouble. What a disrespectful attitude towards Ceoren Academy this is. The girl who was attacked asked if it was Mr. Ludger. The hero began to descend using magic and said that he wanted to limit himself to a warning, but it turns out that it was a one-sided attack. When the aristocrat heard this, she asked what exactly the problem was. After all this was necessary in order to protect the honor of her family. The professor asked what other honor it was, since all students at Ceoren Academy are equal. Right now it doesn't matter how noble her bloodline is, so he in turn simply cannot turn a blind eye to such actions. Machiavelli turned in the other direction and told her to follow him now. The girl he was talking to became very angry when she heard such an appeal to herself. So she looked at his back and said that he was just an insignificant fallen nobleman and nothing more. Of course, after a few moments she realized what she said and how it could come back to her, but it was too late. The students who had only recently defended her were now amazed and asked what she was doing. Also, the girl who was attacked was struck. For several moments, the main character stood silently, pondering the situation that had just happened. Immediately after that, he turned around and looked at the aristocrat with a cold gaze, while asking what she had just said. That girl felt a rather piercing gaze on herself, and the enormous power that came from the person in front. When the professor did not hear an answer to his question, he told her to repeat what she had said before. The aristocrat, like the others, was very frightened when all this happened, and she could not even say a word. The student lost her head because she understood that she should not say anything, and soon saw the other and the professor in front of her. He came close enough and asked if he understood correctly that she called him an insignificant fallen nobleman. One of the students called Professor Selena and said that they were there. The woman quickly ran up there and saw that a conflict was happening. In addition, the main character, after coming closer, immediately raised his hand, as if it seemed that he wanted to hit her. Everyone was immediately wary about this, but in the end he simply pointed his hand at his student's shoulder. And then he stated that she was completely right when she said this statement to him. Of course, the aristocrat became wary and asked what he was saying. The professor, in response to this, noted that he really is a fallen nobleman, and she correctly noticed, however, they are in the academy, and he manifests himself as a professor. In this case, it turns out that she is questioning his authority. Then he asked if he understood this correctly. The girl did not answer anything, because she understood that she was to blame for this situation. Machiavelli continued to say that, however, she had just arrived here. In any case, it would probably not be easy for her to get used to the new environment. So despite everything that happened, they will consider that she was spoken, and he will let her go this time. But of course they will receive a disciplinary statement, because she behaved rudely towards her classmate. Then he turned to Renee and asked if she was injured. The girl replied that everything was fine. The professor remarked that this was wonderful, but even then he would leave them to Professor Selena. The woman replied that of course he could do this. After the words were spoken, the hero turned in the other direction and walked in an unknown direction, and all the students looked in his direction. Renee wondered if Mr. Roger actually knew his name and remembered that she went to his classes. But in reality, she is an ordinary commoner who does not stand out among other students. Remembering the situation, she remembered the words of this man, who said that everyone in the academy is equal. This situation was truly amazing, but on the other hand, it was quite pleasant. So in reality, it turns out that he is not such a bad person as he seemed at first glance. Now she feels that she can trust him and follow his example, so she will learn even better this way. The weather was quite good outside, and the main character went out there to get some air. He came to one of the benches that was in the vicinity, and immediately grabbed his head because he felt a sharp pain. Something strange began to happen in his mind, and he heard some sounds, and it really bothered him. After a while, when he could not bear the pain, he immediately reached for his inner pocket. Before he had yet to take the medicine, the situation really only began to worsen, and consciousness was almost lost. Soon he continued to hold his head, but he felt that he seemed to feel better. At that moment it was completely unclear what he would do without these pills. It was also unclear why this whole situation and commotion happened just now, because it turns out that he almost showed his weak side in front of the students. His symptoms appeared immediately after he entered the first training ground, but then he could still control it. And at the same time, when he felt much worse, he was about to leave, when that girl began to lie louder and louder, so he could not help but intervene. He in turn hopes that he did a good job. His face was probably in complete chaos, and he probably didn't look very good. He had in his hands the last bottle of medicine that he could drink, in which case he could hold out for another 5 days. Even so, he would most likely have to use magic. Because if you think about it, taking a prescription to a pharmacy can be quite dangerous. Just because of that, he needs to contact that guy as soon as possible. After a short period of time, a new working day arrived, and the main character was already at the academy. He sat at a table with other teachers, and asked if he heard the woman correctly who was talking about a werewolf. The woman smiled and said that he heard everything correctly, because it was definitely a werewolf. It turns out that students say that last night they saw a dark figure in the city, and she was sitting right on the roof of one of the buildings. Machiavelli, in response to this information, said that it sounded like a city tale about a ghost. Selena asked if he really thought so. After all, it turns out that there are even witnesses to his appearance on the territory of Theon's academy. Mr. Roger asked if this is true. The interlocutor replied, "Of course, all this is true. It could have been something else, but it was probably a werewolf." It is not surprising to encounter such an unusual phenomenon in the magical environment of the academy. At the same time, it turns out that there are even stories about the 7 ghosts of Theon. The guy asked if there really was such a thing, but Selena said that he hadn't even heard of them, it turns out. The hero said that she probably knows a lot of stories about ghosts. The interlocutor asked not to think that she was specifically looking for information about the supernatural. She just wanted to find discussion topics that would be interesting to the students. So she did a little research and didn't get carried away with such things. The hero thought that it was just a compliment and said that he understood. So let her calm down. The interlocutor said that this was really not so, and let her understand it. Another teacher joined the conversation and told Professor Ludger that she had heard him demonstrate an unusual technique in the first lesson. In the end, he created something innovative, an accelerated process of creating a spell. And what is its name? Sylvia added that it is called the source code. The rest of those present heard her scream and immediately turned their attention there. The woman was embarrassed when this happened, and her interlocutor said that this was exactly so, and whether it was true or not, Machiavelli replied that he took it to be true. Matilda was surprised and said that it was really possible then, but they could not believe that such a spell really existed. The teachers, in turn, all looked at these people in surprise and whispered something to each other, and immediately. Naturally, the main character paid attention to them, but continued to look in surprise. The interlocutor told the guy what he was doing was that everyone wants to know the secret of Professor Roger's magic, and rumors spread quickly. The hero asked if they really wanted to know his secret, and immediately drew attention to the rest of the people. The woman asked if he was sure he could tell the secret. "Well, in such a place this is unique magic," Sylvia said. "Of course the magic tower could issue them a patent." The professor noted that he was not interested. "I also thought that it was really better for him not to interrogate any patents, because if he lets down his guard, it's easy to get a knife in the back. But until the magic tower contacts him, the other professors are already actively burning him with their glances." The hero saw that this was Chris Benamor, and with such a look he could definitely kill. Then he wondered what it meant before that they had told him about the werewolf. After some time, night fell in the city in which they were on the panel. At the same time, Machiavelli was not at home, but wandered around the neighborhood and thought that it was already late. "I thought that maybe, of course, he should walk around and look for that creature. When she thought about it, someone was already behind you." It turned out that this was exactly the creature that he had been looking for all this time, namely a werewolf. The monster saw a man who had his back to him and, without hesitation, immediately attacked him. Machiavelli, in turn, felt that someone was attacking him and easily returned from the claws at the last moment. After that, without thinking for a second, the same one swung his leg to attack. This same opponent, who was the first to start a fight, was thrown aside. Next, the professor approached that creature and said that he was wondering where they were wearing it, and he, in turn, means you were waiting to pull off a similar trick. The monster understood that he was in a bad situation and said that so much time had already passed, so he really couldn't even pretend that he was surprised. Then he began to get up and said that it had not been a long time since he had seen his elder. And the main character also smiled and said that it was so long ago and called the interlocutor Hans. Of course, it turns out he's still causing trouble, so I wonder what he's done this time. Hans, in turn, asked if this man really thought that he would like it to turn out this way. He, in turn, did not expect that the dog, which was sitting in the woman's arms a second ago, would suddenly jump and rush towards him. The hero smiled and said that this was a rather funny situation. The beast got angry when he heard and saw this and said, "Is it really funny to him?" But of course it is, because he was not in his place and it seems that someone cursed him. It turns out that Hans is a human, but he has one peculiarity. As soon as an animal bites him, he immediately takes on its gene and turns into this animal. Whether he wants it or not, it still happens. The man asked so much that in the end, whether he brought the antidote or not, the hero took out a syringe and said that it was here. The interlocutor immediately gave himself an injection and thanked him for it, because he could not remain in this form for a long time. After some time, this antidote worked, and he slowly began to turn into a human again. Then she said that if Machiavelli had not come, he would have had to suffer for several more days. The guy said that it reminded him of the day they met. Then he received an order to catch a cryptid, and he was very surprised when he saw an overgrown chihuahua in front of him. Hans said that thank God. Then he settled everything. It turns out that otherwise he would have been finished. The hero interrupted him and said that now his name is Ludger Cherish. The interlocutor replied that he remembers, because he wrote to him about it. Machiavelli, after all, became a professor at Ceoren Academy, and then asked when he managed to change his personality, and why they met in Lyrisvelk, and not in the capital. It was not clear what happened, and so the main character told the whole story. The interlocutor smiled after that and said that he was simply incredible. If he were in his place, it would have given itself away immediately. It is unclear how this man even got out of such a situation. Roger said that it was a matter of life and death. Therefore, he can say that he had no choice. Hans asked if this Roger really turned out to be a member of a secret organization. The hero replied that he understood correctly. They called him the First Order and asked him to stop, because it wasn't funny at all. The interlocutor looked thoughtful, and the guy asked if this really told him something. The comrade in response to this said that he had definitely heard about him. Recently some guys came to the underworld and the Order was pursuing them. After Machiavelli heard this, he said that he was sure that it was them. Now he was quite interested in what the name of their company was then. Hans replied that if he remembers correctly, it was called Black Dawn. He said that perhaps his comrade was really lucky to survive. But one mistake, and he would give himself away right away. The hero replied that this was true, and he needed to be well prepared. Speaking of which, did his acquaintance bring the suitcase from whom he asked for it? The interlocutor handed it to him, and said that here it was. The hero asked if he looked at what was in it. The werewolf replied that they were not crazy enough to rummage through his things, and even if he wanted to, he still could not open it. The guy said that Sheridan was probably still waiting for him, and that he should convey his apologies to him. The interlocutor noted, "Who knew that something like this would happen? There is nothing to apologize for." Machiavelli asked if he needed medicine in the fight, then why his comrade in the letter asked to wait 2 whole days and why they didn't meet immediately. The interlocutor was surprised and did not ask what she was saying, because he did not understand at all what she was talking about. Roger said in what sense the day before yesterday he heard a rumor about the appearance of a werewolf. Hans noted that he arrived in Leatherwelk only today. In that case, why would he wait 2 whole days for them to talk? After these words, an awkward pause hung between them. But after a few moments, the attention of these people was attracted by a sound, and it was the same werewolf they were talking about. The interlocutor was dumbfounded and turned to the elder, asking what it was. Korosh, in turn, also drew attention to that same creature and said that he thought correctly. And so it turns out that that very real werewolf appears upstairs on the roof of one of the buildings. The creature sat there, making strange sounds and looking up. Hans said that it was just horror, and could it really exist? In any case, it seems that he did not notice them, and he needs to get out of here. Machiavelli noted that this is not so, and he will notice if they move. He thinks he is now out hunting. After a few moments, he turned his attention to the monster and saw a minor detail that caught his attention. Namely, it was that there was some kind of trinket hanging on the werewolf's neck that was familiar to him. His friend asked what it was, and then he saw it. The professor told him that he had to check something right now. The younger one asked how to check it. Was he really going to come closer? And Roger noticed that there was something sparkling on his neck, and they probably put this very thing on him on purpose. Hans asked, "But who would do something like that?" The hero reloaded his weapon and said that they don't know him now. The interlocutor, after noticing this, said that he had not seen this man shoot for a long time. The last time it was when he was hunting cryptids. But it turns out that he had a different personality then. But now it was not clear what his name was. Machiavelli replied that his name was Van Helsing, or to be more precise, Abraham Van Helsing. A few moments later, the monster heard a sound coming from below. Immediately he turned his attention there and saw that there was a man there. Naturally, both homelands were looking for their teeth, because this was exactly what he needed. Without even thinking, the creature immediately jumped from the place in which she had been sitting all this time. And Machiavelli noticed how a monster appeared near him after a while. The werewolf raised his head, and it was clear that he intended to kill him now. The hero looked forward and realized that, as he had thought before, something was holding this creature's neck. Naturally, he only had questions about this, but he would get answers as soon as he captured this monster. The opponent began to act like a wolf, and after that he rushed to attack the man, but he managed to return. Machiavelli used his magical technique, and therefore a circle appeared under his feet. This is how he used his peculiarity to dodge the attacks of a creature that wanted to tear him into pieces. But it so happened that he soon hit a wall and there was nowhere to go. The werewolf noticed that he had cornered his victim and rushed to attack because he thought he had already won. The main character did not even intend to leave there and continued to stand with a relaxed face. Before he was attacked, a sly grin even appeared on his face. And those magic circles that turned out to be traps worked at the same time. The creature was amazed and immediately raised its head up and began screaming in pain. and literally soon the werewolf could not stay on his feet and immediately fell on his back. Something terrible was happening in my consciousness, and incomprehensible sounds were heard that literally tore my head. At the same time, Hans was somewhere on the sidelines and wondered why the werewolf suddenly began to behave this way, whether it was possible that he had eaten something wrong. The main character answered the question, which he did not hear, that the ultrasonic signal sent to him is unacceptable to the human ear, so you creatures are now having a headache. As a result, he won't even need an expensive silver bullet in this situation. Machiavelli took a syringe out of his pocket and said that now they won't even look where this creature came from. Suddenly he heard some strange sounds from several directions, and so he immediately listened. Someone was saying that he should run here, because the sound was coming from this direction. In the end, it was necessary to do all this quickly in order to catch up with these people. The hero wondered if these police were really there, and why they didn't appear right now. While Machiavelli was distracted by people who were nearby, the monster got its bearings and jumped up. The guy noticed that his victim was leaving him and realized that he shouldn't just leave it like that. So he used his left hand, which had a hook inside it. The hero released it directly onto the wall in order to catch on and rise up. When he was in the sky, the werewolves continued to run away, because they did not want to encounter this man anymore. But Machiavelli could no longer be stopped, because he headed towards him and said that he would not let him go. "He is one of the policemen," shouted to the others to look, because there is someone on the roof, and the other told them to detain anyone who arouses suspicion. At the same time, the main character was on the roof, catching up with the werewolf. He ran as fast as he could, but the creature that had previously tried to attack him was now running away. The werewolf did not stop, and after a few moments jumped far enough. Never did this. You immediately stopped, because you thought that the hero would not catch up with him. But this was not so, because Machiavelli jumped onto the same train on which this creature was located. The moment the guy landed, he said that he only wanted to pacify him before that. But it turns out that right now he simply doesn't leave him any other choice. Therefore, the professor used his power, and a moment later a shuriken appeared in his hand with which he was about to fight. The werewolf realized that they could not avoid a collision with each other and rushed to attack him. And the main character also understood this very well, so he threw the weapon that he had in his hands forward. The creature dodged it easily enough and continued moving forward. So it could be said that now they will face each other in a duel. Shuriken, in turn, which had recently flown in the other direction, returned back. Literally, the last moments of the monster noticed this attack and still managed to dodge before it hit him. The professor caught the weapon in his hands and then said that he had a really good reaction, but he just wanted to finish off his opponent with one blow. But it didn't work out. At the same time, when Machiavelli said this, he extended the cane that was in his hands forward and used the magic. The force he sent forward amazed the monster, because he did not have time to turn away from it. The hero was not going to stop and twisted his weapon in different directions, manipulating this force. So she started spinning chaotically around the area and flew up. Then she went back and quite powerfully hit the monster right on the head, of course. This was not enough to kill him. Sir Roger understood this very well, and therefore rushed to the attack immediately after the indirect blow. The opponent saw this swift attack and immediately jumped back, because he was afraid of its power. But even so, he could not dodge the unexpected shuriken attack that the hero threw. So, because of the pain that this beast felt, he screamed pitifully. The guy at that very moment was at the top and was ready to attack the corner. But then, when he swung and tried to hit the werewolf, he grabbed the weapon with his teeth. In the end, it turned out that it was a completely unusual cane, and inside it there was a blade, which the guy pulled out. When he did this, he immediately took advantage of the manipulation and turned his back to his opponent. And after actually freeing himself from his guardianship, he tried to strike again. Subsequently, the beast was only convinced by how the horseradish was very close to him and reflected in his eyes. A few moments after the incident, The creature's head flew off due to Machiavelli's amazingly fast attack. In a slightly different place along the road, a friend of the protagonist was running, who was hastily trying to escape. He walked along the road and said to himself, "He didn't get caught. The eldest said that he wanted to grab the defense of the day. So where the hell is he anyway?" While the guy was heading into the period and thinking about it, after a few moments he turned his attention to the side. Out of nowhere, the head of a werewolf appeared, which fell right in front of his feet and scared him. Following her, the main character appeared, who asked how it was for him. The comrade said, "Damn him and let him warn him next time, because he almost dropped the suitcase." Hans looked at the head of the creature and asked if it was a werewolf, which we have not encountered. Let him not tell him that he is going to leave him here. Machiavelli said that he studied what he wanted, so yes, he doesn't need him now. The guy asked what he was saying, and then why did he bring his head? The comrade came closer and noticed that it was because he wanted to surprise him. Hans noticed that he decided to repay him this way, probably. Unlike him, the guy succeeded, and this is not fair. Roger said that it turned out that you are not a real cryptid, therefore, who created him artificially. The hero thinks that they should still do what they planned before. The guy asked if he really meant that. Machiavelli replied that they should settle somewhere here, because in Lezervelka it is much better than in the capital itself, and besides, it will be to their advantage. Since he needed to stay here for some time, Hans asked if he wanted to stay in the city where the secret organization operates and Ceoren's Academy is located. They also conduct crazy experiments and operate street gangs. The guy replied that that is why this is the most suitable place, because they will get lost in this chaos. Let him just collect all the necessary information. The comrade asked if he wanted him to do this alone. The hero answered his capabilities. The limited ones are watching him. He needs to keep him informed, and then he will make his move. Hans replied that he understood him, and somehow he is a professional in this matter. The hero thought that he cannot wait until the situation resolves itself. But doesn't he have the opportunity to immediately begin to act? First, he needs to do at least this. Namely, at a minimum, acquire advisors and unexpectedly meet a werewolf in this era. The pendant on him suggests that he was an experimental sample. So the guy thinks it was an unusual experiment. In the end, he figured out the werewolf and hopes he won't get into trouble anymore. The headlines are threatening. The news has spread that unidentified murders continue to operate in Laserwelk. 5 murders were committed last Sunday. As a result of these actions, there are about 10 victims in total. The identity of the perpetrator has not yet been revealed, but witnesses claim that they saw a terrible beast with black fur. According to the police themselves, this was a crazy killer, whom they would soon find and also arrest. The hero read this and said that the townspeople were worried. Machiavelli thought that if we talk about Sunday, then this cannot be, because he got rid of the werewolf's body on Saturday. Is it really possible in this case that there are still werewolves? The guy's thoughts were interrupted by a magic ball that stood to the side and began to glow. After some time, there were meetings of teachers and professors at the academy. Selena noticed Professor Ludger and asked to sit next to her. The teachers whispered whether this was really the same Roger Solici. Someone said they heard he had invented an amazing spell, and that's probably true. But isn't he a fallen noble? At least that's what it seems like. When Machiavelli sat down in his seat, the woman asked if he had already heard the news. It turns out that last night 2 freshmen were attacked. Of course, fortunately, they survived, but they still received serious injuries, and as if left by the claws of an animal, when they woke up, the students replied that it was a terrible beast. Selena thinks that the rumors that appeared last week are indeed true, and that there are victims in Leatherwalk too. One of the women interrupted the teacher's conversations and said that Madame Rector had come, and therefore asked for silence and to talk less. The interlocutor noted to the main character that this woman is a professor of pharmacology, Mrs. Marisa. She's been teaching at the academy for 20 years. Machiavelli replied that he was not understood, and a few minutes later the door opened and the rector entered. Now she was not as cheerful as before, and said that she had called them all to this urgent meeting to make an announcement. So it turns out that a criminal had appeared at Ceoren Academy. Of course, they don't yet know who is responsible for this, but there are witnesses who claim that it was a cryptid, and if we talk about this, then we are talking about a werewolf. One of the professors stood up and told the lady that it couldn't be a werewolf. Rather, it was some kind of mistake. And what else could it be, a cryptid? Elizabeth drew attention to him and asked if Professor Hugo had anything to say about this. The old man responded to this by saying that their academy was still under the protection of the Empire. That's why he doesn't understand at all where such a creature would come from, so they shouldn't believe the students' stupid stories about Theon's ghosts. The rector said to this person, "Didn't she say that they have 2 casualties at the moment?" Hugo replied that he had heard her perfectly well before, which is why he says that he does not believe that a werewolf is behind all this. Both victims are from noble families. Elizabeth, after hearing this, immediately turned her gaze to her interlocutor. The old man continued to say rather impudently that he thought one of the academy students did it, and that we were talking about a commoner. The woman looked at him angrily again and asked what he was saying. The teacher, in turn, asked whether the rector thought that this was the work of commoners. Otherwise, why, of all the students, only the nobles suffered? And does she really think that some kind of werewolf could have done this? It sounds much more plausible that someone impersonated the creature. The rest of the teachers, who were from noble families, immediately began to discuss this and condemn those of lower status. Machiavelli listened carefully to what was happening and thought that it seemed to him that the Black Dawn would be at a disadvantage, and apparently he was mistaken. Still, now there is incitement of the people at a time when they need to unite. Most likely, this is how the best academy on this continent comes out of this situation. While the main character was sitting and thinking about this situation, he felt something land on his shoulder. Naturally, he felt it and noticed it. Then he wondered if it was a bug. Of course, this attracted his attention, because he realized that most likely this was a message from someone. So I immediately took this bug off my shoulder and began to carefully examine it. As a result, it was possible to establish that there was some kind of message there, which was written in fairly small print. It was difficult to read this information, but Machiavelli succeeded. It was written that 3 experimental subjects escaped. If they cannot be captured, we must be eliminated immediately. After all, they are the ones who pose a threat to the disclosure of this guy's identity. After reading the information naturally, he became very angry and immediately clenched his fist aggressively. The professor tried not to show it, but in his heart he was in despair, and wondered why he needed all these tests in the first place. Selina noticed that something had happened and asked Roger if he was unwell. He tried to pretend that everything was fine and said that everything was fine. But I wondered what it means that this whole situation is directly related to the Black Dawn. Apparently, they also did not expect something like this to happen. In fact, it is good that their position has been shaken, but the hero cannot allow himself to be declassified. But in this case, you simply cannot sit like this with your hands folded, and in this situation, the hero must get to the test subjects before Theon. After all, if he is caught, then everything will come to an end. Elizabeth remarked to Professor Hugo that he has every right to express his opinion, but let him concentrate on his work. The man asked if she would tighten security. The woman replied that that was true, and that he should tell the students not to leave their rooms late at night. It also allows demerit points to be given as punishment, and that is her decree. The teacher said it was good, and they understood everything. The rector said that in that case it's great, and then they will end there, so they wish everyone a good job. The professors began to disperse and discuss this situation. After some time, the main character did not sit still and walked around the surroundings of the academy. And when he walked through the next place, he immediately stopped, because he felt something behind his back. There was a man hiding behind a tree, so he told him to stop hiding and come out. It turned out that it was a girl who was watching the main character and was wary. Machiavelli turned his attention there and saw a student passing by whose lecture he was teaching. She looked scared or depressed, so she was worried about what she would say now. The main character noticed her and wondered if this was the same girl who called him the First Order when they first met. Well, now it turns out that she is posing as a student, and this is quite strange. To clarify this situation, the guy asked what was going on. The girl immediately became distracted and could not put together a few words. Sir Roger noticed that she was worried and said that they would find a quieter place, so let her follow him. The interlocutor agreed to this. The professor asked if she wanted to have coffee. The student was surprised and asked what he was saying. But as a result of this conversation, they still headed to the cafeteria. There they sat together opposite each other and tried to discuss something. The main character asked what her name was, and the girl responded by saying that she was Sylvia Roshan. The professor said that he thought she used a pseudonym after all in order to hide her real identity, so she was interested in what her real name was. The young interlocutor, of course, was confused by this, but stated that this was her real name. Machiavelli was surprised and wondered if this really meant that this was not her pseudonym. Then he noticed that if she still has something to tell him, then let him start talking. The student turned her attention to the side and said that there were other people here. And the guy replied that he, in turn, cast a spell so that no one would hear them outside of this magic circle. She said that this was expected of the First Order. Sir Roger asked that she no longer call him First Order and refer to him as a professor. She asked what he was saying because it was disrespectful to him. Machiavelli replied that this was an order, and whether she understood that this should not reach other people's ears. The girl lowered her gaze and said that she understood everything and obeyed him. The hero noted that now we should talk about the matter, and let her describe the current situation to him. The interlocutor noted that she would do everything now. It turns out that behind the recent events related to the werewolf, there are their daughter groups who are conducting experiments on cryptids using black magic and the teachings of Shamsis. The School of Shamsis is a group of scientists expelled from society for conducting prohibited experiments. It does not know what the essence of their research was, but the experimental subjects escaped. They ended up escaping through the sewers and causing gruesome murders at Ceoren's Academy. The interlocutor then apologized and noted that she was talking too much, but the hero said that this was not so and everything was fine, so let him continue. Sylvia is well aware that Shamsis's school is responsible, but tells Roger's professor that he was asked to look into this, which is why she is here. Another order, Victor Dreadful, allowed him to borrow this name. The hero said that he did it, but did not think that everything would turn out like this. I thought that if we talk about this person, we need to remember this name. The girl said that the situation was out of control, so they should solve it as soon as possible. It is necessary to eliminate 3 objects, so you should try. The guy said that not 3, but 2, and so that the interlocutor would understand what he completed the token about. Sylvia realized what it was and asked where he found it. Machiavelli replied that 2 days ago, he came across one of the werewolves in Laserwell. She said that he was simply amazing. The hero thought that she contacted him while maintaining cover and did not arouse anyone's suspicions. It is not clear why such a talented girl is still a member of the Third Order. In general, what if she was left with no choice? Perhaps the girl is from a noble family and is unlikely to be an antisocial organization that treats nobles well. She is probably playing the role of a puppet, which was used by someone who was thrown out of the organization. He recently realized what a precarious position Theon is in. Now he knows that the balance of the Black Dawn is also disturbed, and it is because of this that Sylvia will be able to somehow help him in this situation. Machiavelli noticed that she said that they didn't escape through the sewer, which means she needs to be searched, in which case, doesn't the Academy have this information? The girl replied that she understood everything correctly, but she did not know how long they would remain in the dark. The professor rose from his seat and said that he understood everything. Then, using his power, he said that he thanked her for contacting him, and they would see each other later, if possible. The girl hesitated and told Professor Ludger that it was so, and he turned to her and said that there was something else. It turns out that I was able to explain it much better. He was glad to listen and hopes their next meeting will be just as successful. Then he simply left, and the interlocutor did not say anything, but it was clear that she liked this information. Sylvia sat quite embarrassed and could not squeeze out even a few words. And when the professor had already left, she was still able to say words of gratitude, but it was too late. The girl continued to sit in the cafe with her head down, and from the side someone was looking out the window at them. It turns out that it was another student from the academy. She wondered what you felt, but is that really what she thinks? When I noticed the teacher, I immediately wondered if this was magic. In the end, even if she was right, why he used the spell there, it was unclear what the hell those two were even talking about. Some time passed after the incident, and most of the students were sitting in the classroom where the lesson was taking place. Flora was also there, but she did not listen to the professor at all, since her head was only thinking about what those two had discussed recently. There were thoughts that, judging by the color of the magic field that she saw then in the cafe, she could confidently say that it was a sound-blocking spell. The magical trace is still almost imperceptible to the receptors of ordinary people, but why was this spell made, and what secret could they be talking about there? The teacher closed her textbook and said that that's all for today. The rumors that are circulating around the academy are true, so let them walk around the campus too late. If they break the rules, you will receive penalty points. One of the students asked if the guys had heard about the werewolf, and they answered that, of course. He said that he wanted to ambush him, and wasn't it interesting to look at him? The interlocutor asked if he had heard an announcement recently. If they were caught, they would lose points. The first one replied that they would try not to attract attention, and they would be able to get a reward. Leo asked Adrian what he thought. The interlocutor asked is it really about a werewolf? He thinks that it is better to stay away and not risk his own points. The guy replied that he knew that he would say so. The student asked what he thought about this. Leo replied that he agreed with him, and it was better not to take risks, and also leave this matter to the professors. Suddenly a classmate approached the guys, who looked quite angry as she hit the table. One of them immediately turned around and said good morning to Tracy. The girl was really angry and asked if he really called it good morning. Leo, apparently, is also worried about the spirit, and told her that it was time to accept the loss and calm down. The interlocutor replied that they had a draw and should not interfere at all. After all, this concerns only her, as well as Adrian, and she pointed her hand at him and said that this time she would not hold out, so they should fight again for real. The boy replied that he didn't think he wanted to do this, and the girl asked why this was so. He noted that he had classes during the day, and in the evening they had to stay in their rooms. This was done in order not to run into the werewolf. Tracy asked if it was serious. He was just scared and looking for an excuse. The interlocutor did not answer anything to this, and one could say that now he would get angry and everything would be the other way around. But that was not the case, because he simply smiled sweetly and said that she could think like that. The girl said that they would try to resolve the issue in a different way. Adrian asked what she was talking about. She replied that the speech about the werewolf will be won by the one who grabs him first. And how does that feel? The bespectacled boy noted that this was not what he wanted to do, but Leo interrupted him and said that he had to deal with it. His comrade did not understand why he did it at all. Tracy said that then they agreed, and let them just try to escape. The guy replied that they would come, but she shouldn't let the guys go when she loses. Soon Adrian said that she had already left, and then asked Leo why he agreed, because this was just madness. The comrade replied that the girl would not have lagged behind anyway, and that the teachers would still take care of the werewolf before them. The guy only said that Tracy, it seemed, was not joking about it. Leo said that she was not a fool to go at him alone. The bespectacled man replied that, to be honest, she was not ready to do that. The interlocutor said that most likely this would not happen, but then they thought together and immediately rose from their place. Both looked out the window to see where their recent interlocutor was heading. One of them asked when she managed to go so far, and she was probably going to the dormitory now. Adrian said, "Thank God that Tracy had not yet forgotten how to think sensibly." But after a few moments the girl's course changed. She, in turn, was not going to the hostel at all, but probably in search of the very creature to whom they had spoken recently. When the guys saw this and realized what was happening, it was already too late and the situation was bad. After some time, night fell at the academy where the main character taught. As usual, in the middle of the night he was not at home, but was walking along the local roads. At one point he stopped, because he heard something and didn't think that today it was in great demand. Before that he was met by one of the professors who offered a deal. The hero asked if he wanted to say that in exchange for restoring his family's reputation, he asked him to look after the students of noble birth. The man said that he simply thought that a little compliance would not hurt, and there was nothing wrong with that. Machiavelli understood that talking with the fallen nobleman made him uncomfortable. He believes that maintaining a good relationship with the rector will bring him some benefit. Roger replied that he does not agree to this. The interlocutor asked what he was saying. The hero replied that he believed that at Ceoren Academy there was no division into nobles and commoners, and nothing would change his opinion. Now he apologizes because he needs to return to his rounds. The professor tried to restore him and asked him to listen carefully. The hero thought about this situation and decided that he would be discovered if he did as this man said, and he did not need this. In addition to all this, he does not want to anger the rector, and when he was passing along the road, he felt some rustling from behind. Then he headed to that very place and, using his power, won several students who were hiding in the bushes. At the same time, the professor asked why not everyone was still in the dormitory. One of the guys hesitated and said that this was not what they thought. Machiavelli was not going to listen to them, and said that everyone would get 5 penalty points for this. Sent the next batch. He thought that there were already 20 students, and that was too much. The hero had heard about a reward for catching a werewolf, but did not think that so many people would want to receive it, and the threat of penalty points had no effect. At this rate, the situation could escalate even more, and the guy must do everything to prevent this from happening. After some time, he went to a wastewater treatment plant in the vicinity of the academy and ended up in the sewer. There I thought about what Sylvia said, that the turnover did not get through the sewer. This is still the only one in Lazarvelka where they could get through. Machiavelli, after descending, immediately used his magic to illuminate the room. Soon I looked around a little and noticed that it seemed that the police had not checked this place. Ahead I saw clear footprints, and they were definitely werewolves. But were there really 2 of them? Judging by the size, one could say that one was large and one was smaller, and the paw prints led in the forward direction. The hero, in turn, hoped that they would not be interrupted halfway. For some time he followed the trail left by these same creatures and almost got out of the sewer. There the guy saw a picture of the tracks diverging, and it was bad enough. He looked at them for a moment and then chose one of the sides to check first. When the hero headed there, he realized that the large werewolf had gone straight towards the academy, and most likely he had already gone hunting. So we can say that at the moment he represents the greatest danger among the others. The guy would not be surprised if right now he is tracking down his next victim. At the same time, while Machiavelli was thinking about this, he heard some strange sound from the side and realized that someone was screaming. The sound was quite far from this place and came through large thickets of bushes. The professor immediately rushed forward in that direction and realized that it would take a long time to follow the tracks, so he would run towards the sound of the voice. As a result of this action, it was very soon clear that the 2 girls were being attacked by the same werewolf whom he was trying to catch up with. Machiavelli saw that they were students of the academy where he worked, and they were standing trying to defend themselves. Due to the long distance to them, he realized that he did not have time to reach them, and that was bad. So he immediately used his weapon in the distance. The spell quickly began to spread throughout the area and rushed towards the monster. Naturally, the werewolf noticed this attack, but it was too late, so he did not have time to react. The magic spell began to touch him, and thereby blind him, so that the beast covered himself with his hands. The main character in turn did not stop, and after a few moments got closer and then hit him hard. The monster's body flew far enough, and a new professor appeared right in front of the students. They in turn drew attention to him and said that this was Professor Ludger, but they were amazed. The guy didn't even pay attention to them, and said that it was Renee and also Adriana Van Exilian. Our girls were surprised, and the first of them said that this was true. They were wondering what he wanted. The teacher said in a rather angry tone that each of them received 5 penalty points for this. They in turn were even more stunned when they heard this information and asked what he was saying. True, the princess was quite surprised and asked to wait a few seconds. She noticed that the teacher still had to make sure that they were in order. The hero asked how she even dared to raise her voice at him now. The girl replied that it was all because she wanted to help her, and the professor said that she forgot to think about her safety, and now she's also counting him. Another girl joined the conversation and asked the man not to punish her. Machiavelli asked what she was talking about. Renee hesitated and said that she accidentally fell asleep while she was studying. The professor told her that he thanks her for her dedication, but she must understand the seriousness of the situation. The interlocutor said that this is so, and she apologizes for it. At that moment, the hero drew attention to the princess, who was smiling sweetly and did not understand that the attitude was contagious. Then he turned to Adriana and asked to accompany Renee to the hostel. He, in turn, would not give them penalty points for this. The girl asked if this was really true, and the man replied that if they had something against it, then perhaps they should still be returned. But the interlocutor led the younger girl. She said that she needed to go out, and her friend agreed. When the students began to go in the other direction, the werewolf turned around. They noticed what had happened and told the professor to take care of himself, while the hero replied that he could see everything perfectly. The monster finally moved a little away from the spell that hit him and was about to attack. But when this was about to happen, he jumped in the other direction, and the girls shouted that he was running away. Machiavelli naturally rushed after him and shouted to his students to quickly find a safe place and hide there. As a result of this situation, a chase began between the man and the creature that recently wanted to tear him apart. The werewolf turned his attention back and saw that he was being chased, so he followed to the roof of one of the nearby buildings. The professor, in turn, did not want to let him go, so he used the hook that he had in his left hand and headed forward. Renee and her friend were heading towards a safe place, but still looked over the chase that unfolded in front of them. The girl told Adriana to look carefully and see if this was the magic of levitation. The interlocutor looked and noticed that this was probably true. Just like the creature, the main character also hung on one of the roofs, and then they looked at each other from afar. The main characters realized that there was no point in staying for a long time, and after a few moments they immediately rushed forward. The creature saw how the opponent took action to attack him, and as a result, also rushed forward. When all this happened, the opponents fought and struck each other with their weapons. So they exchanged blows for some time, jumping away and attacking each other with different methods. After a short period of time, they finally stopped, assessing the situation. The calm did not last long, and the aggressive monster immediately rushed to attack, which the hero was able to successfully dodge. And when Machiavelli did this, he extended his naval weapon forward and made a spell. The magic ball that was released forward reached its target and hit the monster, and the hero jumped forward after that. This was done in order to attack from behind, so the guy jumped up high enough and pointed his weapon to attack. The students stopped and carefully watched what was happening, so that it surprised them, The princess asked if this is really what a real battle looks like. He didn't seem to be able to fight yet, so he jumped up and tried to hit the man hard on the head. Naturally, Machiavelli returned with ease and then tried to counterattack the monster again. As a result, the attack turned out to be quite swift, and therefore he managed to hit the target, which was very close. The monster flew a fairly large distance and therefore could even fall from the roof, but tried to stop. The professor, in turn, was not going to stop and again pointed his weapon at his opponent and tried to cast a magic spell. In fact, he succeeded, so that he was struck or fell down. After all this action, the pitiful monster screamed because it felt severe pain, and then fell to the ground and did not move. The main character, in turn, thought that he was feeling tired now, and probably he shouldn't have used a lot of magical power right away like that. But even if so, he simply cannot use magic while fighting right in front of the students, so he needs to finish off this werewolf as soon as possible and find a second one. Machiavelli began to go down, and when he was very close, he saw the creature trying to hit him, so he wondered if this scoundrel was still moving. It turned out that the monster was not trying to hit him, but only grabbed part of the stone that he found and tried to use it. The professor noticed this and was amazed at the ingenuity that this werewolf used. The beast, without hesitation, threw down the weapon so that it appeared in his hands in order to somehow fight back. Naturally, this attack did not suffer any harm to the main character, because he used a protective barrier. But then I was actually amazed because this creature could really use foreign objects in battle. The beast came to its senses again, and after it did this, it immediately jumped up and tried to attack the place where Machiavelli stood. The man dodged this attack because he jumped up to avoid damage, but also thought that this werewolf, who is his opponent, is very smart. As others can understand, to create this creature, the wolf was taken as the basis for its creation. Only for this reason it can be said that he can only determine the strength of the enemy. After what the professor saw right in front of him, thoughts began to creep into his head. Perhaps they were not werewolves at all, but at night several guys were looking for Tracy. Adrian tried to find out where she was and couldn't get through to her, and Leo was there and said that maybe they should go home already, because he can say that they still won't be able to find her. The girl has probably been resting somewhere in a dorm for a long time and nothing more. The comrades said that they could not know this for sure, and in vain they agreed to this bet. Leo asked if he was sure that Tracy was still looking for this werewolf. The guy with glasses responded to this by saying that anyone could have abandoned this idea, but not this girl. The interlocutor had no choice but to admit this, and he noted that he still had to search for about 30 minutes. But if they still don't find her after this time, then they should return. When he said this, some scream was heard quite far away. Leo began to run in that direction and shouted to his interlocutor if he had heard. It was the voice of the steadfast one they were looking for, and they should run there. After some time together, the guys started running straight to find their girlfriend. Adrian ran forward and began to run through the bushes, when suddenly he noticed something in front of him. At the same time, he collided head-on with someone, and because of this, they received a serious blow. After this collision, the guy ended up on the ground and held his head. Leo asked if it was Tracy. The interlocutor noticed them and asked what they were doing here. Adrian immediately said that he heard what he needed. It was not screaming. The interlocutor was embarrassed and asked how she screamed, because there was no such thing. And suddenly a growl was heard from the bushes, and one of the guys said that this sound was quite strange. Tracy said that you should be quiet and follow her. Her comrades listened to her and slowly began to follow her. Looking out of the bushes, we did not notice the creature that was hiding in the bush and only had its muzzle peeking out. When they saw him, they asked if it was a werewolf, but he was so small. Tracy was delighted and asked what they could say about this, because she won. Leo noticed that she just found him, and they were betting on who would catch him. The girl said that if this was so, then she would immediately go and catch him. Adrian asked her to wait a second. The interlocutor replied that she understood. He did not want to lose, but she just doesn't want to give up the victory. The guy said that that's not the point. Let her look, because he's wounded and can't move. So he found a secluded place. Or does she now think that he himself hid there? Tracy said that they had previously said that there were 2 werewolves walking around the area. Adrian noticed that he couldn't know this for sure, but if someone helped him, then that's bad. He suddenly turned his attention forward and was surprised. There was some kind of target on the neck of the very creature that was hiding in the bushes, the bespectacled man, as a result of which he wondered what it was all about. It turns out that he has something on his neck, and now he wonders what it is. While his comrades looked forward, they saw a large werewolf behind them. The monster felt the victims who were very close to it and began to growl and also spread its drool. Leo was the first to feel the danger, and turned around and saw that there was a werewolf there. He saw that their opponent was about to hit his comrade, and shouting at Adrian pushed him away. And then the same monster that tried to attack them hit the guy who managed to push his friend away. From this rather strong blow, the boy's body flew quite far to the side and fell. The werewolf used his limb and grabbed the other one by the head. Tracy was amazed and asked if it was real. After a few moments, she decided that she should calm down, because her body began to shake violently, and she could defeat him for sure. Despite everything, she had to do this in the name of her family, his name of victory. The creature noticed that it was in danger from this girl and attacked her, but Adrian managed to help her return. Tracy was expressed so selflessly by her comrade, trying to protect her with his body. Leo, who was on the sidelines and tried to move a little away from the attack, was also very surprised. Everything was fine with the guy with glasses, and he asked his interlocutor if she was okay. The student asked why he helped her right now. He asked in surprise what else meant why he couldn't stay away when his friend was in danger. While these conversations lasted, he monster did not stop and was now preparing to attack his victims. The guy noticed what was happening and told his comrades not to worry, because he thinks that he is simply protecting his cub. Then he turned to the creature that was in front of them and asked if he was right. His friend asked what he was doing, because this creature still did not understand him. But Adrian continued to say that everything was fine and he would not harm the werewolf. In fact, it so happened that the monster understood him, and after a few seconds turned in a completely different direction. As a result, he stopped near the baby, who was hidden in the bushes, and growled a little. The guy saw what happened and said that in reality, it seemed that the cause of this anger was fear for the cub. The girl was surprised to ask if he really understood him, and Leo continued to say that in any case, he can show his true nature at any time. The guy turned to the topic and said he understands. It will sound quite wild. But in any case, he begs them to trust him right now. So he approached the monster and asked to listen, because he does not wish him harm. Then he asked if he understood correctly that his baby was sick, and at that moment he raised the flask in his hands, declaring that this medicine would not cure him, but it would make him a little easier. Once again, the creature that was in front of him understood him, and slowly began to come closer. The man held out that same medicine, but the werewolf tried to take it quite carefully. But in the end, this did not happen, because someone pierced the creature with the help of their magic directly in the stomach. The werewolf felt quite strong pain and began to scream in the hall, but the magic continued to spread. This very magic was like fetters that wrapped around the body. A few moments later, the owner of this spell appeared, namely the main character, who saw his students and addressed them. They also paid attention to him, and the professor was interested in what the hell they were doing here. Tracy and the others realized that this was Professor Ludger, and that they would now be in trouble, so they hesitated and did not know what to say. Machiavelli said that everything was fine. They would explain the situation later, but for now let him return to the hostel. The guy and the girl from the cut agreed to this. But Adrian covered the werewolf with his body and asked him to wait for a while. The teacher drew attention to him, and the guy shouted that they think this werewolf understands human language, so he asks to think before killing him. Sir Roger asked if this man understood what nonsense he had just said. The boy shouted that this was no nonsense at all, and perhaps this werewolf was not so simple. The hero drew attention to the creature that was to the side. Adrian noticed this rather frightening gaze that looked insightfully ahead. This alarmed him greatly, and he did not understand what could possibly happen right now. The professor soon grabbed his arm and then pushed him away from where they were. The student fell to the ground, and then turned around and thought that it was so strange. What a look. When she turned her attention back, you saw the teacher use his magic spell and direct it towards the werewolf. As a result of this action, a fairly powerful stream of flame flared up in front. Adrian continued to sit on the ground and did not understand what was happening now. Actually there. The professor did not pay attention to them, and only coldly said that tomorrow they would all receive their punishment. But now they should immediately go to their rooms. After what happened, a short period of time passed and a new day dawned. This whole group of comrades sat at the table in a rather depressed state. Leo said that they were stupid, and now they were definitely finished. It's not clear how they got caught up with the police in front of Professor Ludger. Tracy thought it was a great shame, and she couldn't do anything. After a few moments of thinking, she turned her attention to the other guy. In this situation, Adrian did not say a word, and only sat with his head down, and was also quite thoughtful. Soon the door to the room opened and the rector entered with a smile on his face. She noticed to the guys that they were probably already waiting for them. The main character was also there, but the students were more surprised that Mrs. Elizabeth came here. The woman noticed the surprised faces and said that there was no need to be nervous. Let them just relax, and nothing bad would happen. The children understood that if the mistress was here, it meant that they would definitely not get by with a simple disciplinary sanction. Professor Ludger asked why they thought he called them here. Leo replied. Apparently it was because they were facing a punishment worse than penalty points. Machiavelli noted that this is true, and they must understand how willful the act they committed last night was. If in reality something had gone wrong, new victims could not have been avoided. The students did not say anything, because they understood that they were wrong. The rector noticed that they should raise it higher, because in the end everything worked out fine, but she would stop Professor Ludger from intimidating the students. The man replied to the lady that after all, they still could not let the name slip this term. Elizabeth asked whether it was right that the situation was resolved in their favor. In addition to all this, he described the situation to her in detail, and then asked Adrian if she had heard correctly that he, risking himself, protected Tracy. The boy hesitated and noticed that this was not entirely true. The rector said that he was sure he did not realize how dangerous and wrong their actions and actions were. Therefore, they received 10 penalty points, but she cannot blame them for the action they decided to take in such a difficult situation. In this case, she gives them 20 points each as a reward for this. The students asked in surprise if this was true, and the woman asked the professor if he minded. The man replied that he would not dare to contradict Madam Rector, and she replied that in that case, let them return to their studies. So the children thanked her. They immediately began to leave this room, and Adrian lingered a little and turned his attention to Roger. Soon the rector asked Professor Ludger if he was satisfied. She, in turn, did not expect that he would ask her to be gentler with them. The hero said that this is so. He thanks for the help and hopes they don't find out about his request. Elizabeth answered. Of course, as for werewolves, he definitely didn't notice anything strange. The professor noted that it was nothing that caught his eye. The woman replied that it was good, and in any case she was grateful for his work. After all, thanks to his dedication, no one was hurt, and asks him to continue in the same spirit. After a while she left him, and left him alone with his thoughts. The hero could not leave that very situation and thought that he had definitely seen something. And while the big werewolf was sitting tied up, the baby began to emerge from that very place. But what began to appear from the bushes, which were carefully hidden, his body was truly amazing. Remembering this situation, Machiavelli thought that what he saw was that it was definitely a man. He, in turn, was the one who did not complete his conversion, so he was not completely a werewolf. Coming out of this situation, the professor realized that he was not conducting experiments on wolves, as he had thought before. But it turns out that they are carried out on people who are caught and in turn turned into werewolves. The main character was concerned that he did not regret his choice, because if he had not done this, he would have been in trouble. In addition to all this, he was influenced by the fact that quite a large number of people suffered because of them. As a result of this situation, he had no choice but to kill them. While the guy was thinking about this, he remembered the little werewolf and his appearance before his death. At that moment he was quite sad because he understood that this should not have happened. Then he reached into his pocket and from there took out a magical sphere for communication. But he tried to hide with his friend in order to discuss something and said that it was he, and also told Hans that he had one request for him. Tracy sat on a bench with her comrades and said, "Who would have thought that they would not only not be given penalty points, but would also be awarded extra points?" Then I asked Leo how his hand was. The boy replied that everything was fine, but he still needed to walk around with the bandage for a few days. The girl again turned her attention to Adrian, who was sitting with a rather thoughtful look. She just asked him what was bothering him so much. The guy hesitated and said that everything was fine. There was just something. I asked if they remembered that cub whose werewolf they had recently seen, and some kind of strange collar was visible on him. Tracy asked in surprise if he was really saying this. He was serious. Since it was loud enough, she was asked to be quieter. The guy with glasses stated that this was one of the reasons he tried to stop Professor Ludger. But what if they were created artificially? Leo said that if we talk about this, then there is a rumor that suspicious individuals are hiding in Theon. Tracy asked if this is not some kind of fiction. The interlocutor noted that he couldn't say for sure, but a werewolf in a collar is very unusual. And don't they think so? There's something else to all this. The girl asked if he wanted to say something about Professor Ludger. Adrian replied that this was true. He did not suspect him of anything, but the expression on his face was strange. As a result, he can say that it was that evening that their teacher was able to do something strange, which surprised him. Tracy then asked if they really thought that he was hiding something from them. The interlocutor noted that he was not sure about this, but thought that he knew much more than they did. As a result, I thought that perhaps all this would turn out to be just his inventions, because Professor Theon would probably not do anything like that. Well, what if this turns out to be true, and suddenly Professor Ludger is somehow connected with these strange rumors? The guy's thoughts were interrupted by his friend, who stood up and said that this was such stupidity. She could say that both of her thought too much. Have they really forgotten what Madame Rector told them recently? The teacher told her about what happened in the smallest detail. But in this case, he would act this way if he was involved in something like this. He tries not to show it, but in fact he really cares about his students. So, after all this, are they still starting to suspect him of something? It's quite strange. Adrian stood up and said that he thought Tracy was right. His comrade said that this was true. Besides, what was the point of them delving into this? He was the first to notice that he was hungry, so he should go eat. Leo stated that this was true, but it was already time for lunch and invited his friend to go with them. She was surprised, asking if they wanted her to go with them. The guy with glasses hesitated and said that it's just that friends often do this, eat together and all that. At the same time, he asked if they were not friends. The interlocutor was quite embarrassed when she heard these words, and then she answered that in that case, perhaps she would agree. The guy was delighted and said that this was great. A comrade asked Machiavelli if he had looked at the papers that he had sent him, and the hero replied that it was so. After he looked at them, he realized that they were the total number of missing people in Laserwelk City, and a list of public gathering places. Hans said that he knew a bunch of big guys who always hang around an abandoned factory, and this is what they need. The professor remarked that this is a great job. The interlocutor continued to say that regarding the information that he asked to check, several workers recently disappeared outside the city. The man asked if there was a family of 3 among them. The interlocutor responded with a stand of attacks, and this is the only case of the disappearance of an entire family. Machiavelli replied that now everything is clear to him, and he will check that same factory. So night fell on the street, and the main character went there. There were several men in that room together, and one told the other that he was dying of boredom, asking how long they would have to hang around here. The interlocutor replied that it seemed like 2 days. Then he asked why these scoundrels just ran away from here. The colleague noticed that he was more interested in how they could even allow this to happen. It turns out that whoever the same child received an insufficient amount of the drug, they were going to increase the dose, but he began to scream and also cry. In general, we can say that he raised everyone's ears here, but the most interesting thing is that no one was ready to confront his angry parents who saw this. The interlocutor asked how it was, because they had already been turned into werewolves. So were they still worried about their child? The man said that he understood everything, right? Therefore, they staged a booth and disappeared. As far as he knows, they have a trusted person who can resolve this situation. So are they really suffering because of some kid? The interlocutor shouted that this was exactly so, because if he had been there at that moment, he would have killed him immediately. Suddenly, a sound was heard from the sewer mine. The workers turned their attention there and then looked at each other. When they did this, the main character had already heard all the information he needed and reached for his weapon. A moment later, several bullets flew forward and killed these men, who did not even understand what had happened. Their bodies quickly fell to the ground, and it was clear that they no longer had life. After what happened, Machiavelli slowly began to walk forward. Now he was wearing a hood and also a mask in order to hide his identity and not show himself to others. The hero turned his attention to the sides, and then remembered what happened some time before. Recently he saw his friend and said that he had come. Hans also saw him and said that he had prepared a lot, even dressed up well. Then he asked if he was going to go there all alone. Machiavelli also asked him if he really wanted to help him. The comrade answered that he thought he was able to knock out 1 or 2 opponents. The hero noted that he understood everything and could handle it himself. How many of them were interesting? The man answered about 40. They are going to leave, so there is no time to waste, and in 2 or 3 there will be no point at all, a comrade asked. What about combat power? The interlocutor replied that he should be prepared for the fact that they were armed. 2 of them were wizards, and 3 of them were in full combat ammunition. They could get there through a sewer passage. In this case, one should be careful. Machiavelli replied that he understood and told Hans that he had a question regarding that family. The guy noticed that he was listening carefully, and the man noticed that if we talk about the child, how old was he? The comrade replied that if he remembers correctly, then he was only 7 years old and very small. The hero was sad when he heard these words, and said that if he was 7 years old, then everything was clear to him now. Immediately after this statement he left, and now he remembered the whole situation when he killed these non-humans. Machiavelli, without even thinking, began to go inside the building in which all these experiments were to be carried out. He found himself completely immersed in darkness. After a few moments, screams were heard from there, as well as surprised questions about who he even was. Some begged for help and some simply ran, but most of them had already been killed. The hero continued his advance along the corridor, where several dozen people were already dead, and while he was slowly moving forward, some kind of beetle flew after him, which was really strange. Most likely it was some kind of transmitter through which they could monitor what was happening ahead. At the same time, work was in full swing at the factory. People were fussing quite a lot, and it was also loud. One of the men who owned that same insect realized that something strange had happened. That's why I told my interlocutor that it seemed like they had a rat, and he asked if he was from the security department. If this is the case, Then we need to fold and fire people. The guy touched the insect and said that it seemed that he was not from the security department. And this situation is simply excellent, because it plays into their hands and means that no one will miss him if he just dies. Machiavelli continued to walk deeper and deeper into this very enterprise, and the guards who noticed him began to shoot. Although they tried to shoot, they failed because the bullets did not fly out, and one of them asked what it was. But the professor, who was right in front of them, used his magic, which blocked that very weapon. One of the guards noticed this and said that he should use fire, because the magician is in front of him. Bullets will not help, so he should arm himself with knives. The main characters slowly reached for their weapon, which was attached to their belt, and tried to get it. When the man saw this, he smiled and said that he was a fool, because his gun would not work. But before he could even finish his sentence, he was killed at that very second by a bullet from this weapon. But the colleague, who was on the sidelines, was amazed because of this, and looked carefully ahead. He turned to the side and looked at the corpse on the table lying below, saying that this cannot be. It turns out that this same magician uses a magic bullet. Suddenly another man who was in a suit approached them and shouted for everyone to move aside, because it was his turn. The man was fully equipped with ammunition, and also with an electric gun in his hands. He immediately sent his own energy beam forward at his opponent, then laughed and asked if he liked it all. But just a few moments later, he saw something strange that made him surprised. The hero continued to stand in front safe and sound, and also used his magic to block the attack on himself. The opponent was surprised and wondered if this was really elemental magic with the addition of alchemical metal. He realized that electrical power would not help here. While the guard was thinking about this, a bullet flew into the tank that was behind his back, with the help of which electricity was created. Naturally, the man turned his attention there and saw that there was a hole there, so he realized that everything was bad. The electricity that was inside began to spread throughout the area, and thereby amazed the people who were nearby. The main character realized that he had dealt with another batch of rivals, and there were already about 20 people. While he was thinking about this, he heard a strange sound coming from above. So, without even thinking about what was there or looking there, he used the weapon and fired. With these very actions, he killed an insect that was flying from above, and thought that he knew that he was being watched. In the end, this means that they did it through insects. Machiavelli understood that they used them as a means of observation, but does it really turn out that these are the same insect brothers from another world? Now there is a strong premonition that they have already waited for him, but first the hero should deal with these insects. On this occasion, he stepped on the ground and, using his magic, created a magic circle around himself. Vibrations that were almost inaudible to the human ear began to spread throughout the entire corridor and the entire factory. The insects heard this sound perfectly well, and for them it was catastrophic. So a large number that was floating in the air began to fail and fall to the ground immediately. The same man who controlled these creatures realized that his charges had become much smaller. Therefore, he said out loud the information that the signal that came through the insects had disappeared. He thought that before this happened, he felt a vibration. The man can say that the sound waves were similar to those created by elemental wind magic. If he really has it, then they are in big trouble. It turns out that small insects will not be able to cope with such powerful energy, and it seems that the time has come for the bigger guys. So I told the Baron to get ready. The man noticed that he understood everything, and the interlocutor stated that, according to his intended route, that person should exit through the door that is in front. The guards lined up there, and the chief said that they should give him a warm welcome. After a few moments, everyone was amazed and asked what it was. Had the lights gone out? They should have been quicker to turn on the spare generator. Simon told the eldest what he thought of this as another prank of their scoundrel. But the interlocutor did not give any answer to this statement, and the man asked what happened. But when he turned his attention to the side, he saw that the body to whom he was addressing was already standing without a head. but the head, which had recently been on his shoulders, was already rolling straight to his feet. The insect manager immediately jumped to the side and realized that the eldest had been killed a few seconds before. Simon realized that the situation was getting out of control and did not understand when he managed to get here. It turns out that not much time had passed since the blackout. He decided that he had to strike before the man got to him, so right from his left sleeve he pulled out a large centipede. She, in turn, immediately began to climb out of there. A few moments began. She was cut apart by a bullet. The man turned his attention back and saw that there was a man wearing a mask and also a hood. This is the main character who threw a salad like this, but his blow was not successful because his opponent managed to dodge. Simon wondered in surprise, what kind of magician is this who fights hand to hand, although this person is really dangerous, so he should keep his distance. But the hero was not going to stop for a second, and after the physical attack failed, he immediately cast a magic spell. Simon noticed this technique and thought that it was a flamethrower, a rather dangerous attack. But it is unclear how this person managed to create it so quickly, literally in a split second. There was no time for reflection at that moment, because Machiavelli had already sent a stream of fire straight towards him. The man felt intense heat and began to scream in pain, and also flew a long distance and fell. The hero slowly began to approach his burning body. From the others, they said that the enemy was inside. They, in turn, were completely unclear how he was able to get here so quickly, and the leader of these people understood that everything was bad. Then he raised his head towards his opponent and saw the weapon in front of him, and then asked who he was. Naturally, the main character did not answer this man, and immediately shot him straight in the head. One of the guards who were on the side said that this was impossible. It is completely unclear how this stranger destroyed these brothers so easily. Machiavelli heard that someone was communicating on the side and drew attention to them with his cold gaze. People saw this and immediately became wary. Just as the professor was about to attack them, he suddenly sensed danger from the side and turned his attention there. That it was approaching him quickly enough to attack, and he managed to dodge at the last moment. But when the man saw what it really was, he was amazed, because these were the limbs of insects. This limb was pulled far enough from the body that it lay to the side without a head, and it was the same Baron. The body of this creature began to rise quite slowly and screamed from how damn it hurt. He spoke unnaturally, not like an ordinary person, but a mouth appeared on his hand, with the help of which he communicated. The monster said that he could not have expected that this man's attack was so sudden, and before he even had time to appear, he had already finished off Simon. The main character saw this and asked if he really knew how to turn into an insect. And besides, as the severed head could see, it did not cause him any inconvenience. In response to this, the monster said that his body had finally reached a transcendental state. The one who looked like a person began to swell. As a result, a few moments later the body was completely torn into pieces, and another creature appeared. The main character just noticed the huge insect that appeared in front of him. The limbs were large enough to attack, and he lowered them to the ground for now. The Baron went on to say that he was in no way grieving for his dead brother, but this man would still pay when he tore him into small pieces. Those people who were supposed to defend this place saw a big monster, and immediately shouted that they should save themselves and run away. But there is a turn. She was not going to leave them alive, so she used her limbs and attacked. The main character, after seeing everything that happened, asks if he really doesn't care that his subordinates suffer. And the huge beetle told him to stand still if he wanted to save them. Machiavelli jumped back and, using his weapon, fired. The bullets hit the opponent directly in the head, but they did not cause any damage to him due to the thickness of his skin. After the Baron successfully defended himself right there, he jumped forward and tried to counterattack, but the man dodged. And the hero realized that ordinary physical weapons would not hit him, so he used his magic. It was the same flame technique that he used on his previous opponent and whom he killed with it, The beetle managed to successfully return in any case. Machiavelli was truly surprised and wondered how, with such a body mass, he managed to dodge his attacks. His thoughts were interrupted by the creature itself, which grabbed his body with its claw. The professor felt severe pain, due to which he was squeezed quite tightly, but used magic, as he realized that the Baron would not dodge. The same flame that appeared a few seconds before it began to be released forward. Soon the technique stopped working, and after the smoke cleared, it was clear that everything was fine with the creature. Machiavelli was very surprised by what he saw and wondered how he could withstand such a powerful blow with magical power almost point blank. The insects immediately counterattacked the man and struck with their claws in a completely different direction. This monster further said that in order to fry it, you should use at least a 4th level spell. After that, he continued to hit the wall quite hard, trying to kill the man he was fighting and laughing with. But then I felt that something was wrong, and when I looked, I saw that the claw was no longer there. Immediately, thoughts appeared in his head about where his rival in the vegetable could go from his field of vision. The insect had no idea what the hell was going on, and suddenly he saw something start falling from the sky. He turned his attention upward, and naturally saw what was there, and it naturally threatened his life. Therefore, in order to protect himself, he cut this metal beam that was at the top. She immediately fell to the ground, without touching him in any way, and the main character in the hall landed with her. The Baron went on to say that with his fast movements, this man reminds him of a winged insect. Machiavelli did not say anything in response to this, or thought that a pistol and 3rd-level magic were powerless against his new opponent. Also, you can't hope for a chance to use a 4th-level spell in this situation. The professor said that he could not even think that he would have to use it right here and now. The monster paid attention to him and looked at him in surprise, because he did not understand what they were talking about now. The hero began to accumulate his own magical power in his hand, and said that this insect left him no choice. Hans was somewhere in one of the dark alleys and was shaking, saying that he was feeling very cold and that he needed to dress warmer. Even talking about this then, in theory, his comrade should have already finished. Fighting dark magicians is still not an easy task, but he's definitely not one of those who can lose to them. This guy's thoughts were interrupted by a bright magical light that spread from the direction of the factory. He immediately turned his attention there, and it was visible how light began to appear from the windows, as well as from various cracks. Then this light turned into fire, which scattered several hundred meters in different directions. The comrade realized that Machiavelli still used this power. He could say that this was his true magical power, or whatever he called it in general. But when I think about this situation, he didn't understand what it all meant, because magic really is magic, and nothing more can be said about it. After some time, Hans saw the man in front of him and asked if he had really finished and how the situation was generally. The hero replied that he had already taken care of all the experimental subjects. The younger one said that this means their assumptions were probably confirmed, and after the transformation, they will no longer be able to return to a human body. Machiavelli replied that this was so, and all he had to do was save them from suffering. The guy took the bottle and asked if this was really the drug that made werewolves out of people. There is so much cruelty in this world, and who would have thought that such a large-scale experiment on people existed? It would not have happened if someone had not sponsored it. The hero interrupted him and said that he didn't have to worry about it, because he had already found out who was behind it. Hans asked if he was serious because this simply couldn't happen. Yes, although let him just forget, because one way or another he will not be able to stop this man. After that he turned in the other direction and began to leave. And Machiavelli remained in the same place with his back to the factory, which was burning after his true magical power. A banquet was supposed to take place in one of the rather expensive houses, but the old man shouted and asked if they really dare to call this food. Since this is my aristocrat, he didn't like everything. He threw food around and thereby injured the maids. He further stated that they only want to fill their bellies at his expense, so none of those present here is definitely capable of doing their job accurately. All of them here are just the dregs of society who don't even deserve a penny. The old man called them just idiots, as well as non-entities. After some time, he quickly walked along the corridor of his estate, saying that one and the other are scoundrels, and whoever you take, no one knows their duties. But he, in turn, invested so much money in this business that the name could not be dreamed of, and they could not even follow the objects of the experiment. He doesn't know whose hands it was, but the main thing is that everything is settled with the test subjects. Soon the old man will be able to receive the results of the research and will be able to proceed to the next stage. As a result, just a little more, and the drug with which he can restore youth will be in his hands. There are other effects besides giving the appearance of his previous years. It turns out that he will make him stronger and more perfect. The years that he spent on achieving this goal were not in vain. Suddenly, someone behind his back called him Belfort Rickson. The old man realized that they had come for his soul, and immediately turned around and asked who he was. But the hero was about to conduct a dialogue with him, and immediately jumped to the side, so that he knocked her down with his hand. The aristocrat did not understand what was going on, and asked what it was, and also tried to get through to the security. Machiavelli told him, no matter how much he called, they would not hear him, because the man had installed a sound barrier that was located around the perimeter of the room. The interlocutor asked with a statement what he was saying, and the professor grabbed him and said that he would ask him just one question. Let him imagine the survival of an 8-year-old child, but he, like his parents, had to face this monstrous reality. Also this very child who looks into the eyes of the killer with a smile before his own death. And in his smile, before everything happened, one could read only gratitude for being freed. After that, how does he think that a man felt at that moment, who had no choice but to burn his family to the ground along with him? Naturally, the aristocrat listened to him carefully and also understood what was being discussed. When he realized what this man was talking about, he immediately began to laugh, and at the same time asked if it was he who got rid of those who had escaped under the experienced ones. He also thinks that there was a misunderstanding and suggested that if he lets him go and not just talk, the hero replied that he would just answer his question. The man said that he simply forgot about what happened and the fact that he killed them because it was the course of events. If you think about it, it's not a big deal. But he also killed a couple of scum. So what? After all, they are a haul and an opportunity to do something useful at least once in their worthless life, namely a chance to serve for the benefit of the development of humanity. So, can't their sacrifice still be called noble? Machiavelli replied that it was good, and now he had heard more than enough. After that, he took out a syringe with the very substance that turns on a werewolf and inserted it into the old man's neck. The man realized what had happened and what kind of substance was being introduced into his body, so he was horrified. And Machiavelli continued to say that it was precisely for this reason that he now does not have a drop of anger towards him. The aristocrat grabbed the neck where the injection was given and asked what he had done to him right now. The professor noted that he looked at the records of his research and can say that they are quite interesting. It turns out that a small dose of this drug works. Even she is capable of turning a person into a werewolf, but I wonder what consequences should be expected if he took a large dose of it for gas. Something terrible began to happen to the old man. He screamed in pain, his appearance changed, and his limbs took on a completely different shape. As a result of this whole transformation, a huge monster appeared in front of the main character, which had several arms as well as a large mouth. Machiavelli noticed this and thought that no matter how hard he tried to convey his feelings to him, he would still not understand anything. So instead of doing that, he would just make him experience what they experienced when they turned into werewolves. Next, the role used his magic and removed that same sound-absorbing wall. Because of this, the monster's screams began to spread throughout the estate. The subordinates heard this and asked what the sound was. It seemed to them that it was coming from Mr. Rickson's room. So several wizards, as well as guards, came running to his room and asked if he was okay. But at the same time, when the door swung open, they were amazed, because they saw a huge monster in front of them. As a result, it was completely unclear where he came from, although it was necessary to pacify him right now. One of the guys said that those who do not have magic should look for the master. But the guards continued to use their power and directed it in fairly large quantities at the monster, who was screaming in pain. All these actions continued for some time, and people said that this is a tenacious creature. They should continue to cast spells and increase the firepower. Machiavelli left this aristocrat to his own subordinates, who did not know who he was and tried to kill him. Hans and him were in one of the rooms, and he asked how much was there. The elder noted that he could take a little for work, and let him hide the rest. The guy looked at him and asked if he was really leaving, because he had been trying to get to that place for so long, and perhaps he should look around first. The hero noted that he would still return next time. He needed a more suitable person to cover. The friend said that he understood, and in that case, let him rest well. Machiavelli, after a short conversation, left the estate and walked along the street at night. He stopped near one of the reservoirs and turned his attention there. A boat floated across the water, apparently carrying passengers or some kind of cargo. The man drew attention to her, and then, as if with anger, he clenched his hand into a fist. And just like that, looking forward, he stood for some time on the shore. The next day, reporters lined up near the estate where the incident happened. They said that it couldn't be the same Rickson, but in general it's only possible that you were devoured by a monster. The man said that, according to the guard, when they arrived from the old man, there was not a trace left of the room where the monster was raging. So there is a high probability that the rumors about his involvement in dark magic were true. The interlocutor asked in this case what happened to the monster, and the man replied that the magicians dealt with him, and he heard that it took them an hour to burn the monster. Suddenly something attracted attention from the outside. Also, everyone else turned their attention there because some person was approaching them. Reporters began to wonder what it all meant, whether the National Security Agency had arrived, and with them the nightly order of nightcrawlers. At that moment they were led by Protector and Grandmaster Jessica Lionhole. It was not clear whether the situation was really so serious that it required the presence of the National Security Agency itself. It seemed that this news was heading for a sensation. With the agency, as well as the Order of the Night Serpents, the event is taking a completely different turn. The guard who was standing near the main entrance became wary. The girl came closer to him, and when she looked back, she told them to open the gate. The interlocutor at that moment lowered his head and said that he was ordered to not be allowed in, but the Grandmaster was persistent and said that we were talking about the gate. Let them open it. The men, who a few moments ago did not have enough to pollinate anything, said that everything would be done. Therefore, the gates immediately swung open, and the head of the National Security Agency began to rush there. She was also alone, surrounded by several subordinates who followed her. The man saluted and told Grandmaster Lionhall that he was honored to meet her. He is Chief Inspector Jason. The girl thanked him for the work he had done and said that, from this moment on, the case would fall under the jurisdiction of the National Security Agency. In this case, let him provide all the evidence and information that they did not lie and leave the crime scene. The old man noted that if this is so, then good. And then he immediately announced to his subordinates that they should all go to the exit and get out of the knowledge. The agents began to carefully inspect the premises they were in right now. Soon the girl said how difficult it is to remain serious all the time, and the interlocutor remarked that Annie should stop whining. It's her job. The girl asked me to agree because there was no one around. You can forget a little about the image. The colleague replied that they are precise measurements and should always maintain their own face in any situation. The boss told Lloyd to be quieter, just under any circumstances, let them try to maintain a confident appearance. In addition to all this, let them not forget why they came here. The interlocutors became more serious and said that they understood everything. The woman drew attention to the creature and asked if this was really a monster. It was quite creepy. Moore said that, according to rumors, Belfort not only practiced dark magic, but was also involved in hunting cryptids, so the monster's intervention could not be called a coincidence. The guy looked at the document and said that the monster appeared and Rickson was killed, but based on this information, the testimony of the witnesses agree. She carefully examined the monster and said that his body was burned down to charred bones, which is why it would be impossible to find any traces. The Grandmaster told her subordinates that they should inspect the room, as a result of which they all began to carefully examine. The woman walked towards the portrait, which hung right in the most visible place. She took a good look at it and realized that the painting had been moved, but the wall was quite clean. That's why I tried to touch her, and when I did, the secret passage below began to close. The guy paid attention to her and asked if she had really found a niche in the wall. The boss replied that it was so, but the inside was empty. But when she examined it a little, she said that, based on the width as well as the location, she could assume that there was a safe here. Annie asked if it was a safe. Lloyd began to say that Belfort Rickson was called a sinister businessman, and perhaps he hid his dirty money in it. Jessica said that this was true. How could he keep his secret reserve fund here? At least until yesterday evening. The safe was definitely still inside this niche. She thought that this, in fact, was indicated by the absence of dust. Then she began to talk and reflect on the sudden death of a multimillionaire, as well as a monster and a missing safe. It turns out that too many components coincide to call it a mere coincidence. From all this, she concludes that there is someone else. This is the man who took part in Belfort's murder. And the question is, how he got away without leaving a fingerprint. The one. There is only one of the people she knows. Only he could pull this off. And this is Arsène Lupin. She knows no one else. Interrupting her thoughts, the woman called this name out loud, so that what she said was heard. Lloyd immediately asked what she was talking about. The boss replied that she was talking about her own. Next, I asked the guy if he recalled any unusual incidents in Lezervelka recently. The interlocutor noted that this was just one of those. But we are talking right now about an explosion that occurred in an abandoned factory. It happened just before Belfort's death. Jessica said that she was now confident that they could definitely find some leads there, so she said they should go there. The main character, in turn, was in his room at home, and negative effects surfaced in his mind. He felt a severe headache, as well as discomfort from his illness, and understood that this was bad, because these side effects would simply finish him off. The true magical power he had recently used required too much energy. If it weren't for these pills that he drinks, and they help him save magic, then he would be much worse. After a while, he said that he finally felt better and let go of his head. Then he focused his gaze ahead, and thought that at least he had burned all the werewolves in the laboratory, getting rid of the evidence. Now he can just forget about this situation. Although no, there is someone else he needs to deal with, and this is Adrian. After all, it turns out that he did not retreat until the very end, blocking his path. Machiavelli must have poorly controlled his emotions then. So in this case, this guy could have noticed something, since he stood closest to him, and the professor immediately put the werewolves on fire. But just that very split second, which could be enough for him to see something that he shouldn't. The man at the head was only thinking about how everything would work out, because it was not a fact that Adrian would remain silent about this situation. If this happens, he will have no other choice. Machiavelli became very wary when he began to think about this, and wondered if he would really have to kill him. In order to calm himself and his nerves at least a little, he told himself that everything was fine. Then I remembered how I saw the situation from the outside, and how this student tried to talk to the werewolf in order to come to an agreement with him. The guy really just wanted to give him medicine. And when the hero saw this, He immediately decided to act to prevent this from happening. Remembering this situation, it was even sadder for him to think about it, and it weighed heavily on his soul. The professor realized that in any case he could not act like this, because he could not kill the academy student Theon, because it was too risky. In addition to all this, Adrian is a difficult student, and is under the supervision of the rector herself. As a result, if something happens to him, he will immediately fall under suspicion. The man fell on the bed and decided that now he should focus on rest and healing of his wounds, and not on these thoughts. What if he remembered that this same guy wrote that the action had one wandering swing taught in his special magical technique? So it was unclear whether the hero should perceive this as a strange coincidence. The head of the National Security Agency came to the factory. Immediately she said that everything was as she thought, but everything had burned to the ground. Lloyd noticed the situation, and noticed that it would not be easy to find something. The woman asked where the fire could have come from in this abandoned factory, moreover, just before Belfort's death. The subordinates said it was possible that it was only officially considered abandoned, but in fact it continued to be used. The boss added that she also thought so. Otherwise, there definitely wouldn't have been a fire. Annie asked what if dark magicians or cryptids carried out their research here, but when they were caught, they got rid of the evidence. Jessica responded by saying that this is a completely logical assumption, and it remains to understand who prevented them. She thought that she knew about this incident. She did not think that she was important. It will also relate to their case. Maybe the arsonist didn't just want to start a fire, but did everything to get rid of evidence, or this is a common coincidence. Although there are too many factors pointing to all this, she asked Lloyd if there were any other unusual cases besides this. The guy replied, "No, except for that fuss about the werewolf. But all this was quite recently, and he was discovered at Theon's academy." The head asked if it was her. The interlocutor replied, "It was so, and according to reports, he got out through the sewer." Jessica stated that the security there is weak, so she is not surprised, but that with the students, really no one was hurt. And what happened to the werewolf? The guy said that he injured 3 students, but one of the professors dealt with him. The woman noted that this was expected of the professor, but was the body identified? Lloyd said that this did not happen because the remains were not found, as they were all burned to the ground. These words greatly attracted the woman, and she asked if they were really burned, and then turned her attention to both sides. She stood with a thoughtful look, and subordinate asked if she thought it was worth checking out the academy. Jessica stated that it was not necessary, because they would stay here and also try to find evidence. She received a positive response to this. The woman herself thought that there was a burnt factory, as well as a burned werewolf, but the similarities alone were not enough to connect these 2 cases. But if she finds out that the same person is behind him, she will regard this as a threat to the entire empire, which is why the Knightly Order of Night Snakes exists. In the audience, the children talked about whether it was true that Professor Ludger hunted a werewolf. He was a military officer, and also participated in catching cryptids. Someone said that this was incredible, and he immediately seemed like a strong man. Renee heard this, and did not understand where she should sit, because there was not a single empty seat. More precisely, they are in the middle, but it's unlikely that anyone will want to move. For some reason, all the students began to avoid her. Suddenly, she noticed one place next to the passage. While she was trying to move away, the princess saw her, who greeted her and asked if everything was okay with her. The girl sat down and wished Adriana good morning, although at that moment she did not understand why she was so unlucky, because how dare a plebeian sit next to the princess? He also pretends that they are close, and at what point do they communicate so well? Renee thought of it as the thoughts of those sitting next to them, or those looking at them. And so they both thought about the situation that recently happened to the werewolf, from which Professor Ludger saved them. The girl then asked the princess if everything would be all right with that person. The interlocutor replied that she should not worry, because he was a professor at the academy. But if we talk about what she is doing here at such a late hour in general, Renee, in turn, hesitated, and then told everything. Adriana asked what she was saying. Did no one wake her up? It's not clear where this is good. She'll go right away and tell this librarian everything she thinks. The interlocutor said that there was no need to do this yesterday. It was her own fault that she dozed off. But that's why she too is not in the hostel at such a time. The aristocrat replied that she decided to make sure that all the students returned to their rooms. The little girl asked Her Highness if she was really doing this all alone. The princess took these words with a smile and told her to call her big sister, because she understands correctly that everyone at Ceoren Academy is equal. Renee thought that one could only think that the princess was making her evening rounds alone, and then, without hesitation, she approached her as an ordinary commoner. As a result, she felt somehow uneasy about what had happened, as if as soon as she let her guard down, something would immediately happen. Professor Ludger entered the classroom. When the students saw him, they immediately covered their mouths. The man slowly walked up to the counter and said that they were starting classes. Today he will tell them about the features of manifestation, as well as the basics and principles of elemental magic. It, in turn, is used more often than other methods of manifestation, and it is the most significant of all, the basis of all the basics that most students are already familiar with. So today he will show them a completely new method. Flora came to class again, and she was interested in it. She looked carefully at the leaflet that the professor distributed to everyone, and thought what a new method he had prepared this time was interesting. The main character continued to say that this particular method would help them increase their elemental power from somewhere from 20 to 80%. Several guys began to discuss whether this was even possible, but the interlocutor noted that he thought the professor would not lie to them. Sir Roger turned to Anthony and asked what attributes of elemental magic he uses. The student answered water, ice, and also plants. The man said that in this case, let him demonstrate the one in which he is most confident. The boy hesitated, but said that he would do everything now and began to use his magical power. Machiavelli saw what happened and said that it was quite good. Anthony thanked her for her kind words. But the main character interrupted him and said that he was very far from ideal. With these words, he turned a cheerful student into a sad one. Then he extended his hand forward and told everyone else to carefully monitor his actions. Literally a moment later, the very attribute he used appeared in his hand, and it was quite clearly visible. Everyone looked closely and saw a snowflake that created a beautiful pattern. Tracy was amazed and asked if he really did it using the same type of magic. Leo was amazed and said that this was a completely different level. The professor continued his story, saying that now that he had their attention, they would start with theory. Flora carefully observed his actions, and this attracted her. Sir Roger said that the history of the attributes of elemental magic was deeply rooted in the field of manifestation. This is why they used to be considered the original forms of magic, but are now just part of the spell-casting process. He created several attributes, and said that in front of them were the 4 main elements that started it all, compared to the 10 elements they use now. We can say that the previous ones in a series are too simple. Then I asked who knows what caused such a strong leap in their development. Anyone who, for example, the element of fire can give the correct answer. He will give 5 points. Someone said that it was not used to dispel darkness, but this was wrong. The girl said that with its help they burned and cleared forests, but this was superficial. A student nearby said that the fire tore humanity from the clutches of darkness, which inspired fear. The hero asked if he had accidentally thought of becoming a poet. Then the professor drew attention to his hand and said that he was listening to Flora Lumos. The girl was reluctant to say that fire was used as a weapon against people to burn them. Machiavelli listened to her carefully and said that this was a correct judgment. The students began a discussion, and he said that we were talking about burning, drowning, and cutting. Wind currents were used as well as electric shocks, war, and murder, which helped push magic to a new level. However, in cold times, fire served as a symbol of survival rather than destruction. But water itself, in turn, has become an important component of the water wheel that is used today. At the same time, the wind rotated the blades of the mills, and in this one electricity, in turn, illuminated the cities. Therefore, the purpose of elemental attributes can change depending on human actions. One can talk about fighting for a better world, and it is with this attitude that they should begin to master these attributes. After they have talked about the theory, and are now moving on to the practical part, have them now go ahead and create an elemental sphere. Soon he told Joseph to focus on the flow. For a second year he was too inexperienced in releasing magical power. The guy said he would do everything. Roger asked Irina if she really calls this a plant attribute, as if he were looking at a rotting autumn leaf that lies on the ground. Let him imagine a sprout that breaks through the soil, and she agreed to this. Leo turned his attention there and realized that he couldn't even find a word. Suddenly he turned his attention to the side and saw that Adrian was doing nothing and was just sitting silently, looking down. That's why he turned and asked what he was doing, but it was too late, because the professor was already very close. And the main character paid attention to the student and saw that he was sitting quite thoughtfully and doing nothing. It was completely unclear what had happened to him and why he was behaving so strangely. Thoughts flashed through his head that he decided to rebel against him after that very incident with the werewolf. Although if you look closely at the expression on this person's face, then this is not so, because it seems that this is not the case at all. Then there is only one option. The hero asked if he understood correctly that he had not yet practiced elemental manifestation. The guy replied that this was so and he was apologizing because he was so embarrassed. Roger understood. This is what it means to be a special student. Fiona does not have basic knowledge. Even if he was accepted to see inclusion, it is strange. He, in turn, cannot sell responsibility for a person to whom everything needs to be explained from scratch. Of course, he will still lag behind, whether he is from the others or not. Well, it's not so simple at all, and asked to name the attributes that he can use because he should know this. The boy replied that, of course, they are fire, water, and wind. The teacher asked to try to use fire. The boy asked in what sense. The hero replied that he would teach and could not leave a student who needed help. Machiavelli told him to accumulate magical power, and he must master the basic manifestation. Adrian replied that he would do everything now. The professor said, and now he should think about how he turns it into an attribute, that is, fire. The student replied that he would try now. He tried to do this for some time, but it didn't work. Then the teacher said that thinking about the goal is not enough, because he must allow the senses to open. Adrian listened to him carefully, and then closed his eyes and began to gradually concentrate his power. The hero told him to remember the brightest flame that he had seen in his life. When he does this, let him remember the shape, sound, smell of the touch, and literally everything that he felt then. The guy immediately thought about the very situation that happened 8 years ago. All this happened during a snowstorm that was outside the window. There was a bitter smell of burning logs and charcoal, as well as the aroma of a fire stew. In addition to all this whining, his sisters and mother's grumbling, and also the smile of his father, who returned home. The boy understood that there was little food then, and the cold wind was getting under the fabric of his worn clothes. That harsh winter, the fire flaring in the fireplace calmed him. As a result of these memories, Adrian felt that warmth, as if it were yesterday, after what happened. The hero said to keep it up. And the guy finally opened his eyes, and when he looked forward, he saw the fire that he had created with his own hands. He immediately thought with joy that he really got it all. This feeling that arose along with the moment from the past. The teacher was nearby and carefully looked at this attribute and also said that he was great. It turns out that his flame warms and does not burn. His warmth is not capable of harm, and the man knows what he was thinking about. The student looked in surprise and thought, is it really possible to hear more than criticism from Professor Ludger? Machiavelli continued to say that the fire in his hands is an attribute, the image of which he imagined in his head, but it is not a simple attribute at all. This power is the flame of his magical power. Adrian looked carefully and asked if this was his magical power. The teacher began to leave there and told the guy to remember this feeling well. He further stated that he was already completely confident that they understood this, and that this is the very method that he recently spoke about, as a result of which, even if they do not rely on the senses, also their own experience will not hurt them at all, and basic knowledge serves as the basis for using the attributes of elemental magic. The idea of the heat of fire and the cold of ice is not enough, and even a 3-year-old child knows this. A true magician must put something unique into his spell. Just because of this, let them remember a moment that has great meaning for them. They should connect all 5 of their own senses to all this. The same guy who just recently had a bad job with this attribute created it and said it worked. The neighbor said that the difference is really significant. All the students immediately became inspired when they heard all this and began to use their attributes, enhancing them with their memories. Flora sat sad, because she thought that she had learned all this a long time ago. Before that, of course, she thought that today she would learn something new. But it seems she was mistaken. At the same time, it was completely unclear to her why the professor devoted so much time to some freshman, even praising him for simply demonstrating the attribute of magic. It was completely unclear to her where this man had gone, who had disgraced her on the very first day in front of the entire audience. She was not going to attract attention to herself, but everything was not easy. That's why she decided that they would watch him shower her with compliments, and now she used her power and created an attribute. The neighbor drew attention to this technique and thought, is this really a superimposition of attributes that she is doing, of course? The girl continued to do her technique and thought that if she added wind magic, she could create a whirlpool. Suddenly she felt that something strange began to happen to the flow of her forces. A bright enough light appeared, and this technique became completely uncontrollable in her hands. The students asked what else this was, and someone said that it was dangerous. The girl nearby asked Flora to stop. The girl herself understood perfectly well that she had to stop all this. Otherwise, an explosion would definitely be unavoidable. She needed to set up a barrier so that no one would get hurt. The children who were in the area began to run away from her, shouting that they should save themselves as quickly as possible and run away. The others shouted Flora's name, and she understands that she will not be able to hold on to this power, even closing her eyes. Suddenly she heard a teacher approach her and ask her to concentrate, and also put his hand there. Ludger called her full name and told her not to give up and to control the flow of her magical power. Let her not worry, because he in turn will help her in order to overcome this difficulty. The girl did not respond to this judgment, but it was clear that some other force appeared on top of her. Most quickly, the ball, which began to spread around the area, decreased, and the technology began to stabilize. Flora turned her attention there and realized that it was no longer as chaotic as it was. It was more stable. Machiavelli saw that she had relaxed and told her not to be distracted, because they had not finished doing this yet. As a result, if she becomes right now, her magic will simply dissipate. So he asks if she is really satisfied with such an outcome. There was an awkward pause between them for a while, and they looked into each other's eyes. The girl didn't say anything, but continued to concentrate her energy, and also realized that he was right. After all, in any case, it turns out that she really should finish the job, so she looked down and concentrated even more. Flora thought that the glances that were directed at her all the time expressed the constant loss of power, as well as jealousy. But she in turn did not pay attention, and continued to move forward. Whatever it was, there was something that she could not bear, and that same factor was the cold gaze of her father, who looked at her quite contemptuously. For the girl, this situation was always quite sad, because she understood that he looked as if she did not exist. Long ago, the professor said that she would receive 10 penalty points. That day, following the humiliation, she was overcome for the first time by the feeling of losing, and it hurt her so much that even such unwanted memories from childhood returned to her, even if she didn't even see his facial expression. And despite this, she knew that he looked exactly the same as her father once did. Lumos, in turn, never forget their offenders. So one day she would definitely fight with this man and win, or at least that's what she thought shortly before. And right now she looked forward and realized that the magical waves were really stabilizing a little more, and she would be able to do this. In fact, after a few moments, the power that was channeled in her hands took on the form that she needed. The girl smiled when she saw it and said that this is how it all worked out for her. Professor Ludger leaned closer and said that Flora Lumos had acted rather rashly. And the point now is not even that she tried something new and failed. That's normal, because everyone really makes mistakes. The main problem is that she put other students at risk. The girl released her gaze down and said that she was very sorry. The teacher continued and said that this, not to mention the inept superposition of two elements, the interlocutor got angry and asked what he was saying. Machiavelli said that she was talking about mixing fire and ice. Making two opposite elements complement each other is a very difficult task. Flora said that this was true, but she did it, of course, and does not deny at all that she went too far in trying to add a third element. But as for the ice, as well as the mismatched flame, it turned out just perfect. The hero looked at her and said nothing. After a few moments, he extended his own hand and created a fire attribute as well as a flame that complemented each other. Soon these elements came together, and there was not even the slightest hint that they were rejecting one or another element. The student noticed this and understood what he was talking about, and the teacher continued his story, saying that she should understand this difference. As a result, we can say that she only managed to freeze the fire, and it looked quite beautiful. Indeed, he can say that one picture is not enough, and he does not understand what she intended to achieve with this. Did she really want to show off? Flora heard him scold her and closed her eyes, realizing that she really was to blame. The rest of the children were on the sidelines, and the party neighbor was worried about her condition. After a few moments, the professor used his attribute, which he combined in his hands and directed it upward. As a result, the same magic that was embodied in the sky began to transform into snow. It spread literally throughout the entire classroom, and students could easily touch it. Tracy extended her hand and asked in surprise if it was snow. Flora also looked up and thought that by using the ability of fire to cover long distances, as well as the coldness of ice, he had combined them into one spell. As a result, he used the same elements. He reworked them into something more practical, and she was a complete failure. A few moments later, the hero turned to his student, but did not say her name. She thought that now the teacher would shout, and the man said that he did not blame her for her lack of skill at all. The girl judged with her opinion, raised her head and asked what he was talking about. I also noticed his gaze, about which one could say that he was kinder rather than cold. Sir Roger said that she had a truly unique talent. Among guys her age, he had never met such a technically savvy wizard. But right now he can say that this is not about that, but about something more significant in his opinion. She was just playing for the audience. Then he touched her shoulder and said that he had no right to tell her what to do. But despite this, he still advised her to choose a different goal. And he asks her to do this only because it will be for her own good. The girl was very surprised by the product, how good it was, and wondered if it was for her good. Soon the teacher turned to the other students and told the children to return to their seats. After that, he began to slowly walk down the stairs to take his workplace. Flora remembered the man's look and thought that in his eyes there was neither reproach nor mockery, but only sincere concern. This is the same feeling that was not even in the look of her own father. She touched her head, and her neighbor on the desk asked how she was. The girl replied that everything was fine. She just had a headache due to using a large amount of mana, and also thought that it felt like she was about to faint. At the same time, she was wondering how the professor felt, because he spent much more energy than she did. The hero, in turn, walked quite slowly and felt really strong pain in his head. At that moment, he thought that taking a pill before class would be very useful, because his head was about to explode. I also thought that Flora was able to not only combine the elements, but also complete a top-level spell of 3 elements. Machiavelli remembers how at one time the teacher also scolded him severely after such an outburst. But was the man too strict? He hopes that his words did not hurt her, but even if so, she will definitely cope with it and listen to his advice, because these were not empty words. As he thought about it, he continued to walk forward towards his workplace. Then he turned towards the students and thought that there were no weaklings among them. Madam Rector, in turn, mentioned that this year many talented children entered the academy, so this is the so-called golden generation. While he was thinking about this, his attention was caught by one of the students who was on the side. The man asked if there was something wrong with Renee. She hesitated a little and continued to try to manifest her element. Professor Ludger said that she is unable to manifest an elemental attribute, or rather, it basically does not exist at all. The girl noticed that this was indeed the case. The teacher told the others that the lesson was over for today, and as an assignment, he asked them to repeat everything they had learned today. But the interlocutor, who was next to him, told her to follow him into the office. Renee and her neighbor looked at him in surprise and did not understand what was happening. But she couldn't refuse it, so she followed there after a while. The man was also in the office and asked him to wait here for a while, to which she agreed. After that, I thought about it. Then she actually called her because he really wanted to conduct a personal survey. Or maybe he was going to kick her out. This is exactly the case. How can a client who is unable to demonstrate elemental magic be eligible to attend spell theory and practice classes? But at the same time, she really wants to continue going to the professor's lectures. And suddenly she noticed that he took out some kind of document. The student was horrified and wondered if this was a statement for a transfer to another teacher. She knew that he still wanted to refuse her. The professor turned to her, but she did not listen to him, and said that she would try and do everything. She just begs for forgiveness, if only she does not forbid him to go to his classes. The main character, in turn, handed her the book and asked what she was talking about. Renee asked if this was really not a statement of translation. The man replied that she stopped talking nonsense and took this book because he was already tired of holding it. The student took it and told the professor that this is what she thinks. The man said that it would be for her to master on her own, and she would study from it. After she masters it, a new path into the world of magic will open before her. On the cover it was written that this is not elemental magic. The girl asked where he got it from. The interlocutor noted that he knew one person, and this book was the result of her many years of research. Renee said, "It means that there are other wizards who control non-elemental magic. But what is this person doing now?" The hero replied that she had already left this world. The interlocutor only sighed sadly because of this and realized that this was a sore subject for him. At the same time, she drew attention to his gaze, which was now downcast and very thoughtful, so that it was clear that that person was dear to him. The student asked if this meant that she would not be able to study other types of magic. The hero replied that this was so. Did it really upset her? The girl said that she really wanted to master elemental magic. The professor asked what she thought about a person who could only work with one element. Renee said that she thought he was probably mediocre, but the teacher replied that this was not so. Magicians who were able to practice only one element were incredibly talented. All this lies in the area of this particular element. They in turn can influence a natural phenomenon. That's why they are professionals in their field. The girl noticed that this is what it means. The interlocutor noted that this is how she should now tell him what thoughts she has about non-elemental magic. The student hesitated for a moment and then said that it didn't involve using elements, so it was weird. Roger took a cup of tea and said that in fact this has not yet been proven. The 10th element, or rather the element of metal, is considered part of the element of earth. That's why she shouldn't worry, because the world and magic will not stop, but they change after each other. First, let her read the book, and this is her homework. After some time, the girl left, and the man thought that it was quite unexpected to meet a student practicing non-elemental magic. However, she had this reasonable look. He had the opportunity to look into the eyes of a person who knows how to distinguish good from evil. Although she is still at the very beginning of her journey and does not realize all this. The book he gave to this girl finally found its next owner, and it seems like it was fate. After some time, life at the academy was normal, and students went to classes, and professors taught. At the same time, Adrian practiced his magic using his own element. He paid attention to it, and thought that even if he was almost finished, this technique that Professor Ludger showed him turned out to be very useful. At the same time, when he used the mafia, there was kindness in his gaze, as well as wisdom, so it was probably in vain that he doubted him before. Of course, it cannot be that a person who loves magic turns out to be some kind of villain. The guy turned his attention to his comrades first, and then looked at the group of students that had gathered near one of the guys. But it was not clear who he was and why so many guys crowded around him. This man must be popular in Theon. Suddenly, another person approached from the side and asked who they were. It was a recent acquaintance who said, "Could it be Adrian, a student who is unable to materialize his own element? It turns out that he is quite arrogant since he is still wrong here." Leo got angry and said that he was a scoundrel. If he continued in the same spirit, he would feel bad. But the guy calmed him down and said that he would talk to him himself. He told Jackson that he had no idea what irritated him so much about him, but he asked for forgiveness. Therefore, he wonders if they can just forget about it. And that's all. The interlocutor noted that if they forget, then he agrees. But all this will happen immediately after he kneels in front. Tracy said that he himself is not ashamed to say this, because he is a noble nobleman. The guy replied that the fallen were not given the right to vote, although what to take from an uneducated incompetence. The girl was angry and asked if he had really lost all fear. Adrian, after hearing these words, got angry and came closer, then said that he could say whatever he wanted about him. But under no circumstances should he touch his friends. He said this with such an angry look, as if he wanted to hit this guy. But Jackson smiled in response to this and asked what he would do for him. Adrian immediately took the white glove into his hands and noticed that it was happening. He didn't mean it in a good way. In this case, he understands everything, and there are no problems, because then he challenges him to a magical duel. The aristocrat, in turn, immediately said that he was accepting the challenge, and his comrades told the guy that he was the one doing such a thing. The student with glasses did not listen to them and said that if he wins, he will apologize to Leo, as well as Tracy. Jackson smiled and said that they would see who would win first. That's why, let him prepare to fall on his face. Suddenly the main character appeared, turned to both of them and said that you have not explained what is happening here. The students immediately noticed him and said that this was Professor Ludger. The hero looked at Adrian and thought with anger that he had gotten himself into something again, as if he were some very sought-after person in this world. After his thoughts, he said that he expected an answer to his question. Jackson said that this was a fair fight, and he challenged his opponent to a duel, so he agreed. Machiavelli replied that this duel between first-year students was impossible anyway, because it wouldn't work that way. The student asked whether this general thing had become prohibited. The professor was surprised by what this man was saying and wondered what was wrong with this guy in general. A few moments later, he turned his gaze to the other side and saw a lot of people hanging around one of the guys. Then he decided that now everything seemed crystal clear to him, because this man was doing everything in order to impress the student who was staring at him. So he told his interlocutors that he would not punish them for something that did not happen, and let them return to their rooms. Jackson tried to get through to him anyway. Suddenly, on the other hand, another teacher came up and told him not to press them so hard. After all, in this case, isn't he exceeding his own authority as a professor? Still, the mentor has no right to interfere in a duel arranged on a mutual basis. Several students said that this is true and true. The main character was quite surprised and did not understand what he was trying to achieve, but he succeeded. After some thought, Machiavelli said that in any case, he could not allow the students to harm each other, so why not sit through the duel? Then he turned to the guys and asked if they agreed to this. Jackson immediately said that he was not against it, and his opponent noted that he was also in favor. The hero looked at the professor, stood up for this duel, and said that the duel would take place. The teacher said that there was something else. He came closer and extended his hand and asked if he would like to make a bet on this matter. Of course, he is definitely not obliged to do this and knows that it is stupid to bet on a duel, the result of which is already known. Well, why not? The main character understood what he was getting at, so he interrupted him and agreed to this proposal. Chris smiled and said that he did not expect that he would accept his offer so easily, so who, in his opinion, will be the winner is interesting. He said that in turn, he bets on Jackson Filio and believes that he is an incredibly talented magician. The boy was happy because of this. Then, with a spontaneous smile, he asked whether he was also going to bet on this guy, whether they should then bet on how he would win. But the main character responded to this by saying that there was no need for this at all. After all, in turn, he was just about to bet on Adriano. The boy was surprised when he heard what he said. Chris laughed about this and said that everything would be as he said, although he did not understand his confidence in this student. The hero asked what they were arguing about. The teacher remarked, since they both teach spell practice, then how about recording their research? Machiavelli was quite surprised and asked if he also taught this subject. The interlocutor did not at all expect that he would be humiliated like this in front of all the students, and was very amazed. Further reflection on his face changed to anger, and he thought that this was just some scoundrel fallen nobleman. It was unclear how he dared to disgrace him in front of the students, and even if he didn't think it was worth it, he would get away with it. The hero thought that he didn't even know that he also taught manifestation. Machiavelli said that all this was good, and would they agree to have a duel in 4 days? Chris angrily agreed, and then turned around and left there. Then Adrian turned to the professor and apologized, because if it weren't for him, nothing would have happened. The hero in response only told him to think better about how to win. Jackson still has the advantage at the moment, but it's really too late to give up. As a result, it turns out that in battles there is always a place for unexpected variables. The student was surprised to ask what he meant. The professor answered him that he had had this variable for a long time, so he in turn only had to use it at the right moment. The interlocutor lowered his head down and thought that this was exactly so, because if he did this, his trouble would be in his hands. However, he remembered the man who smiled and motioned for him to cover his mouth. So Adrian immediately shouted to the professor that he wanted to defeat Jackson using only his skills. The main character was surprised to hear a desperate cry from this boy for help. The student at that moment was confident enough in himself and asked Professor Ludger to prepare him. Machiavelli only looked with surprise at this determination of the guy who asked him for help. Adrian remembered the girl who told him to remember what she taught him. It should not be casually flaunted to others, because if he does this, trouble will not keep him waiting long. And what's more, there's something else. It turns out that with these very actions she earns her living, so doesn't he want her to die of hunger on the street? The boy became wary and said, of course not to the teacher. She stroked him and said that this did not mean that she forbade the use of these techniques. It turns out that as soon as he feels that he needs them, let him act. There always comes a time in life when he needs to make one choice or another. It was on this occasion that she told Adrian that you were following his heart. Machiavelli froze after hearing a request for help from this boy. He did not understand what he was saying. It was completely unclear what the hell this student just said. After all, it turns out that he made a bet with another teacher, knowing only about his extraordinary abilities, and he declares that he wants to win thanks to his skills. What kind of skills are these that he doesn't even know about? Then he decided that it didn't matter, and in any case, this was a good opportunity to test his level of training. Therefore, after a few moments of his own reflection, he said that he agreed and would show him how to gain an advantage in a magical duel. Their training may seem like real torture to him, and besides, it does not guarantee him victory. The boy, without even thinking, answered that he agreed. The professor said that in this case they wouldn't start. Adrian asked if it would be right now, although he agreed to this. On the way, the main character thought that it seemed that their rivals were already celebrating their victory, but he would see what their confident faces would be like in 4 days. Sometime after training, Adrian lay in his room and said how tired he was. I also thought about the fact that I almost died during this very training, and it turns out that this was just her first one. At the same time, it was unclear why Professor Ludger was so confident in him. After all, he does not use the most traditional magic. I also wondered if the professor knew something that he didn't know. While Adrian had these thoughts in his head, he fell fast asleep. And somewhere in his house was Chris, who said that it seemed that in his free time Roger Celesi gave personal consultations to that boy. So, most likely there is nothing to doubt, because it is true he may not show it, but the man knows that he desperately wants to win. Then he turned to Jackson, who was in the office, and asked what his goal was. The guy was inspired and angrily said that he needed to defeat this tax commoner. The man interrupted and said that this is all I need, because he must show the insurmountable gulf that separates the commoner and the aristocrats. Of course, he has no doubt about victory, but it would be better to play it safe. And so he took out some kind of bottle. The guy asked what it was, and the teacher answered a magic amplifier. Let him drink it before the battle. The ward immediately became wary and said that if he was caught, he could be expelled from the academy. Chris said that this was a special invention of the Benamor family. Therefore, he has no need to worry, because no one will know anything. This insignificant brat will use all possible methods to defeat him, so they will do the same. Jackson agreed with the man and thought that this was true. Although his honor would be easily hurt, he would never give in to a pathetic plebeian. The professor in turn smiled and thought that his ward had made the right choice. Soon the day of the magic duel arrived, and everyone was at the training ground. A fairly large number of spectators gathered and heatedly discussed the events that were about to happen. The guy asked if it was right that an aristocrat has more chances to win, because his level of training is higher than that of a commoner. He was told that a freshman has something to show. In addition, it was this guy who participated in the capture of the werewolf, although in the end it was Professor Ludger who dealt with him, not him. The student said that he was coached quite well by the professor, and it seems that Chris is on the side of the aristocrats. The interlocutor asked who it was, and realized that she was a professor, and that she was responsible for the second opponent. The man heard this and got angry, and the students continued the discussion. It turns out that they both teach the practice of spells, so they are often compared, and probably this is unpleasant. Chris thought that today he would knock Roger's arrogance. In the end, it was all these people who would witness his defeat. After a while, someone entered the training ground. Everyone immediately turned their attention there and saw how the rector of the academy entered along with the rest of the professors and greeted Chris Benamor. The man was dumbfounded and asked the lady what brought her here, and it turns out that Professor Hugo was also here. The woman replied that she had received news that something interesting was planned. It was only because of this that she brought him with her. Then she said that she had not seen Professor Ludger for a long time, and how he was doing was interesting. He thanked him and said he was not complaining. She heard that the men made a bet, so interestingly he bet. The hero replied that he had made Adrian's choice, Jessica noticed, which means Chris bet on Jackson. Now she is looking forward to the battle and hopes that no one will get hurt. The deputy said that the lady is not very worried at all, because protective equipment helps create a barrier responsible for the safety of the wearer. Then she noticed that their participants had already arrived. The first to arrive was Adrian, who was really in protective gear. He had support from the audience. Leo told him to crush this pompous aristocrat, and Tracy also supported him. Also, on the other hand, Jackson appeared, who was also supported and said that they believed in him, and also asked to show real strength. The teacher approached the participants and told them that before they began, they had to pass a short test. Adrian turned to his opponent and said that when he loses, let him remember to keep his promise. The guy smiled when he heard this and said to just dream, because victory will be his. And so the teacher examined Jason and said that everything was fine, so it was the next one's turn. And when I paid attention to the guy, I asked what it was hanging on him. Adrian replied that if the professor talks about it, then this is his military weapon. The man took it in his hands and said that it looked like a sword. The interlocutor hesitated and said that this was not so, because the black one was simply made in the shape of a sword. But it was not him. Then he asked if this was forbidden by chance. The teacher examined it and thought that the blade seemed to be safe and blunt, so he said that everything was in order. The participant was benevolent to him, and the man said that they don't know the rules. The first one with a magical barrier will fall off his protective equipment, lose, and now let them get ready. The curator of the fight said that he would not start now, and Adrian immediately sent his energy towards his opponent. At the same time, Jackson also did not stand still, and using his magic wand, he directed the fire forward. Leo saw what happened and said that they were moving literally at the same pace. The girl noticed that they were quite fast. Adrian wondered what the same guy used with the element of fire. He, in turn, knew that he would start with the strongest element. The aristocrat began to think that his opponent was doing better than he expected, and he would be at a disadvantage. But this did not happen only if the amount of his mana did not exceed several times. And so his element of fire, which was now used, dominated the second element of his competitor. She completely suppressed Adrian's power, and then launched an attack, so the guy managed to dodge. Immediately after that, she flew forward, and it was clear that the power of this technique was strong. Jackson saw what happened and shouted to let this pathetic plebeian know his place and continue to use force. In order to defend himself, the commoner also used his technique and directed it into the opponent's element. After this, the forces converged again. But it was clear that the aristocrat dominated this fight because of his power. A friend who saw this fight from the side said that it was bad, because Adrian was starting to lose a little. Quantity fought below and thought to himself that at this rate he would lose and it was time to do something. Namely, he should use the technique that Professor Ludger taught him shortly before. Jackson saw how his opponent did not use magic and simply rushed to attack him, so he immediately began to laugh and asked if he was giving up already. Chris also smiled when he noticed this and said that the duel was over, but suddenly he noticed something strange. As the professor took a closer look at the attack that had just been made, he wondered if he was right. After all, it turns out that this is the same technique. Adrian rushed forward, and there was a magic circle at the tip of his weapon. The teacher realized that this was a sliding maneuver. Because of this, he was amazed and did not understand how this boy knew the technique of battle magicians. So could it be that Ludger taught him this technique not long before? Although right now there is a more important question. Because it is completely unclear how this plebeian was able to master the sliding maneuver in just 3 days. Jackson didn't understand what was happening. Magic was based on concentration, and if he continued to move so chaotically, it would be difficult for him to concentrate on the manifestation. Although he shouldn't worry now and needs to be calmer because everything is under control. Because it turns out that he has already cast the spell, and with this he will put an end to it with a trick exactly, no matter what he does there. Adrian, in turn, rushed forward, continuing the attack and dodging the opponent's force that was ahead. The aristocrat noticed how his spell simply passed through that very place, and there was no one there. Therefore, because of what happened, he became angry, because he realized that nothing came of it. After Adrian dodged, he immediately prepared to attack with his strength. The very flash that appeared on the tip of his weapon headed straight towards the aristocrat. With this very action, he was hit in the head. Then, when the guy knocked down his opponent, he immediately approached him and pointed his weapon. At the same time, he immediately said that now it was his turn to attack. Jackson understood where this was all going and, very wary, asked to wait a second. But it was too late because Adrian was not going to stop and ended this fight in a few moments. The crowd of onlookers that had gathered in the stands exclaimed joyfully and heard that the winner would now be announced. The curator of this magical duel approached the guy with glasses and, raising his hand, said that the winner was Adrian. Leo, as well as a large number of students, were happy and said that he was cool and that the training had paid off. Those who were rooting for his opponent said that Jackson was a scoundrel because he had tarnished the reputation of the aristocrats. The girl noted that she knew that he could not be relied on, because it turns out that he boasted of being the son of a baron, but he cheated the plebeians, and in the end he turned out to be just a loser who disgraced them all. The guy heard all these words and was horrified, and also wondered if he, Jackson Filio, had lost. Because of this, a wave of anger immediately came over him, and he told himself that this simply could not happen. Therefore, the guy began to shout that his opponent was cheating. Otherwise, how else would he manage to cast a spell while moving? And in this case, he was just going to finish him off. So the aristocrat rose from his seat and began to use his magic. Tracy saw what was happening and asked what he was doing, and Leo also told Jackson to come to his senses and not do anything. They shouted for Adrian to run away. It was already too late, because the aristocrat did not listen to anyone and changed his technique, so that it was heading straight towards the people. The guy turned his attention there and saw that it was quite dangerous, because the curator also fell under the influence of this fire. So the memory of the words of the teacher immediately surfaced in his head, who said that the moment does not always come when he needs to make his choice. After all this happens, then Adrian needs to follow his heart. Further, the guy rushed forward, or, using his weapon, tried to protect himself, as well as the teacher, from this fire. From the outside, it might seem that he was literally holding back this flow with the help of his weapon. In fact, the force of this attack was powerful enough to hit both of them with ease. But a few moments passed after it all started, and the fire was completely extinguished. The students who were here asked what it was all about. Could he really be able to cut the magic? Roger thought about it after all. He was a stubborn boy after all. He did not hesitate to use this technique at the most necessary moment. Professor Chris was amazed, but what he saw in front of him and realized that this was anti-magic, the very direction that allows one to cancel the effects of magic. All this happened in conjunction with the sliding maneuver technique, and it is unclear how he learned all this. Jackson in turn stood and his limbs trembled. But after Adrian suppressed the technique so that it was directed in his direction, he immediately rushed forward. The opponent saw what happened because of the fast speed and was unable to react. That's why the guy easily approached him and then punched him quite hard in the head. Because of this, the aristocrat's body immediately fell to the ground and was now definitely defeated. At that moment, Adrian was quite angry and said that he hoped this man would accept his defeat with honor. But in the end, it turned out exactly the opposite, and the guy did not expect that he would turn out to be such a scoundrel. One of the students smiled after seeing everything and said that Jackson doesn't even know how to lose with dignity. Then he turned to the man who was sitting next to him and asked if this was true. A sophomore was sitting next to him, whose name was Freddie Woolberg. The Cold One's interlocutor noted that he didn't care, because initially he did not arouse any interest in him at all. But if we talk about Adrian, then, on the contrary, you need to keep an eye on him, because this is not the first time he has proven his superiority over the aristocrats. Next, the guy turned to his friend Henry and said that he should leave here. Both of them rose from their seats and immediately began to snatch from the training ground. Freddy turned his attention to the main character. The man in turn also looked in their direction, and they made eye contact. After this happened, the student immediately turned in the other direction and slowly left. But Chris turned to Professor Ludger and asked if he knew that this student had anti-magic skills. The hero replied that he knew and what exactly the problem was. The interlocutor asked if he was still asking. Machiavelli replied that he did not at all understand the reason for his irritation. After all, he is responsible for the first-year students, so he really didn't even bother to familiarize himself with their personal affairs. In any case, anti-magic did not affect the outcome in any way. Chris had no answer to this, and he only got angry. The hero stood up and said that he remembers correctly that they argued about scientific research. The interviewee noted that this was true, and whether he wanted to look at something specific, Ludger noted that this was not the case. He did not claim that he needed it. The man asked what he meant now. Machiavelli replied that it was simply not his style to argue about the records of other people's research and appropriate them for himself. After these words were spoken, the main character turned around and simply left. The interlocutor did not understand whether he had insulted him again. This was done by himself, Chris Benamor. When the man realized this, you got very angry and thought that Roger Celesi was just a scoundrel. Machiavelli continued her way through the corridors of the academy and suddenly saw that someone was standing in front. It turned out that it was a girl who was a secret agent and congratulated the professor on her victory. Only now they attracted even more attention. And isn't that a problem? The teacher replied that everything was fine, because it was even good, and the girl asked what he was saying and why this was so. The hero responded to this by saying that Madame Rector was suspicious of him. Sylvia was surprised when she heard this. The man continued to say that she knew that they had infiltrated Theon. Despite his status, it would not be easy for him to gain her trust. The interlocutor did not understand how, after all, he became a professor. He should have been out of danger. Roger noticed that that was why he decided to make a good impression. This had to be done through a duel, but even so, although it was enough, the secret agent now understood everything. The professor turned to her and said that he now needed her help. She was surprised to ask about this issue. The hero extended his own hand in her direction and said that their meetings would be conspicuous until she became an exemplary student. It was only because of this that efforts should be made to reduce the level of suspicion that Sylvia thought that Mr. First Order had given her a personal task. Then he became inspired and said that she understood everything, because she would do everything possible, even if it cost her life. The interlocutor sighed and said that there was no need to die. The girl replied that then he would die on her, even if this mission killed her. It was clear that she was simply glowing with joy. Machiavelli wondered how crazy all this was, and noticed what would happen, as she would say, while thinking, "This is a hectic economy." The recent event allowed him to convince everyone that he was acting in the interests of Madame Rector, and to make the Black Dawn understand too. Namely, that he cannot act rashly enough, but all this cannot last forever. The hero thought that he really should create his own organization, and for this he needs to do something. His thoughts were interrupted by the communication sphere, which gave a sign that someone wanted to talk to him. Machiavelli made contact and asked what was wrong with Hans. The interlocutor noted that he had checked in nearby areas, as he had asked before. After all, in the end, he learned how things were in the criminal world, and understood how to act in order to maintain their positions. The hero interrupted him, and said that it seemed like it was time to use force. The interlocutor noted that he correctly noticed, and the time had come for heavy artillery. The hero wondered how it was on time. After that, he said that in this case he was moving forward. The comrade asked, "But isn't he busy right now?" "Because he's afraid it will take a lot of time." The professor told him not to worry, because he would try to make sure everything was over as quickly as possible, and in one of the houses it was quite loud. The man got angry, and after that he immediately hit the table, and the boy asked him if everything was okay with him. The interlocutor looked at him quite angrily and asked what he thought about this. All Belfort was required to do was invest money in the project. These were the funds that they invested, and this scoundrel died, leaving them with nothing. The subordinate asked if perhaps they should find another fund, that's all. The leader said that this is precisely what he wanted to talk to the guys about, because it turns out that they don't have to think through further steps to scale their business. He can be the first to say what to do with those scoundrels from the Black Rose group. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some sound from the side. The man drew attention to the man who simply came into them and asked what kind of scoundrel he was. They immediately shouted to him whether he was blind. Because it is very clear to everyone that they are closed, the hero came closer, and the leader asked if he was really deaf. Let him get out of here, and that's all. Roger asked if he understood correctly that he was Henry, the leader of Allah's group. The man asked how he knew him. It turns out that this person is seeing him for the first time. Machiavelli smiled and replied that they had never met before. He was just quite famous. He also asks for forgiveness for forgetting to introduce himself to him. His name, in turn, is James Moriarty. The interlocutor asked him again if he was really the person he said he was. He knew very well that this was the name of the villainous consultant who runs the criminal system of the Kingdom of Delica. But this man had not hidden his identity for years. It was completely unclear what he forgot here, although now they know it. The leader of the group laughed and said what he had heard about Professor Moriarty. The hero said that he was very happy, but the interlocutor wondered if he could take his word for it now. Machiavelli asked if he really considered him an impostor. The man replied that his appearance in such a place was quite unexpected. The professor then stated that his suspicions were justified, but everything was not so simple. Then he raised his own hand and said that in this case he would still ask them to refrain and not to pour too much in vain. Those present pointed their weapons at him. The hero glanced at them and said how much equipment there was, of course. He was sorry to disappoint them, but weapons definitely wouldn't help them here. Pointing with his eyes, the leader literally told his subordinates to shoot him in the shoulder too. The guys immediately started doing it, but because they pulled the trigger, nothing happened. And when this happened, they continued to look at their weapons and asked what it was because their pistols did not work. Machiavelli immediately used his magic spell and said that he had warned all of them. Henry was crazy when he saw this spell, and realized that it was the silence of fire, but it is unclear when he managed to cast it. The professor saw the confusion on the faces of all these people, as well as their leader, and immediately smiled. Suddenly, the front door that led to this room immediately fell out and hit hard. Everyone present immediately turned their attention there, and were surprised when they saw a monster come out and roar. They immediately became very frightened and started screaming, wondering if it was a werewolf who had come to them. The main characters, in turn, also paid attention to the monster that was walking straight towards him, but knew that this situation was in his favor. Surprisingly for everyone, the existence attacked, but stood next to him, literally protecting him. One of the robbers, quite surprised, asked if he had really tamed him, which means that the recent incident was also his doing. Hans thought about what happened recently. He saw the hero and said that he was really here and decided to use this personality. Machiavelli replied that he understood everything correctly and asked him to be brought up to date. His friend said that this place was a criminal area in which their hideout was located. This very place is shared by 4 criminal organizations, the largest of which is called the Scarlet Group. They in turn perform the dirtiest work and in fact control the entire area, the hero said, which means they are their goal. The comrade replied that this was true and it would be nice to deal with them, but it would not be easy, as their strength was too colossal. Therefore perhaps they should not go ahead, but start with pawns. The interlocutor noted that this is not necessary, because this way they will only waste time. Going head-on will be much faster. So they separate themselves with dictionaries, and the rest will go on their own. Hans said that now is not the best time for this, because not so long ago they began to form gangs. Machiavelli's rock stands. This probably happened just after the death of Belfort Rixon, so let him wait a second, because there is some kind of connection between the Allah group and the old man. Perhaps all these incidents and victims behind which the aristocrats stood occurred due to the fault of the Allah group. Maybe they did all the dirty work for Belfort, Hans said. Probably the death of the money bag terribly enraged them. The hero noticed that this situation united the crazy scoundrels, and thinks they came to their souls just in time. The friend said that he doesn't understand, because this is not just some lousy gang. They are not real mercenaries, and among them there are even half-knights. Machiavelli said that it's okay. After all, they are far from the order of knighthood. The interlocutor was confused, remarked that he was not sure here, and the elder thought that he did not mean that they were Slovaks, but it was better to remain silent about it. Then he told Hans that he would need his help. He was surprised, but now, when he was in the guise of a werewolf, he thought, did it really mean that he decided to instill fear with his help? In any case, this is even great because she respects playing the role of a target, whispered to the hero, which reminds him that if a fight breaks out, she should not count on him, because he will run away. Machiavelli replied that he knew and would just pretend that he was a formidable werewolf. Henry thought that he was the real James Moriarty or not, but he should not be underestimated. The man, of course, assumed that this man was using magic, but he didn't expect to see a pet werewolf, so he smiled and said that now he was sure. The man in front of him is who he claims to be and apologizes for not recognizing him earlier, the hero said, which means he was able to convince him after all. If so, then in this case they will move to the main purpose of his visit, and he is going to build a business in this city. The head asked if this was true, and what kind of business he was talking about. They in turn will be happy to help him in this matter. Machiavelli thanked him and said that just let him make it clear. He despises small and vile organizations. Namely, we are talking about people like them. The man did not understand what he was talking about, and the hero continued to say that, in other words, today he would put an end to the existence of the Scarlet Group. The interlocutor was amazed by what he heard in this information and understood where this could all lead. So after a few moments he immediately turned to his subordinates and damn you didn't finish him off. Then he tried to get the weapon that was hidden behind his back, but the hero immediately hit him with his stick. The subordinates took out their daggers and saw that their leader was being attacked, so they called the guy a scoundrel. Hans became wary and whispered to Roger that it didn't look like these guys were running away from them, their heels shining. It was unclear what they should do then. His comrade answered him that he had prepared for his retreat, and after that he used 3 insufficiently and hit the ground hard. As a result of this action, dark magical power began to spread throughout the area. The members of the organization that were here saw a dark shadow begin to approach them, and they did not understand what was happening. And all this matter continued to spread and absorb the light that was here. When it was all over, the men were amazed and asked what happened, because they didn't see anything. Someone said that the elderly should turn off the lights, and it was unclear how they could do this in the pitch darkness, and Machiavelli stood up and was preparing to take out his weapon. He unsheathed his blade and then glared straight at all of his opponents ahead. As a result, he used dark magic of the 3rd rank, which was called the Dream of a Fool. The weapons of the members of this group were stained with blood. They literally attacked each other, using darkness as well as shadows to instill fear into the weakened enemy. This spell, which puts a curse on him, is called connection magic. The head was on the sidelines and saw how his subordinates were killing each other. Then he asked why everything was happening for so long. Let them kill him immediately. Someone asked for help and begged that all this should stop. Several men who already looked like knights drew their blades and used magic to strengthen them. They in turn began to wave their weapons chaotically and clear away the darkness that was spread throughout the area. And so, after the spell was broken, Henry turned his attention to the sides of the establishment in which they were. At the same time, he saw the main character, who was near a pile of corpses. With horror, he asked how it all happened. Machiavelli heard the despair in his voice and looked at him with a grin. Several men who looked like a knight immediately rushed to attack him and shouted for him to die now. The main character defended himself from them and thought that the aura was able to cut his magicians, so probably these were the same knights whose comrade had recently spoken. In that case, he didn't think that he would lose to them, so after thinking about it, he immediately fought off the blow. At the same time, he immediately smiled and decided to do one action that was supposed to distract attention. He threw a bottle of some kind of purple liquid onto the floor, and the robbers immediately turned their attention to him. They jumped back, asking what it was, as purple smoke spread throughout the room. The man said that it could be nearby, so he should retreat. His comrade said that he would under no circumstances be harmed if he covered the body with magic. When he said this, a few moments later, you saw a weapon in front of you that was flying at his head. Then he used his blade to repel a dangerous attack and said that it was useless in relation to him. Suddenly, between the sharp blades that were flying towards him, a bottle appeared and broke on the sword. The man felt that something began to happen to his hand, as if poison was being absorbed there, and he began to scream in pain. The second knight, who remained on his feet, wondered if he had been poisoned by the dagger, but it was unclear how she knew that they were powerless against direct contact. The robber, whom the main character struck, held his hand and was interested in the clothes of the one he was hiding. Let him appear in front of him now, and he will finish him off at that very moment. Machiavelli heard him carefully, and appeared from the shadow that was below, and also pointed his weapon. As a result of this attack, he easily pierced the body of the man in front of him with his cane. Another knight tried to protect the head of their organization and saw what really happened there. The professor, in turn, slowly began to pull the blade from his opponent's head, looking out of his eyes alive. After that, he pulled out the weapon with a sharp movement, and blood gushed out of it, which spread across the floor. The man, who turned out to be his opponent, hesitated a little and asked if he was really Professor Moriarty. After all, how can they know that same person never had combat skills? The hero asked if he was obliged to explain something now, because in any case his interlocutor will soon die. The man thought that the loss of his opponent's vigilance allows him to find out about weaknesses. That's why he thought that he would win as long as he acted carefully, and decided to shorten the distance. Machiavelli saw that this knight rushed to the attack. Therefore, he again took out the bottle of poison that was in his pocket and threw it towards the man. He, of course, noticed this attack and immediately wondered if he really thought it would work on him. It turns out that all he needs to do is dodge this attack, and then everything will be fine. While he was doing this, his weapon was moving somehow strangely. The organization member felt that something was wrong with his blade and immediately turned his attention from there in surprise. When he saw what really happened, he was dumbfounded because he realized that his sword was there and asked, "Just don't say that it was because of that very bottle." And the main character saw what happened to his opponent and immediately took out a weapon in the form of a pistol, which was in his pocket. The knight realized with horror what was happening and decided that he needed to drop his sword and start dodging, because it turns out that he had no problems with reflexes. But in reality, when I tried to do it, I felt that it was strange in my body and was amazed. With horror, he turned his attention to his stomach and saw how some strange dark substance pierced it, after which his body immediately began to shake. Next, the man paid attention to the shadow that came from his body and realized that the attack came from there. But it was inexplicable how it came out of his shadow in the first place. The man thought that magic could only be used near the body of the spell, and he did not think that such a thing was possible. The main character pointed his gun in his direction and immediately fired after a few seconds. After he managed to finish off his next opponent, he immediately began to move forward, without stopping for a second. He was heading to the head of this very group, which he had recently intended to completely destroy, and announced this. So when I approached him, I immediately put on my hat, and with a smile on my face asked why don't they continue talking. Soon after these events, which happened quite instantly, the drink was poured into the glass. Hans walked to the bar and asked how he drinks after this in general. The hero drew attention to him and asked if he had really taken off his disguise. The interlocutor noted that he could no longer stand it when he smelled blood. So was this man lying next to him, scared to death. Machiavelli replied that not yet, but now that he had received the necessary information, he planned to pass it on to the rest of the organizations. The friend said that he was sure he would figure it out, and it was interesting what he was drinking. The interlocutor noted that this was a 38-year-old Gorgonian, Aga asked. Hans asked to give it to him too. It's not clear why you're only here for a glass. The hero replied that he felt bad and he broke everything. His comrade said to leave behind, because he had to try, even if he vomited. Then he asked what he would do with the remaining members of Allah's group. Roger said that he would find a couple of useful people and say goodbye to the rest. On the second floor of the office, there are documents and an account book. They will help him. Hans said that a lot of work awaits him. Doesn't he think that this is too much? The hero replied that he was prepared. It must be that the interlocutor does not know, but he has friends who can help. The guy asked if this is so. It turns out that there is no one better for this job. So does he really think that they will come to his aid? Machiavelli noted that they said that they would come as soon as they finished their work. He wonders if he really hates them so much. Hans said that this is so, because they are all crazy, although he knows that it is not for him to judge, but what is wrong with his face. Then he turned around and noticed that even if he was against it, they would still follow his plans. He remembered that the rector suspected him, and was not afraid to act so frivolously. The man told him to calm down, because they would not follow them, because they would definitely not take the risk of my accident, especially when the rector is closely watching them. But she will not cause a response either. Then the comrade said that all this sounded plausible, and what he still planned to call the organization. The hero asked what other name it would be. The interlocutor asked if he wasn't planning to take control of Leatherwelk, but if this is so, then at least he needs at least some kind of name. Machiavelli thought about it and asked how many people they had. The guy replied that if you look, there are about 10 people, including them. The man said that in this case he had a great idea, and therefore wanted to call it Unknown. Hans asked if he really wanted to call their group Unknown. His comrade replied that that was the idea, so it really sounded bad. The younger one continued to pour the drink and said that it was okay because he liked it quite a lot. After that, he handed over a glass and asked if they would drink one more. The main character, in response to this, also held out his glass, and with a smile on his face said that, of course, they will. After that, they bumped into each other, and it was said that they were creating a new organization. Sometime after the incident, Selena turned to Professor Ludger and asked why he did not have an assistant. Machiavelli looked at her in surprise and did not even know what to answer about this. But he soon said that this is how it turns out. He doesn't need him. The girl noticed that 80 students attend his lectures, and isn't it completely difficult for him to cope? The man replied that there were no difficulties at all, and the interlocutor said that in this case, he was simply incredible. The hero thought that he had no helpers, and it turned out that he was hunched over here all the time. So I turned to the woman and asked if she had an assistant. She replied that she did, but she didn't really need him. Although it turns out that she only has 3 of them, Roger was discouraged and thought that she had said that she did not need help, or that the professor usually had 10 assistants. It was quite loud near the man, because the teachers were discussing pressing matters, and he turned his attention to the side. There he saw Chris Benamor, who, as always, was angry, and where he went. The hero realized who it was and looked at his assistants, noticed that there were definitely more than 3 of them. The old man who was sitting next to him told the professor that he also needed to take a few. Matilda said that this was so. Otherwise it would become harder and harder every day. Selena said that this was accurate, and that at least 5 were needed. Another teacher suggested that if he wanted, she could make a list of good students. The interlocutor said that she would also help, and Professor Ludger agreed and thanked them. After a while he sat in his office and thought about the assistants. There were thoughts that they receive additional pay and tutoring, so that even new professors have about 6 of them. Some assistants study magic under the guidance of their professor instead of their main training, so he thought that this was usually a 21st century university. He, in turn, of course, doesn't mind getting rid of small tasks, but who would be interesting for him to choose? Although if you think about it, then he has a list. After these thoughts, he immediately reached for it. Then I began to gradually consider the list of candidates, and realized that this was not an urgent matter after all. After a short period of time, he noticed one of the candidates who attracted him, so he thought maybe he should choose her. Now the hero was heading through the corridors of the academy and going about his business. Something, or rather someone, attracted his attention because he realized that you were now spying on him. The man told Sylvia that if she had questions, she should just come out and ask. She was hiding around the corner and hesitated a little, but said that she was doing it now. She immediately apologized to him and said that he was passing by, and she just thought she would like to talk to him. Machiavelli drew attention to her and thought that this is not so, and students just don't pursue their professor. So does she really have nothing to do? While he was thinking about this situation, he looked at a detail that caught his attention. So the girl turned around and said that everything was fine, because he just wanted to ask you something. The interlocutor was surprised and asked if it was her. The professor asked if she had classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10 to 12 o'clock. Sylvia asked if that was not his class time. In this case, she definitely has time these days. And does he really want to entrust her with something? After hearing the information, the hero began to approach her and said that this was great. Then he smiled and asked if she would be his assistant. The interlocutor was simply dumbfounded and could not even say a word. After this question, an awkward pause hung between them, and the girl thought about it and was also embarrassed. She couldn't believe that she had such an opportunity, and hesitating, asked if he was really an assistant. But what was he saying? After all, how can someone like her even be his assistant? Machiavelli said that if he becomes her, he will be able to communicate with him calmly. Sylvia asked. But wouldn't that be suspicious? The professor noted that she shouldn't worry about it, because she was on the list he was given, and that makes sense. The interlocutor said that now everything is clear to her, and Roger said that his wife next to him does not want to do this. When he does not insist, the girl became more wary and said of course she wants to. The teacher asked whether she agreed or not, but if yes, then that's great, because within 2 days she should bring him documents about registering an assistant. Sylvia immediately agreed to this. The main character, as a result of this, thought that this was wonderful, because it was quite good for the first assistant. Now it will be much easier for her to know about the Black Dawn, and 2 days later the man has faithful assistants for small errands, and now an hour has passed. An inspired girl came to him with a document stating that she would be his assistant and immediately handed it over. Machiavelli, after seeing her with the document, was a little dumbfounded, because he did not expect it to be so fast. But still he said that she really did well. The little girl thanked him. He thought that the assistant appeared faster than he even expected. A little over an hour passed. She had already brought the document. It was surprising. There were a lot of people in the audience, as always, and each of them was talking to each other, creating noise. Renee sat with the princess and said that it was quite noisy today, and the girl answered her that there was just a strange rumor going around among the students. And this rumor that Professor Ludger was looking for assistance. The neighbor was surprised and said that it was really tempting. Adriana said that what is much more interesting is that he had not taken anyone before, which is why everyone thinks that he did not know about their existence at all. The interlocutor asked, "How come this is a professor?" The aristocrat interrupted her and said that the most interesting rumors about this. Renee was surprised, and her friend said that we are talking about a universal stone that fulfills everyone's wishes. So they say that it is hidden somewhere in Ceoren's Academy. The girl asked whether this could even exist in nature. The interlocutor replied, "Of course, and there are still many unsolved mysteries. This very place is the heart of Theon's magic. Perhaps she is exaggerating, but there is probably even some kind of artifact for this." Renee said that everything was clear to her now, and they continued their discussion. On the top row sat a girl who heard them and thought it was very childish. It turned out that it was Flora, and she was really sincerely surprised by the stories about the universal stone, because she thought that the authorities would have already appropriated it if there was one. But in any case, we can say that this Superman is recruiting assistants, and this also surprises her. Assistants, in turn, are students who receive payment from the professor. Naturally, only talented people like her are suitable for this. So she proudly straightened her hair and thought that she would definitely be able to pass if she was highly recommended. Suddenly, the students began to say that the professor was coming, so everyone should be quiet. Flora was surprised by this situation. Suddenly, the students began to say who it was. They had never seen this student, and did she really have material for classes in her hands? If so, then perhaps she was Professor Roger's assistant. When the girl saw her, she was very surprised and wondered what was going on. Had he really already chosen an assistant? Machiavelli also your audience and told Sylvia that this is a good job, so she can already go. She responded positively. Next, the main character drew attention to the students who looked at him in surprise and did not understand what was wrong with their faces. After this, it was said that everyone should be more attentive because they were starting a lesson. After a while, it was already coming to an end, and the professor said that that's all for today. Today's material will be on the exam, so don't forget. Let them look at it. One of the students turned to the professor and said that she had a question. The hero noticed her and asked Juliet Plumhart what interests her. The girl was surprised and said that he even remembers her name. Machiavelli thought that it was she who took first place at the reception ceremony, and heard that she was also supported by a magic tower. Therefore she asked what kind of question she had. Julia replied that it was not that important, and was interested in how he chose his assistant. The professor was actually surprised by this question, and did not expect to hear it, so it was not clear why she was interested. But in response to this question, he said that he had chosen her himself. The girl asked if there were any conditions, for example, the highest magical skills. Or perhaps he needed a recognizable personality for this matter. At that moment her smile was quite sly. Roger looked at her carefully, and for him it was again surprising, because it was definitely not a question out of pure curiosity. Despite all this, he decided to answer, and said that he only looks at one thing when choosing his own assistant. This very factor is the character of a person, but if she has the proper character, then we can easily pass the interview. Then it's cold. He said that in any case, after her question, she might not even visit him, because now he definitely doesn't think that she can become his assistant if she tries to do this. Then the professor turned around and said that if there were no more questions, then he would go. In addition to all this, their first exam is very soon, so they ask you to prepare well for it. The man slowly left the audience and was about to go about his business. And when I did this, I turned my attention to the side, because a person I knew was leaving there. His assistant was there, and he asked if she had really betrayed him here all the time. The girl hesitated about the hero, said that next time she should wait for him in the office. She agreed and wanted to say something else, but could not find the right words. Machiavelli saw this and asked what happened. Sylvia replied that she didn't want to say anything like that, and that the professor just did a good job today. He noticed that this was so, and she also did a good job. Then he handed over the documents and said that this was the task that was given for today. Let her take care of them until the end of the day. The assistant accepted them and said that, of course. After this, the professor was about to go to his office, but suddenly he heard someone address him from behind. Therefore, he turned his attention there and saw that Flora was behind him, who wanted to talk to him. He again called her full name and asked what happened. The girl hesitated a little, and then said that she had heard that he had chosen an assistant. The hero replied that this was so. Would she really want to become one too? The interlocutor became very tense at that moment and shouted that of course no, because why did she need this? Roger then asked in that case what she wanted from him. Flora turned her head away and didn't know what to say, further stating that she would like to say thank you to him, because it turns out that he saved her that very time when she could not control the energy, and does not think that the advice he gave her was bad. The man responded to this by saying that he just did what a professor should do. It was enough for him that she took his words seriously and took him seriously. The girl asked if he really felt bad then, because he probably used more magical power than she did. Roger replied that he was completely fine. And I thought that, to tell the truth, I almost died. Flora asked the professor how many elements he could control. Because in class she noticed that he controlled 5. Machiavelli replied that those 5 were really the only ones he could control. He understood that he could actually use all 10 elements, but there was absolutely nothing to be happy about. Including magicians focused on one element, failing to use any element before reaching a certain level is mediocre. But if they find out about this, he will be in trouble, because he will simply say about 5. The student said that if we talk about such a number, then this is quite a lot. And the teacher said that if she had no questions left, then he would just go. She, in turn, did not want to let him go, and wanted to say something. Machiavelli interrupted her and noted that if she still changed her mind, she could apply to become his assistant. And he is sure that he will definitely become his own. Flora was surprised when she heard this information. After these words, the main character did not wait for her to tell her. He simply slowly left from there. The student remained in that very place, and also could not squeeze out a word after hearing the information. Then she lowered her hands and clenched her fists quite tightly and said that it was annoying. Professor Rodger was heading towards the main office of this academy, and when he went inside, he asked the rector if he understood correctly that she was calling him. The woman sat, smiling as always, and said that she greeted the professor, and then asked if he had heard about the recent rumors that were spreading, namely about those rumors that say that the universal stone is hidden somewhere in their academy. The man noted that naturally he had heard about them, but he thought these were false rumors spread by the students themselves. The woman in turn stunned him with the answer that this was all not true, and he was surprised. Then she showed a stone in her hand and said that the universal stone, which fulfills wishes, actually exists. It is a mysterious item that has unique powers and has existed for a long time. Machiavelli drew attention to him and said that this was a relic. Jessica replied that this was exactly the case. It turns out that this is the same ancient relic of unknown origin, the power of which is hundreds of times greater than the power of artifacts created by great magicians. The main character, after hearing the information, and asked if there really was such a relic in Theon. The woman replied that it was so, and they had owned it for quite a long time. The facial expressions on her face changed, and she said that it was still a strict secret. But since there are rumors, it means that information about it leaked out somewhere. The man noticed that someone had revealed this secret. The rector said that perhaps this was so, but there were other options. Since the universe stone is strong, it needs constant maintenance for the area where it is stored. Information may have been leaked when the stone was being transported during maintenance. In the end, since this rumor is so special, she would like to know whether the professor could handle it or not. Machiavelli immediately drew attention to her and began to reflect on this situation. Thoughts appeared in her head about who from the outside it seems that the rector trusts and entrusts this to him. But she doesn't really trust him just because he's in her faction. So the man thinks that she is trying to find out who is behind him and does this in various ways. Jessica told him to let her know if they noticed anything suspicious, or if he asked her to help them with the next transportation of the relic. Machiavelli said that he agreed, and asked whether any of the professors were involved in this or not. The woman replied that yes, but they were assigned to different areas. The hero replied that everything was clear to him now. The woman said that there was still time before the stone was transported, so she asked him to behave as usual. After some time, the man sat in his office and thought that information had leaked to Ceoren Academy. Therefore, he wonders if the Black Dawn has really begun to act, but Sylvia has not contacted him, and this is then strange. He, of course, does not know whether everything is wrong because of the First Order, or whether there is another reason for this, but it is clear that an incident may happen soon. So besides this, there is something else. While the man was thinking about this, he reached into his inner pocket. From there I took out some little thing, and looking at it I thought about a relic, although I didn't even think about finding one here. Machiavelli, in turn, constantly changed his identity during his travels. Once he was a mercenary whom everyone knew. Also, for another identity, he used a criminal advisor, and more recently was a merchant. Therefore, it turns out that he did not just wander around the world with so many personalities. All this was done in order to find the missing part of this relic. So he is in this place only because of rumors that there is a relic in the Empire, but he did not think that there would be one in Theon. Of course, Madid can indicate that this relic is different from the one he is always looking for, and perhaps he should use the universe stone to find the one he needs. The man's thoughts were interrupted by the communication sphere, which lit up, and it was clear that someone wanted to contact him. Hans was on the other end. He immediately said that he found out everything. It turns out that the hero dealt with Allah's group, but the other three organizations fell silent. But now we will talk about piranhas. He needs help. So does he have time? The hero said that he thinks he can help in a week. The comrade asked what really happened. In response to this, I heard that a relic had appeared in Theon. The comrade said that he had so many events, and was it really serious? Machiavelli replied that he agreed. Hans then asked seriously, which school could the relic be? Perhaps the rector has a secret dungeon. The man said to stop talking nonsense. The comrade said that he didn't even understand jokes, and noted that he would still look for a time to meet. Machiavelli, in turn, agreed to this. Then I thought that he, of course, would like to go right away, but for now he would not hesitate because of the rector's orders. Thoughts about the universal stone that grants wishes were just spinning in my head, and perhaps this is a great chance to act now. The relic is quite difficult to find, and even he is an avid seeker of these religions, and has only found 3 so far. Judging by the size of the reforma he is holding in his hands, it can be said that there are 4 pieces left, so he will complete his relic when he finds all 7 pieces. In the end, if all this really happens, then he knows what will happen. And after I thought about it, thoughts about this situation immediately popped up in my head. He sat with his head bowed at his desk and spent a long time there. The subordinate asked if the princess needed anything else, in response to which she said no, and he could leave. The interlocutor noticed that he understood everything and left. The girl was left alone and thought that she was very tired. It turns out that they all cannot leave her alone even for an hour, but everyone is to blame for her status and how she wants to live a normal student life. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by the door, which opened and a subordinate went there again. Adriana drew attention to him and asked what happened. The interlocutor told the princess that someone was asking to meet with her. The girl was surprised, but headed there. And on the other end of the communication device was the commander of the National Security Agency. The woman knelt and offered her deepest apologies. She said that she would return for such a late meeting before the princess, but this was an urgent matter. The girl replied that everything was in order and asked what happened. The interlocutor noted that she had recently heard about werewolves in Theon and was so interested in whether it was true. The girl replied that it was true. One of the professors had already dealt with them. The agent said that she was investigating a case related to this. Adriana asked what exactly this case was. The woman apologized and said that it was being kept secret. She, in turn, is going to meet with this very professor. So does she happen to know who he is? The commander said that it was about the new professor, Rodger Cherish. Adriana hopes that she will make progress in her investigation. The woman thanked her and turned again. The girl asked what was required of her. The interlocutor immediately replied that the first princess conveyed information that she wanted to contact her. She is saddened by the fact that Usha has not been in touch with her lately. Adriana did not like it, but she said that she understood everything. The agent noticed that this was where their connection ended, because she found out everything and said everything. A few moments later, the connection was interrupted, and after this happened, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. After that, she thought that she guessed how she was doing. It turns out that she conveyed the information through the woman, and probably her sister wanted to show that she had not forgotten about her. But because of this, she was very uncomfortable. The subordinate asked the head what happened. She replied that it was working out. The new professor took care of it. In this case, she needs to meet with this professor, so she asked about Annie, how the investigation was going at the plant. The girl began to report that she looked at some pieces of the document that were not completely burned. It looked like something was being developed or researched there. In any case, it is impossible to find out the details. The boss said that they cannot continue to work with this. And is there anything else or not? The interlocutor noted that there is one more point. We are talking about a Black Dawn, because the Scarlet Group recently disappeared in Lezervelka. The woman asked if this is really what we are talking about. Also wondering if this was relevant, Annie said no, but they should take that into account as well. Jessica said that this is not true because everything is fine, and there is no need to worry about it so much. They would rather focus on their own investigation. The subordinates should check Laserwelk a little more, and then they will go to Theon. The girl replied that she understood everything. And then a new day came, in which the main character continued to do his business as a professor. He drew something on the board, and at the same time thought that over the past few days, many different rumors had spread. It turns out that students can move like during the werewolf incident. Because of this, we can say that there will be even more problems. Suddenly, the man turned his attention to the students' workspaces, because something attracted him. Usually they all sat cheerful and inspired, but now, when he looked, he saw that they were sleepy and tired. And just to attract their attention, he immediately hit quite hard, but on the table. Then he asked them if they were really bored, but in that case he would show them something fun. They were a little surprised. But the main character used his magic and summoned the element of fire right on the tip of his finger. Then immediately said that magicians always manifest magic, using themselves as the core. All this happens only because the magical power comes from the caster himself, but at the same time everything is not so simple at all. The man looked at the students again and saw that one of them was sleeping, so he stopped using his element. And a few moments later, he sent it straight towards that student who was sleeping peacefully. The guy woke up when he saw a fire in front of him, and immediately became very wary. But the main character continued to say that if they touch him, they can do the same too. It turns out that he said that magic manifests itself using the caster as the core, but in reality there are small spaces between it. Normally, about 1 meter is the limit, but if they find out that the use of their magical power can increase, they will go even further. He calls this system of spells the formula for assigning coordinates. The students were discouraged, and Clora wondered what kind of formula for assigning coordinates was, because she had never even heard of it. After this, it was completely unclear to her where the hell he had mastered such magic, so it was clearly visible that she was offended. The main character continued to talk about his subject, and then asked if they were really interested in it. Of course, this is just a small modification for the manifestation of magic. It turns out that one inspired magician invented this, but the man is not going to teach them everything. Now the students were even more surprised and asked each other why it was so incomprehensible, why he was telling them about it. Roger continued to say that he, in turn, wanted them to understand something, because magic develops from a solid foundation, and the full emergence comes only after that. To use magic correctly, they must learn everything step by step, even if they are bored or think that he is saying obvious things. In any case, for their future they should do this. He soon offered to finish the lesson for today, but if they understand this magic, they can come to his office at any time. In this case, he would actually appreciate their efforts. Machiavelli, after a while, went to his offices, where they were already waiting for him. There was a subordinate who wanted to talk to him and approached him, but the main character noticed that the communication sphere was calling him. So I went to her and told the girl to stand outside for a while. She was a little surprised, but of course agreed to it. In order to play it safe between his conversations, the man used technology and isolated the space so that no one could hear him. After that, he sat down at the table and thought that it was time to contact someone who wanted to talk to him, so he contacted the rector. The woman immediately told Professor Rodger that all this was urgent, and he was even a little surprised. Elizabeth reported that the universe stone had been stolen. When the man heard this information, he was discouraged. The woman continued to say that she had underestimated her enemies too much. Machiavelli wondered what really happened. The interlocutor responded to this by saying that they knew about the spare storage for the stone, so they attacked them at a time when they were not ready. Despite all the rumors, she thought that everything would be fine and they would quickly deal with this matter. But this was a cardinal mistake for her. At the moment, the Academy is pursuing them, and if they use the power of the stone, the situation will only get worse. The professor noted that, of course, he understands this. Then he asked how much time she thought they actually had. The rector replied that the time was until midnight today. The man noted that now he understood everything, and Elizabeth asked if perhaps something was bothering him. The hero replied that he thought it would be better if he did not get busy with work. At the same time, one should not ask unnecessary questions. The woman said that in this case she puts it on him, and their communication session was interrupted. Then Machiavelli touched the noise-suppressing wall and thought that he knew that this would happen, but did not think that it would happen so soon. If we talk about those same guys, then it's not clear what they are thinking about. It turns out that he has not yet gotten rid of the rector's suspicions, and perhaps she considers him one of them. At this point, the professor can say something is definitely wrong, this situation is strange, and whether this is definitely the First Order. In this case, you need to think carefully. At this point, the man turned to Sylvia and said that she could come in. The casual girl was waiting for him near the front door, and when he heard him, she immediately entered and was delighted. Roger said that now it looks like the subordinates acted of their own free will. Sylvia lowered her head down, as if you understood that she was to blame, and said that everything was true. The man looked at her with a cold gaze and told her to explain from the very beginning what exactly happened in detail. The girl said, according to the investigation, it all started with the Third Order requesting information. While researching information about Theon, they found a document, but he belonged to the Universal Stone. By coincidence, rumors about the stone began to spread among students, and he believed the rumors, since he had already seen this information. Immediately after this, he learned about the existence and location of the stone. The Third Order soon told the Second about it, and he, in turn, decided not to tell about it. That is why they began to act on their own. This man's name is Jason. He has connections with the government, and is also responsible for all matters in the Second Order. The hero listened and noticed that if everything was so serious, he would definitely let the First Order know about it. So did that man really think that he wouldn't find out? In this situation, the question arises, why is he doing this? The girl hesitantly answered that this was just her opinion. But she, in turn, thinks that she wants to take a place in the First Order. The Zero Order said that the 7 places of the First Order can always change one after another. Compared to his greed, Jason was not talented enough, so perhaps because of this he wanted to do something big. The professor listened to the information and said that he understood everything and was interested in how things were now. The girl was embarrassed and asked if she really planned to act on her own. Roger replied that she understood correctly, and they were already in pursuit of him. Their identities would eventually be revealed if they got in the way. Sylvia further said that he and his accomplices are now on the run after stealing the stone, but she only knows that they went towards a quiet forest. The man stood up and said that he understood everything, and it was time for him to start acting too. The assistant asked what she should do now. The main characters replied that she did not need to do anything. The girl was surprised. He continued to say that she had already done the work, telling him all the necessary information. So he thanked her for a job well done, but he could handle the rest himself and headed towards the exit. After hearing the words, Sylvia, as always, was embarrassed and wanted to say, "Thank you," but again she could not squeeze it out of herself. Machiavelli, in turn, slowly left the office in which he was talking with his assistant. "When I went out there, I immediately thought that I had just thanked her, so I don't understand why she was so embarrassed." He, in turn, felt that this was excessive devotion to the First Order, but it seems that she has personal reasons for this. The man walked forward and thought that now this is not so important, because he should take care of something else. Therefore he concentrated his power and uttered the words Ceoren Nocturnus. This was done in order to use the spell. Soon, dark streams of energy began to surround him and spread out as if covering him in a sphere. So a few moments after the incident, his body was completely hidden in the darkness. It was already quite dark outside at that moment, and the night was taking everything into its domain. And the main character appeared from the darkness, and the spell that he used is summoning magic, better known as magic passage. Of course, we can say that it uses a huge amount of magical power, but in return, it completely hides the presence of the caster. Only because of this, no one will be able to see or find him. The man was completely sure that no one could see him, and calmly walked near Flora. The girl, who was walking out and talking with her neighbor at ease, suddenly felt something strange around her. That's why she became wary, and immediately turned her attention to the side. The interlocutor, who was walking with her, asked what had happened. At the same time, the friend only looked forward and did not see anyone there, but thought that someone had just passed by her. But she did not see him, but felt magic. It turns out that it was the magic of invisibility, and if this is so, then she should check. The neighbor asked her where she was running away. Several men stood near the gate, and one of them said that he would think about it. Only they went into the quiet forest. But if this was the case, then perhaps they should better take more people with them. The old people were interested in why such a forest still existed in general, because there were attempts to get rid of it. At that moment there was already a hero near them who was hiding. The man said that in any case, no matter what they did, the forest quickly recovered. But the people entering there went crazy, that's all. Blocking the entrance is the best they can do now. Somewhere in this forest some strange sounds were heard. Those whom the main character was looking for at that time were there. The younger one grabbed his head and made those sounds, and his body was shaking. The man told him to come to his senses. It was not clear whether he really wanted to go crazy like that guy. The second man turned to Sir Jason and asked what they should do now. It turns out that they are now surrounded, and they cannot hold out here for long. The man was aggressive and shouted at him to cover his mouth, because he has a plan. The interlocutor saw that he looked somehow strange and acted the same way, so they all became wary. But the man was holding a stone in his hands and thought that they said that this was the universal stone, but this piece was absolutely useless. He in turn can say that this is a real force, so it is not clear why it does not work. and this thing does not react to anything at all. Suddenly, those present heard that someone had approached them, and the main one asked who he was. It turned out that it was the main character, who asked if these were all the scoundrels. There were at least 10 of them here, and had the rest been caught? Jason turned his attention to this very man, and was amazed when he realized who he really was. The bodies of those present began to shake, and they asked if this was the same Sir Roger in front of them. The professor stood quite imposingly and said that this was Jason from the Second Order. He was interested in what he thought, why he came here personally. The old man was discouraged, and wondered how he was unlucky after all. After all, Sir Roger, known for his ruthlessness, had really come. In this case, there is a high probability that he will die like this, so he was wary, holding the green stone in his hands. Then all the men fell to their knees and holding out the relic said that it is called the Universal Stone, so the second number wants to offer it to the First Order. The main character turned his attention to this pebble and began to closely study it with his own eyes. Immediately he reached out with his hand and then said that this was a really good job. But now he says goodbye to Jason. The interlocutor was amazed at the information he heard and asked what he meant. The main characters, in turn, naturally did not answer him and, touching the stone, immediately used their power so that they pierced all these men through. The Second Order felt that he was dying and asked what it was. He did not understand why this happened. The picture before his eyes began to disappear and blur, and the stone was no longer in his hands. Roger took it into his hands and began to examine it carefully. And after that, she said that if we talk about why all this happened, then he doesn't want to waste time on an explanation. The man continued to look at the relic in his hands for some time, and thought that this was the Universal Stone itself. But after a short period of time, something strange caught his attention, and his gaze sharpened. Feelings suggested that he should not rush, because what was in his hands was definitely not a relic. There is an incredible amount of magical power there, but no more, although the rector had previously told him that it was indeed a relic. The main characters became wary at that moment, and a few moments later felt something strange around. Then he turned his attention to the sky, and there appeared some kind of bright flash, from which circles diverged. From the magic ball that hovered there, a beam shot out that was directed downwards. As one could see with the naked eye, it was a huge force that was going to hit the place where the main character was. So after using this attack, a huge explosion occurred, and a blast wave spread over several kilometers around. At the same time, the explosion also formed a huge crater, and only luminous petals fell down. In the very center, right on the ground, lay the very stone that the rector had previously said was a relic. After everything that happened, someone slowly started to land right towards him. It was a woman who bent down to pick it up and said that she shot with all her might. She didn't leave a scratch here. And it was Elizabeth, who as always smiled brightly and said that this was the end. At the same time, she currently has a fake universe stone. She thought that she really had to try so hard for this bait, so now she hopes that it will bear fruit for her. And if we talk about Professor Ludger, then she wonders whether he was there at the time of the explosion or not. At the same time, the man was near the explosion site near one of the trees. At the same time, he used the very technique that hit him, and at the moment when he was there, he exhaled, because it was clear that it was damn close to killing him. Machiavelli remembered how, a few moments before all this happened, he saw the attack. In order to leave the hall of the place itself as quickly as possible, he used dark energy, and thus a spell to hide himself. At that moment, as the spell was missed, the completed beam was already several meters from the epicenter of the explosion. The professor thought that the mayor's office would give him away when he used a spell, and in this very world where he was, there was no magic like teleportation. But nothing is impossible when a person uses the formula for assigning the coordinates and features of this magic. This is the power of 6th-rank teacher Elizabeth Willow. The main character saw perfectly well and did not understand why she came, but if she asked him to do it, it seems that the stolen universal stone also turned out to be a fake. Therefore, there were thoughts about whether she had revealed his identity and set a trap. Suddenly, due to the large loss of mana, the man again began to have a very bad headache. He realized that he could not get by with all the medicine and immediately took it out of his inner pocket. Machiavelli knew that the situation was bad, because the teleportation magic had drained all his magical power, so he immediately took the medicine. After a few moments of consciousness began to return to normal again, and more came. The thoughts came that this could not be, because she would not use such methods. This means that from the very beginning, this woman planned to do everything on her own, and for maximum efficiency, she hid the truth from her own allies. Now we can say that Elizabeth is a truly extraordinary person. Suddenly Roger felt that danger was coming from the side and immediately pointed the weapon there. It turned out that Flora was there, who screamed out of fear. A few moments later she came to her senses and, looking at this man in surprise, asked if it was really the professor. And the hero, in turn, was also quite surprised and asked what Flora Lumos was doing here. It was not clear to him why she was here, because she must understand perfectly well that this forest is dangerous. The interlocutor immediately hesitated in response to this. Then her tone changed to aggression, and she wondered why he was here, because she was the first to ask about it. I was also wondering what kind of spell this was. The professor noted that it was none of her business, because this forest is a dangerous place for students, so let her go back. The student said that she was not so weak, and the hero thought, it seems that she does not suspect anything. Perhaps she found another way to bypass those guarding the passage. Flora stood and wondered how to explain to him that she came here, feeling something strange, and did not even know that Professor Rodger would be here. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by another student who was following her and shouting her name. It turned out that this was the same friend who had not left her and stuck with her. But now she was lost, and said that she was scared, and did not understand where she had gone. The main character understood this whole situation and told the girl to follow him, because he would take her and her friend to the exit. Flora did not answer anything to this, but she understood that this situation looked quite strange. Before the professor saw her, she watched him from the side and saw how he grabbed his head, and after that he took out some medicines and took several of them, after which his tremors stopped. Flora was surprised after this, and was now wondering what kind of medicine he could have taken. Perhaps he was sick with something. And so, together with the professor, they went to where the director was. The woman saw them and said that it was Roger himself. Suddenly she looked to the side behind him and asked if they were two students. Machiavelli noted that they were wandering through a quiet forest. Elizabeth was surprised and said that if we talk about this place, then why were there any students there at all? Flora replied that all this happened because of her. The woman asked if this student was Lumos. The girl continued to say that she herself went into the quiet forest, but Charlotte ran after her some time later. Professor Rodger found them. It was clear that the woman thought about this, and then said that it was clear now. The main character asked her what he should do with them. The interlocutor smiled and said that students often make mistakes. Let them just leave them. Then she asked what they should do now, because of such an urgent matter, the coming should come first and sort everything out. The man told the rector that it meant that the magic was from her. Since it was her, then he is sure that everything is already worked out. If everything was like that, then in that case, he would send these two students back. Elizabeth said that everything was true, and let him be kind enough to do it. After a while, she and the old man walked along the corridor of the academy, and he asked, "If we talk about Ludger Cherish, then how is he to her?" The woman replied that because of this event, she thought she could put aside all suspicions, because she studied his reaction and did not notice anything strange. Willow smiled after hearing the information and said that it was such a relief, because there was no one like him anymore. But everything was not so simple. He wonders why they spread the rumor in this case. Elizabeth smiled when she heard this. Then she raised her head up and said that they had to do this so that all the small rats would peck first. The old man heard this information and said that now everything is very clear to him. After that, together with the rector, they continued to move forward. So very soon we arrived at the stand on which the universal stone stood. The woman looked at it and said that the real one had been safely transported. Thank God that nothing happened to it, because in the past this stone destroyed an entire kingdom because it was in danger. Now that they know that they are truly safe, they can leave, and she doesn't want to stay here for long. Soon the door to this room closed and they left, but the dark shadow was already there. The main character used this technique of the young man, and when he realized that everyone had left, he immediately appeared here. The man turned his attention forward to that same stand and thought that at first he didn't believe it, but now it was definitely a jackpot. Of course, it was good enough that she left a mark on that same fake stone and thought that the rector would decide to check the real one. As a result, the release of the magical power of the real stone is much higher than that one. In fact, it is even sucking it out by force now. But even so, he does not have the power to fulfill his true desire. The hero began to come closer and said that he knew this perfectly well, because he had seen a lot of things and there was a limit to his strength. Finally touched this universal stone and thought that in any case, at least he was able to tell him about the location of the remaining relics. In order to do this, Roger touched that very stone and made a manipulation. As what happened in the room, the man realized that more magical power was accumulating, so it was definitely trying to invade his consciousness. Because the hero understood this perfectly well, he told this very pebble not to twitch. Otherwise, if he tries to get into his consciousness, regardless of his desire, he will break. The bright light continued to be directed towards his streams of energy, but after a few moments it stopped, and the hero said that it was good. After he calmed the stone in his hand a little, he told him to now show him the location of the remaining pieces. After some time all this ended, and the stone stopped glowing. The hero said that he knew it. He would not tell him about all the pieces. But even the information he received so far is good. After all, he could not even imagine that one of the very fragments he was looking for was so close. Soon Machiavelli returned home and received an appeal from his friend Hans, who asked what had happened. From fatigue, the man literally lay on the table and said that he had done what he had recently said, but asked to reschedule the meeting until tomorrow night. The friend replied that this was for the best. Otherwise, the deadlines were already running out, and it was unclear what had gone wrong with his voice or something went wrong. The professor noted that everything went exactly as it should. They in turn found the location of one relic, and it is difficult for the hero to recover due to constant work. Hans said that all this is understandable. So many events have happened, but if we talk about only one relic, then it is not worth it. Roger said that to be more precise, there are two of them, but one of them is already known. The other is located in the direct city of Laresvelk, where he is now. His comrade was surprised when he heard this. And the hero continued to say that according to the image that he was shown of the relic, he believes that it is in the auction house. Hans noticed that this means that we are talking about the Konst auction house. It is the only one in the area, and the guy heard that something big will happen there soon. Machiavelli said that maybe it would be an auction item. He should look at the list of items prepared for the auction and see if he would do an interesting job. Suddenly he said that it wasn't difficult, and then they would meet tomorrow. The hero agreed to this and said, "See you." After some time, a new day had already arrived, and the main character was slowly walking through the academy. There he saw Flora standing in front of the door and asked what she was doing in front of his office. The girl was scared when she saw him and asked if he was really inside the office. The man was so interested in why she was looking for him. The student immediately thought that she didn't know where to start the conversation. The first thing that came to her mind was to ask about the special magic that he used. Well, or you should ask about the very medicine that she saw, although it is quite difficult for her to ask everyone about this. There was an awkward pause between them, and the hero then said that if she had nothing to say, then he would leave. The interlocutor realized that there would be no other way out and asked to wait. The hero noted what had happened, because if it was something unimportant, then let him remain silent. And when he turned his head to the side, he was surprised, because he saw that the element of water was floating in the air in front of him. There were also various other elements that the girl created. With a smile on her face, she immediately asked what he thought about this, about her form of assigning coordinates specifically. The man looked at them carefully, and then said that she really surprised him. He, in turn, did not think that there were already students capable of mastering the formulas. Flora proudly raised her head and began to say that she was simply original. She was the only one among the students who succeeded, so perhaps she should be rewarded. The man thought for a few moments, and then said that this is true, but for such a thing, perhaps he should give the highest score. And what does she think about this? The girl replied that this was just a number, and it was not worth her effort. In the end, she would like to get something else of similar value to the highest score. Machiavelli was surprised by her request, and looked at her carefully for some time. Then he decided what he would do, and opening the door to his office, told her to come in with him. Naturally, the student entered and immediately began to examine this room from the inside, because she understood that it was her first time in his office. The professor began to say that the research laboratory was located in this direction. The girl asked what kind of research laboratory it was. After that, the man led her to the door, and opening the room, she saw that same laboratory. I immediately took a closer look and wondered what the hell he was researching here. It turns out that I had never seen such a pattern before. It doesn't look like these are all simple drawings. The hero said that, to be honest, he didn't expect her to be able to do this. As a result, she even had to think about a worthy reward. As she knows, assigning coordinates is a mathematical formula, and it is also the principle of managing mana in one coordinate, and also the use of a formula in it. Flora thought that she just copied what she saw, and this is how it works. So the professor said that he would show her something else. Since she managed to learn this to repeat, then she needs a reward. After that, he raised his wand and prepared to do the spell. The student carefully watched what was happening, and a clear trace of magic appeared in the air. This spell was never completed. She was simply in a stupor and did not understand what it was. Some kind of magical spiral appeared in the air, which was more like matter. The girl felt severe discomfort and understood that her head was about to crack, so it was unclear what this sensation was. After what happened, some time passed. Flora gradually began to open her eyes and was still in a bad state. The main character heard her get up and asked if she woke up. The girl was very surprised at that moment and asked how much time had passed. The professor said that it was about 30 minutes. A student asked us what kind of general magic this was just recently. Machiavelli said that he called this technique the Klein bottle, and he ended up seeing it one day and just decided to repeat it. And he did it just for the sake of an experiment. The girl asked if he really created only this for the sake of an experiment. Roger said that he should forget everything he said, and was interested in how her nose and eyes were. The interlocutor was surprised and asked what he was saying because she didn't understand why. The hero immediately looked at her and said that she had the ability to sense all the features of manifested Maya. At the same time, when she saw his formula, her pupils dilated and her fingertips trembled, so she felt the form differently. The most ordinary people cannot do this, and she must have been shocked by the magic, which she had never seen before. The girl asked if the professor was not interested in this. Now she is talking about her ability. Roger replied that this is not at all wrong, because he is not interested in abilities. Although other magicians, in turn, may think differently, and it is better for her not to get caught with this. It's getting late enough now that she should leave. The student heard these words and stood up slowly and left the room. After that, she recovered at the front door, and thought that it was unclear how he could be so calm after he recognized her ability. or he had already met here with a similar ability like hers, and in general he rewarded her properly. After some time, the hero went to his comrade and said that everyone would never get used to his stylish appearance. The guy noticed him and asked if he had really come. Now he was wondering if he was still going to go there. The hero responded positively and said that it was as usual. But then he asked where he got such a car from. The interlocutor said that he received it from the best of the best among society. And just like that, they are coming, which is the best place to do something like this. Machiavelli looked at his appearance and said that it suits him. In this case, we should already leave, and they both headed to the car. In the very place where they were supposed to be, it was quite loud, and a large number of aristocrats had gathered. The professor walked slowly and said that it was too noisy and also bright here. The comrade noticed that, after all, this was a famous place. But is it worse than some dirty place? The man asked what floor the meeting place was on. Hans said it was on the 4th and asked her to fetch him. And when they tried to climb the stairs, the guards stopped them and asked where to wait, since they could not go to the 4th floor without permission. The guy handed over several pieces of paper and said that they could do anything. Naturally, the guard accepted them, and then slowly walked away and told them to pass. And the main character after that said that the atmosphere on the 4th floor is really different. Hans said that he heard this place was used for meetings of underground organizations. As a result, in this way they created an unwritten rule. The man asked what kind of rule it was, and the interlocutor replied that he was saying that fighting on the 4th floor is prohibited, which is why there are no security guards on it. Machiavelli said that he was completely sure there was a reason why they invited them to such a place, perhaps to see if they would follow this rule. The partners walked along this floor for some time, and suddenly Hans said that they should go here. The hero drew attention to that very door, and said that it was time to enter in this case. The woman inside said that it was James Moriarty. She, in turn, is completely sure that he would not lie in such a place. She thought that he disappeared after an unsuccessful attempt to start a war in the kingdom of Delica. But now I wonder why he came here. Is he really planning to correct his mistakes? Her name is Violetta, and she is a black rose. The main character took a sip of wine and said that, of course not. What kind of nonsense is this? Because he could not even think about such a thing. The interlocutor noted that in any case, she could not trust him. Because how could a person without evil intentions destroy the Scarlet Group as soon as it appeared here? Machiavelli, in response to this, said that he just wanted to get rid of the dirt that was in front of his eyes. The man said that enough personal conversations and what he wanted in general. It was not for nothing that he accepted their invitation, and this was said by Luke from the Carucus group. The hero said that he thinks quickly, and he plans to increase his strength. The interlocutor asked what other force he had. Did he really want to create a second Scarlet Group? And the group's people were also sitting in the room. Old children. Old man Dave. Roger said of course not, because he was wondering why it had become so stuffy here, and in that case he would clarify all the misunderstandings right now. The old man asked what kind of misunderstanding he was talking about. The hero didn't listen to him and said that there was something else before that. Because he wants to talk in person, Dave asked what he was talking about, but the little girl interrupted him and said that everything was fine. After all, it turns out that Moriarty understood everything. In ordinary cases, they looked down on her because she is a child. It was a member of the group of old children, Stella. The hero smiled and said that he wasn't stupid enough to look down on her because she was a child. And besides, she shouldn't worry. Because now he has no desire to create a second Scarlet Group, but he plans to create his own business. So right now he wants to offer it to them. He gives them a job, and they will rake in a lot of money. Comrade, at that moment it would have been well, and I would not have understood what he was talking about at all. Violet said that this was no different from the Scarlet Group, in which case, would he really force them to obey his orders? The man said that this is not so, because this is just a proposal, because if he wanted it, he would have started doing it a long time ago. He will also give them part of the Scarlet Group's business site even if they refuse his offer. Everyone was surprised, and the girl asked how he could give it away, even if he didn't refuse. Now she definitely doesn't understand what he's even up to. Machiavelli said that they probably already know that now it is dangerous for him to act openly. He needs his personal loyal forces. But useless battles will not give anything. They do not need to trust him. Even if he refuses, he will not lose anything. But the hero wants to get an answer here and now. After this proposal about the room, there was an awkward pause, and everyone was thinking about what to do. Luke told this guy that maybe he would at least tell him what exactly this business was. Violet screamed at him why he was deciding without getting burned by it with them. The old man said that he didn't really want to interfere in a dangerous matter, and he himself must understand this. The hero reached out to his comrade and said that he promised there would be no dangers. They should know well what pleasures they are looking for. The interlocutor noted that this is probably music and opera, even if he doesn't tell them to do it. The man said that this is not so, and he will need more elegance from them, or rather telling a story through play, music, and dance. Luke looked at the documents and said that he didn't even know, but he was sure that he saw a future in this, so he suggested doing it. The hero replied that then he was looking forward to working with this leader. Violetta said that everything was interesting, and asked Moriarty what he wanted to get in the end. Roger said that he wants change. This is a forgotten area, and even despite the local industry and blacksmiths, only gray skies and a bleak future await him. After all, they maintain a clear sky above people's heads. The man wants to change this dark and gloomy alley into a place where people can live and see a bright future. He also presented this business idea to other organizations, so he asks everyone to familiarize themselves with his proposal before making a decision. The meeting ended, and Hans told the hero that his ideas were incredible. To think that he received the approval of all three organizations. Machiavelli said that he just brought other people's ideas to life, but it was best for them to cover this topic. Suddenly he heard that someone was asleep and asked if she wanted anything. He also asked why she was here unaccompanied. It was Violetta who said that they should talk in private. The man told his friend to walk, and he would catch up with him later. The guy noticed that he should not rush. And so the woman told about the business to whom he proposed whether he really thought it would do well. The hero asked if she thought otherwise. The leader of the Black Rose replied that the current clothing market is controlled by the mines and rich merchants. She wondered if she really had a chance of doing so. The man responded to this by saying that their target audience is not them at all, and their goal is light and comfortable clothing that people can use in everyday life. In the end, if they like this idea of it, everyone will turn away from fashion, the interlocutor said. Yet they cannot shy away from trying to stop them. Roger said she needed to get over it and she couldn't hide forever. Plus, she didn't have to worry about protecting her sisters anymore. If she accepted his offer, he would be responsible for protecting them. And once her business was established, she could work her magic on fashion as well. Violetta was amazed and asked how he knew. The man replied that magicians can recognize other magicians, and it's not something complicated there. The leader of the group said that since she agreed to work with him, she could no longer hide it. Then the woman took off the dark veil that was on her face, and a burn appeared from there. The hero then turned his attention and said that this was a burn caused by magic. Violetta replied that this was so. These were the tricks of a magician who thought it was his property. She noticed this too late, so even the healer's apostles of Lamences were powerless, and that's how the woman showed him her disgusting appearance. So perhaps she will put it back on. When she wanted to do this, Yujiro grabbed her hand and asked her to wait. Then he came closer and said that she trusted and showed him her secret, so it would be right for him to reveal her secret. Violetta didn't understand what he was talking about, but Roger touched her burn with his finger. A few moments after the incident, he used the magic of the final burn as if it had never happened. The hero asked her to look at his face, and when the girl did, she was amazed and asked how he did it. The man smiled and said that it was just real magic. All he can say is that she is too beautiful to hide her face because of this burn. Naturally, Violetta was embarrassed when she heard such information from the opposite sex. Then she put on a veil and said that now it was dangerous to flaunt such things. The hero noticed that everything would be as she said. At the same time, the girl said that now it was time for her to get to work. As he ordered, their meeting today was significant. Suddenly the hero felt something and shouted her name, and the interlocutor turned around and asked what happened. Machiavelli immediately grabbed it with his hand and pulled it to the side, and it flew near the head of the staff. The head of the Black Rose turned her attention there and saw that there was a metal arrow there. Sir Roger asked her if she was okay. Violetta was scared but said that it was so because he saved her. It turns out that right now there was an ambush between them, but it is unclear who did it. The man reached for his weapon and noticed that he, of course, had suspicions. But despite this, it turns out that a whole gang is heading towards them. Suddenly those who were going to them said that it was James Moriarty himself. It was completely unclear to them how such a big shot could wander around here without guards. It turns out that he gave him a good opportunity. The hero looked in different directions and asked if these were the remnants of the Scarlet Group. It was unclear whether they had forgotten how the group collapsed. The thug replied that he remembered everything perfectly. That's why he was prepared. But Roger smelled some strange smell. After he said that this was dispersion and told Violetta not to use magic because it would be difficult to control it, a member of the group said that he knew even that. Then, with a smile on his face, he asked to wait, because this voice was familiar to him. So it was not in vain that he waited. He, in turn, did not think that they would immediately grab two big shots. The leader of the Black Rose group said that all this is annoying. Using the body in battle is not her style. Roger asked if she was going to fight. The girl replied that they had been caught after all and there was nowhere to run. Next, the man asked the lady if he knew how to dance. The interlocutor noted that he could dance well enough not to bother other people. The professor took out his weapon and told her to back him up in this case. Before the village, the calm atmosphere of the area was soon disturbed by the massacre. The remnants of the Scarlet Group attacked, and the man and the girl began to defend themselves. Soon one of them said that this was bad, because even with magic they were no match for them. But the leader who brought them here said that they were already tired, so there was not much left. Violetta noticed that her strength was no longer there, because it was not the same as when she was young. Roger asked her to increase her stamina when he was not done with this crap. Then I started thinking that I couldn't find the guy you shot, so I wonder if he really hid after the ambush. He in turn uses the hard-to-reach aroma of dispersal and easily controls this soy and murderous aura. It looks like there is a professional hiding among these guys. So the man turned to Violetta. She asked what happened, but the professor ran up to her and grabbed her by the arm and began to run forward. A member of the opposing group shouted that his subordinates were thick-headed idiots. How they let them down was not clear, so let them run after them now. Violetta asked what this man was doing, and the interlocutor replied that among them there were professional killers. As a result, if they continue, then the advantage will be on their side. Suddenly, among that same crowd of men, another one appeared, who was moving quickly. This man, or rather there were two of them, had daggers in his hands, and they were heading towards the main character. The girl noticed that they were being chased and said that this was them. Roger asked if she knew who they were. Violetta replied that she heard there was a group of killers who came from the southern desert, people who kill others for money. The hero wondered if they were from the southern desert. Then they really were Kalisarp's killers, so he told the girl to be careful and not bite her tongue. While she was surprised, the man used his grappling hook and immediately tried to climb to the top of the roof. The pursuers in turn did not stop and also followed them closely. One of them immediately rushed to attack and threw some objects towards the people. Naturally, Violetta and her comrade in arms retreated to the side to defend themselves. She opened an umbrella, with the help of which she was able to neutralize that very blow. But after a few moments she was amazed, because she saw the probe, which began to disappear, as if poison had fallen on it. Machiavelli saw that his girlfriend was surprised, and said that this is a special poison that the scoundrels Kalasarpa use, and it corrodes absolutely everything. Violetta asked what they should do then. The hero replied, "Either wait until they run out of throwing knives, or get out of here." The head of the Black Rose said that she liked the second option better. The man said that then he understood everything. Next, the hero again grabbed his fighting friend and told her to hold on tighter in this case. The man went down to the streets of the buildings in order to disappear quickly. The killers saw that their victims were trying to escape, so they also rushed to attack after them. In a few moments, tell him they didn't look at each other in order to understand what to do. And so together they rushed down in different directions in order to accurately reach their victims. The guy was attracted by the sound from Violetta, who asked him to wait a little. Then she stood all alone downstairs and asked if he really just left her here and left her. What a coward she was. She didn't even think that he was such a person. The mercenary took out several daggers and wondered if she was really alone, and the man had run away, although this was not the case because he was unlikely to leave her. This situation before his eyes is like a trap, and he is using this woman as bait. Therefore, this person can say that he is hiding somewhere very close. The killer realized where he was and turned around to strike with his weapon, saying that he was caught. But after a few moments I saw that there was nothing in the place where his attack was. And after that, out of nowhere, the main character appeared, who easily struck with his dagger. The killer was surprised at what happened, and before he died he asked how he did it. Roger smiled at this and said that it was just a feature of his magic, although he could tell that he took advantage of the scent of dispelling slightly. After these words, he immediately pulled out his own blade, and the man was finished. The hero thought that the one that remained on mana, he used it to convey sound. Suddenly Violetta shouted that she should turn back, because there was danger from above. The man immediately raised his head there and saw another killer. At the same time, the mercenary did not just attack, he used the same hook that the hero often wields. With the same action, the opponent easily snatched the blade that Roger was holding in his hands. Continuing his attack, he soon said that he was now definitely finished. Suddenly I saw Machiavelli reach into the back of his pocket and take out another weapon. The killer was actually amazed by this situation and wondered if he was hiding another weapon. A few moments later they clashed with each other, and then one of them struck his opponent. Luckily for Roger, he was more skilled, so his opponent fell to the ground dead. After what happened, the man told him that he acted well, but at the crucial moment he let his guard down. Suddenly voices began to be heard, saying that the sound was coming from here. They should be caught, because they would be finished if they let them go. The hero said that the scent of dissipation had almost disappeared, so she asked if he could leave it to her. The girl noted that it was not that difficult. Members of the Allah group arrived at this place, and the old man shouted that he had found these scoundrels. But a few moments after he stated this, he saw a stream of mana in front of him. Further, in the place where all these people were, a powerful explosion thundered, and only screams were heard. Finally, the situation was resolved, and Violetta said that it seemed that there were no more henchmen left. She did not think that they were setting up an ambush after the group disappeared. Machiavelli said that it turns out that they were forced to do it. The girl asked what he meant. Because he doesn't understand who could have done this. The man replied that most likely the killers had taken possession of him, and it was definitely not Rickson because he killed him recently. Violetta was surprised and asked if he really killed him, and if it was serious. The hero replied that everything was true. It turns out that that person was involved in dirty deeds while he was financing the group. At one time he humiliated the honor and respect of other people. Therefore Roger does not want to exist under the same sky with such people. Since they have already talked about this, he will hand over that person's recruits to her. So let him dispose of them as he wants. The girl said that in return he needed her to find the one who was behind this. Machiavelli said that he was going to ask her about it. Violetta replied that she would be busy with the business that he offered her. The man heard this and asked if she really couldn't handle it. The head of the Black Rose exhaled and said that he knows how to hurt her pride, in which case he will take care of it and do it even better than he expects. The man smiled after that and said that was great then and wished her luck. After these words, they did not go their separate ways and go about their own affairs. The girl shouted to the assistant to come to her faster, but the guy was surprised and asked why he was her assistant. The interlocutor got angry and said that he, the little guy, should silently drag his ass when she calls him. Hans said that he understood everything and asks him to remove his small rat teeth. Roger drew attention to them and said that he was wondering why it was so noisy inside. The girl drew attention to him, and it was Ceoren Academy, Roger's colleague and developer. Also a dwarf girl, the guy shouted to the hero, calling him his brother to help him, and Machiavelli said that he looked at the name here as fun. The hero noticed a colleague that it was enough to mock this man, and it would be better to let him take a look at this. She stopped and told him to show what he has. The little girl screamed. Did he really pull the wire until he was carrying another person? She said that it was only for one person, and the clamp now doesn't work. The man made excuses, saying that he had to do this. Sheridan said that it would take 10 minutes, and let the mister wait here a little. Hans stood up and asked why this little shit hated him so much. The hero thought that it was because he was a weakling. He further said that comrade, do not forget that she is older than him, and let him be patient when talking with her. The guy said that at the first meeting he thought that she was a child. Roger said that he probably first saw her in the mines of the kingdom of Delica. The interlocutor noted that everything was correct. She was kept there as a slave. Machiavelli remembered everything and asked if this was considered captivity. When they found a girl in the dungeons, she was sitting near the explosives and making something. Hans said that they would have died in this if the bombs had exploded. The hero noted that even the captain of the knights would have died if something like that had exploded a kilometer underground. A comrade remembers how some left-wing types pestered him. Roger replied that he had already taken care of them, and they were from the hall and the group. As a result, there had to be someone behind these people. And if a friend could find out about this, the guy scratched his head and said that this is how they deal with items at auction. Suddenly, Sheridan shouted to the assistant. Was he really lost there? The man told him to help the girl first, and let him make sure that he did not touch the gunpowder. The main character was near the window, and thought that if we are talking about 10 minutes, he thinks about us that he will cope in 30, in which case he will rest for now. And when I turned my attention to the window, I was a little surprised. But what I saw there. Several people in cloaks moved around, and Machiavelli thought that their movements were light and fast. He did not even hear their steps. A group of people moving synchronously at such a time looks strange, and perhaps they are the ones he is thinking about. The girl who stood at the head of this group a few moments later turned her attention to where the main character stood. But at the same time she didn't see anything and just froze, and her subordinates asked the commander what happened. The interlocutor replied that it was nothing, because she showed her something. The hero heard this conversation, insisted that he was already covered from the window. After that, he thought that he didn't see anything similar to him. At first it seemed that they were knights, but this silver hair reminded someone. So most likely she is the patron of the Knights of the Night Serpent, Jessica Lionhall. But it was unclear why she was in Laserwell, because the hero had heard that she had been assigned to investigate the murder of Old Man Rickson. In this case, did she really decide that this murder was connected with a recent incident? It's good that he got rid of the evidence, and no longer wants to intersect with this terrible person. And then Sheridan returned and told the mister that she had everything in order. It took a little longer, so she decided to put the rest of the parts in order. The hero immediately put on his device and said that it had become smaller and thinner, and the little girl threw it out to try it out. The man immediately pointed his hook towards the wall and hit it quite hard. After what happened, He said that it became even more powerful. The developer said that he made it twice as powerful, and now he will be able to use it on several people. In addition, she added a new function and let him try to clench his hand into a fist and bend his wrist. Machiavelli asked what another new function was. He then did what the girl asked him to do, and out came a blade. Sheridan said she did it because she remembered what he told her and would turn back if he relaxed his hand. Also, if he sees a small hole on the left side, he can shoot needles from it to paralyze the enemy. Roger thanked and said that he liked it. The little girl noticed that he had excellent taste, but her cowardly assistant kept saying that it was dangerous. Although he can say that all this was expected from the Academy Professor Theon, the hero thought that it sounded a little strange, but that's okay. The girl said that he looks great in these clothes, and just one look is enough to understand that he is a gentleman, just like some kind of aristocrat. The hero smiled when he heard this and thanked him for his kind words. Then he said that he would still find a good use for him. The colleague asked if he was really leaving. Roger said that he wanted to take a walk and ask her for something else. Jessica said that she came here because someone caused a commotion here, but these wounds were caused by magic. Was there some kind of fight between factions? The woman took a closer look at the bodies and said that she knew one of them. He named their groups. Annie asked how this could be because the Scarlet group had been eliminated. The boss turned her attention to the side and said that there were 2 more bodies there. After that, she approached one of them and took out a knife, with which this man was killed. Sniffing it, she could smell a sour smell, so it seemed like it was a special poison that the Culsp killers used. Lloyd asked if she really meant the organization of assassins from the Fatima dynasty. The girl noticed that perhaps there was a conflict between Kalpa and the Scarlet group. Jessica said that this is not so because they did not die from poison, but most likely were on the same side. The person she considers was killed with just one blow. The guy went up to the next one and said that this one was also killed with one. The picture looks like his heart was pierced from the back. The woman said that the killer went into battle at a short distance, and most likely they thought that their opponent was an ordinary magician. In the end, these people died because of their own mistake. The one who dealt with the killers is a Mac who knows how to handle a sword, and he is also the one who put an end to the Scarlet group. The subordinate asked why she thought so. The interlocutor replied that the collapsed organization had gone so far as to hire Kalsp's killers. This means that they had a huge grievance, I thought. If you look into it, then Rickson's finances at some point passed to the Scarlet group. There is someone who killed this aristocrat and dealt with the group, and also a burned-out factory appeared, and also Professor Theon who burned the werewolf to the ground. The boss said that they would finish there. She was exploring to leave. The guy asked. Really now? She answered positively, because she found out everything she needed. Lloyd asked if he understood correctly that this was the case with the investigation. Jessica replied that not yet. The guy added, but they are not even one step closer to completing the matter. If they continue like this, then everything will be wrong. The commander said that she has guesses. She has one place in mind right now where there should be a clue. Selena came to Professor Roger and greeted him, then stated that she recently heard that he did not come to work today. The man replied that everything was right. He had no classes today, but I wondered what brought her here. The interlocutor was kind and said that someone was looking for him. She, in turn, passed by, so she decided to drop by to see him. Roger asked who was looking for him. The woman replied that we were talking about a knight in the State Security Service. Machiavelli immediately became wary, and then said that he would meet him then, after which he headed to the academy, and Lloyd greeted him. At the same time, he asked whether he understood correctly that he was Roger Salici. The interlocutor replied that yes, it was him. And then he asked, why don't they sit down to talk? The knight replied that he agreed and thanked him for this. When he sat down at the appointed place, he said that he would introduce himself. His name is Lloyd, and he is an employee of the State Security Service. The professor then asked if he would like some tea by chance. The guy thanked him. but replied that he didn't want it, because he didn't eat while working. Roger noticed that he understood everything, and asked what brought him here after all. The agent asked if it was true that he dealt with the werewolf who appeared on the territory of the Academy. Machiavelli replied that this was so, and were there really any problems with this? The interlocutor said no. He would just like to hear in detail what happened. A man should not worry, and let him just imagine that he is communicating with a friend. The hero replied that he understood everything. At that very moment, he thought about what it meant that it was not Jessica Lionhole, and he, in turn, had already prepared to meet her. Since it's not her, there shouldn't be any problems. Roger said that he would start then, and the guy asked him to tell the details. After a while, the meeting ended and they shook hands, the security representative thanking him for his time. The professor said that he was the one who worked for the government, so he was glad to help him. Lloyd replied that it was an honor to meet him. The man reciprocated this. When the interlocutor left, he looked at his hand for a long time. The subordinate returned to his comrades and told the commander that he had arrived. At the same time, he asked if they had found any clues. The woman replied that there was nothing worthwhile. In the end, they even got an investigation warrant, but there was nothing useful there. But what about him? She wondered if he followed her instructions exactly. Lloyd replied that he did. He did everything as she said. Jessica became more serious and remarked that in this case, could it be that he was the one who devoted a lot of his time to training? The subordinate said that although he wore gloves, when they shook hands, nothing seemed strange to him, since it could be said that it was the hand of an ordinary magician who had never used a knife before. When the woman heard this information, she was really very surprised. They in turn also therefore asked whether he was serious when he said this, and perhaps he was mistaken. The guy replied that this could not be. Jessica thought that if we talk about the hand of an ordinary magician, then, to be honest, this is not what she expected at all, since she thought that she had finally found a clue. But the whole case again becomes a mystery, so she turned around and said that without any leads, the investigation would be closed. Annie, in turn, should stay here. Let him report anything suspicious. The girl asked what it meant, and then before leaving, perhaps she should check it personally. She told the women that they couldn't, because this was one of the conditions. And while they were talking, someone from the side shouted her name. Lloyd was surprised and wondered what it was. Could it be Rector Elizabeth Willow? The girl also didn't understand if they really knew each other. Jessica asked her interlocutor what brought her here. The rector asked what it was about, that she could at least greet her friend. The commander noticed that she was too friendly now. Although she had not previously allowed her to meet Professor Ludger in person, she might not pretend anymore. Elizabeth smiled and told her not to hurt their helpful newcomer, because she liked him so much, and how could she leave him alone with her? The interlocutor asked if she really considered her to be a person who constantly breaks others. The rector noted. But isn't that so? Then Jessica turned around and said that she had gone, so the girl didn't have to see her off. Elizabeth asked to have a drink, at least tea with her. While he was not trying to find contact with each other, the hero stood near the window and realized that this was the rector, as well as the patron. At the same time, he has no idea what kind of relationship there could be between them. But thanks to her, he was able to avoid meeting this crazy woman. Lloyd is one of those people who shouldn't let his guard down, but his actions are good clues for him. First, the guy checked if there was dust on the shelves. He himself looked clean and well-groomed, and the hero thinks that he is a germaphobe. If someone like him offers a handshake with his bare hand, it means he wanted to know something. Roger thought that just in case, he asked Sheridan to make him artificial skin. In the end, it was completely not in vain. Understanding the situation, Roger thought it was a good try, but unfortunately, he had prepared better. Now it was time to relax and prepare the test. Time passed quickly, and a whole week flew by. Sylvia reported that the others had acted very carefully lately. It seems that the reason is the recent visit of Jessica's patron to Theon, The hero asked what she meant. The girl noticed that people were trying to avoid contact with each other. This was as much as possible. Now the private meeting is being held outside of Theon. Roger said that he understood everything, and is there anything else unusual? Sylvia said, speaking of this 2 days ago, 3 people of the Third Order were captured by the police. The man was surprised and asked about it. The accomplice replied that he heard everything correctly. It was not worth his attention, so she did not tell him about it. The hero noticed that they were so stupid that they were caught by the police. The assistant said that they say there were academy students involved. There were 2 boys, and also 1 girl from his class. The main character thought that if we are talking about his class, then several students immediately come to mind. He asked if he understood correctly that it was Adrian, Leo, and Tracy. Sylvia was surprised and noticed that it was them. The professor asked, "But how in the world were these guys able to catch someone outside the city?" The girl replied that it seemed like they were carrying out assignments at that moment. The man didn't understand what the assignment was, so the assistant said that low-class students had an assignment board through which they could pay for their tuition. And those 3 students they were talking about were not from the richest families. The hero thought that even if it were so that these guys caught the people of the Third Order, it was surprising. He, of course, continued to follow them, but this was beyond his expectations. The girl asked what she should do with the people from the Order. The professor said that if it's about them, then let her leave them, and that's it, because he doesn't need those who can be overcome. Some students. Sylvia hesitated a little, but noticed that this was definitely the professor. So even absolutely right, the hero asked if there was anything else. The girl noticed that apart from the agreement to lie low for a short time, there was nothing more. The hero said that if this is so, then it's good. But then he got up from his workplace and said that then he should go. The subordinate immediately agreed to this. And so the professor headed into the classroom to give a lecture on his subject. He said that today the first testing stage begins. So I'm completely sure that they prepared diligently for him. As he said, he will teach the students who took the first 5 places in the list in the source code formula. Of course, he won't teach them the whole formula at once, but will divide it into 4 stages and teach them 1 for each test. If you discover that they are cheating, then let them know that they will have to pay the appropriate price for this. In that case, the test was starting right now, and he used magic to hand over the sheets. Soon the time was up, and the main character said that the test was over. Someone was depressed, and said that they understood everything when he allowed the notes to be used on the test. But it was so difficult that they were not even needed. The princess stood at the top of the audience and immediately addressed Renee, who was leading below. But the girl did not listen to her and went downstairs, then turned to Professor Roger. The man looked at her and asked if there were any questions about the test. The student said that this is not so. She finished reading the book that he gave her recently. That's why she would like to return it. Roger will be on it. He said that she might not return it, and the girl was surprised because of this. The man continued to say that in the future she would again need this very book, and also the edition that he gave her was much more important. So she considers this to be respect for the previous owner, which is why she may not return it and keep it. And this is because he believes that only in her hands will this book be able to show its full potential. Renee was indeed very surprised when she heard such pleasant words from the man, followed by the princess, who turned to her. She didn't understand what happened and asked about it, because the interlocutor ran away so quickly. The girl paid attention to her and noticed that there was nothing wrong. Then she smiled sweetly and asked how she wrote the test. It wasn't that difficult at all, not at all how she imagined it. After these words, Adriana's face changed and asked about the removal. It was so easy. Renee noticed that she was probably very tired and couldn't pull herself together at all. This also happens, don't worry. Her Highness noticed that this is really the case, because as a matter of fact, she had so many things on her mind that she could not properly prepare for this event. The rector studied the documents and said, no matter how many times she revised them, she never ceases to be surprised. One can only think that Professor Ludger was able to compose such questions. It turns out that this requires a strong foundation and knowledge of the basics with the correct placement of tricks and complexity of the test. The woman did not expect much from this tough guy, but he in turn greatly surprised her. The old man asked how she would compare him with Professor Chris Benamor, since they are both professors of incarnation. So he is sure that the sections in the test were similar. The rector shouted that it would be cruel to compare them. Chris poses difficult questions in the exam just to show off his knowledge, and she is sure that he has already looked at this very test. She would like to see what expression he has on his face now. The guy in reality was now looking at him, and his hands were shaking quite violently with anger. And when he could not stand his own aggression, he immediately grabbed this piece of paper and threw it at the door. Chris thought that he was wondering why the rector suddenly came, but how did he even take note of the questions from Professor Ludger's exam? The woman brought the documents and told Professor Chris that he was also responsible for the incarnation section, so she brought it to him after thinking a little. After all, they could be useful to him when preparing the next exam. He was angry, and thought that it was only possible to think about it, to be compared with some fallen nobleman. Let Roger Selesy watch what happens, because this man will avenge the shame he caused him. And after some time, a new sunny day arrived at Ceoren Academy. Renee walked along the path and thought that she had already prepared for other exams, in which case she thought that now she could calmly win. Adriana immediately returned to school because she was shocked by this exam and hopes she will feel much better. Her thoughts were interrupted by students who were on the sidelines and looking at her. The guy noticed, who would just look at who they have here. Isn't it a proud and noble commoner? The girl noticed that she was asking him to move away. The interlocutor blocked her path and said that she was mumbling there because he couldn't hear anything. Renee asked if he was angry because she rejected him, for which he should be ashamed of being noble. The aristocrat became very angry when he heard this, and shouted that she was a pathetic commoner and should know her place. Then he grabbed her hand quite strongly and shouted. From then on she followed him. The girl asked what he was doing and told her to let go. But that same guy didn't listen to her at all, and so he grabbed her quite tightly and then threw her to the side. The girl's body immediately fell to the ground, and then she began to rise. The interlocutor asked if she still dared to look into his eyes. It's just because of people like her that she's exploring teaching commoners her manners. Suddenly, on the other hand, another guy appeared and asked what he was doing here. The students who were there noticed him and said that this was Freddie Woolberg. Renee was also amazed and thought that there were rumors that he was cruel and merciless towards commoners. But why did he come here? The aristocrat smiled and said that he was raising the little scoundrel because he was noble. The interlocutor noticed that if he educates, it means he is mocking her. The boy said that this is not true, because this commoner dared to look down on the noble. Freddie interrupted him and shouted at him to cover his mouth. At the same moment he used magic and pinned the guy's body to the ground. With a cold tone, he said that this man is trash who has sullied the name of a noble man. It is unclear how much longer he will endure trash who has nothing better to do. After that, he asked if he was angry that the guy was now taking him into account. The interlocutor replied that of course not. Freddie said that in this case he was leaving and would not repeat it twice for sure, and the man agreed with this. When the others left, the girl turned to the aristocrat and thanked him for helping her. The interlocutor immediately drew attention to her and literally wanted to say something. The girl was expecting these words, but he noticed that he didn't want to say anything. Then he asked if he understood correctly that it was her lunch, and she would not be able to eat it anymore. Renee noted that everything was in order, because she would clean it of dirt. Freddie asked if she was going to do this with what touched the ground, and if it was okay, he could share his lunch. The interlocutor was surprised. They soon headed to another place, and she asked what it was, because she had never noticed it. The guy replied that this was his personal space. Even his bodyguards don't know about him. If he keeps him a secret from other students, he can come here whenever he wants. Renee said that of course she won't tell anyone. Then she drew attention to the food that the boy took out and asked if it was really his lunch. The aristocrat noted that everything was correct because he got carried away a little and did too much. Renee was surprised that he prepared it himself. In this case, she asks to let her try it, and it is very tasty. The guy said that he is really glad that she liked it, but asks to eat more slowly. The girl thought that she had been told before that he hated commoners, but he didn't look like that kind of person at all. That's why I continued to eat happily and decided that I couldn't believe various rumors. At that time, the streets near the academy were quite noisy. Selina turned her attention to the side and noticed that it was Professor Ludger. He came closer to her, and she asked if his exams were really over. The man said that everything was right. He was already taking them to check them. Then I asked the girl if she might have a practical exam. She replied that this is how practical exercises are more useful for calling hotels. Therefore, he asks if he wants to look at them. The man hesitated a little after that, but when he saw the professor's puppy dog eyes, he agreed and thought that she seemed nervous about her first exam. So the hero told her that he would look at him. The woman was happy. She did not notice that he was following her then. Classes started and she said that during the exam they will communicate with spirits, so let them use magical power to communicate and make friends with them. First of all, she herself will demonstrate all this to them. This is where the professor concentrated her energy, and it was clear that different elements appeared near her. She touched the glowing ball that was nearby and greeted him. The students were dumbfounded by this and said that this was the power of the spiritual professor. Selina asked if everyone saw this. All this is not difficult if they follow what she just showed, and let them begin. The students immediately dispersed to a convenient distance. Otherwise, they would abandon their classes. The woman turned to Roger and asked if he wanted to try it, how easy it was. The man replied that he didn't want to, but was grateful for it, because he was not the type of person who liked perfumes. The interlocutor smiled and replied that this simply cannot be because the spirits are very kind. Let him look at the one she is holding in her arms. She suddenly noticed that he is friends. At the same time, she examined the others and they also behaved quite strangely. Selina realized that even the other spirits did not approach Professor Ludger. The hero realized that she was surprised and asked if he hadn't told her before. All this is because the spirits don't like him. Before that, someone called him a son and said that he has the quality of a shaman, so the divine spirits protect him. Selina asked what was going on, because there are times when he is not interested, but to think that they are scared. Machiavelli said that one can say that he is an exception, but still those who fear him are only spirits of the lowest rank. The teacher looked to the side and said that it was true that mid-rank spirits were calm, however. It was unfortunate that it would be nice for him to get close to the spirits. The hero replied that there are different people in the world. In any case, she is now conducting an exam, so is she sure that she can leave this to her assistants? The woman became wary and said that she really had a bad head, so she ran. Machiavelli, after she left, immediately exhaled with ease, thought, "Thank God his magical power is still enough. It would be bad if the middle-rank spirits also reacted." In this case, Professor Selina suspected him. Those spirits are not afraid of him. But it is behind. Only the lower ranks can feel the strange power, and this is ironic. His thoughts were interrupted by the gaze that the man felt on himself from the other side. It turns out that they are hiding between the trees. This energy is the spirit of the day, and of a high rank. So is it really possible that in this case, others did not feel it? Even Professor Selina, who is sensitive to spirits, does not react. A presence that can't be felt by a spiritual professor who controls mid-level spirits looks strange, and then this guy is strong. Roger can even say that this is not a spirit that exists in nature. It is a spirit that is controlled by someone. And if they are so clearly watching him, then there can only be one answer. Another First Order is hiding in Theon. Although it was unclear to the man why they suddenly decided to appear right now, and it turns out that they were simply watching him, doing nothing. Immediately thoughts came to mind that they found out that Roger was fake, but no, then they would not have watched him, but acted immediately. There is a possibility that those same people were sending him a signal. So he unbuttoned his shirt and said that it was somehow hot. After this, the temperature rose, and the hero realized that they were reacting to his words. Then he has no other choice but to go to them in order to meet. The main character came to a place where there was no one. And what will they do now, even if he does not react? Then at least the man will know who he is dealing with. Just because of this, he under no circumstances wants to miss this opportunity. After a short period of time, he came to a place where there was fiery energy. Machiavelli turned his attention downwards and wondered if this was a letter. The sign that was left stated that there was to be a meeting at this location this evening after classes. And after some time in the designated place, the main character was located. He saw a fiery spirit in front of him who said that he had arrived even a little earlier than they agreed. Roger paid attention to him and thought that there was no physical body, and he had a premonition that this would happen. Then he invited the interlocutor to get straight to the point, and what it was he wanted from him. The stranger asked if he really should get straight to the point, because he, as always, is cold. But in any case, he needs his help. Machiavelli asked about this in surprise, and the spirit said that he was going to create chaos in the academy, and he himself knows that his role is destruction. But those same magicians put out the fires that he causes. The hero asked if he really wanted him to help him in playing with fire. Thought it was chaos, and it looked like they were planning a terrorist attack. The interlocutor said that if we talk about these games, he doesn't want to do anything like that. But after his subordinates, the Second Order disappeared. Unlike other members of the First Order, he does not work with anyone. With Roger's skills, revealing his identity and helping him should not be a problem. Of course, she does not ask for free work and will definitely compensate if he helps. It will be something like a mutual contract between them. The man inquired about the contract between whom. The girl noticed that, of course, between John Doe and Esmeralda. After Roger heard this name, he realized that it was not real, and it must be a code name like his. Then the interlocutor asked whether he agreed to her proposal or not. A few moments passed, and he said that he was refusing it. All because he can't do anything in the current situation. Esmeralda asked what he was saying. Let him wait, because she told everything. So is he sure? And even if he doesn't tell her now that he's just too lazy to do it. The man said that in his eternal situation he would agree. But now everything is different. The rector still suspects him, and he cannot make informed decisions about her. The interlocutor naturally did not like all this. Then Roger turned around, suddenly facing her, and said that if that was all she wanted to say, then he went, thought that he had received enough information. It was time to leave. When he walked a short distance away, Esmeralda asked him to wait. She said that she thought for a few moments and decided that she had recently learned interesting information. Namely, she says that she recently heard that he has his own subordinate. But how is it that someone like the great John Doe, who can do anything, has a subordinate? In addition to all this, he is a person from the Second Order. So does it happen to him that something is wrong here? The girl asked not to tell her that he was planning something secret from those very people. The hero felt a flame near his face and said that she spoke as if she knew him well. This is especially strange for someone who came to him only for help. She not only rushes to her domain, she even suspects him. And all this happens only because he infiltrated Ceoren Academy and did nothing outstanding. So does he really dare to look down on him? Esmeralda asked what the hell was going on. He was acting strange. Roger said that he couldn't be the only one who didn't have an assistant when everyone else had professors. So he decided that he needed to choose someone from the organization, in which case he thinks there is no point in explaining this to her further. After these words, the man continued to move forward, and the spirit followed him. Further, It was the girl herself who said that she was just joking, and wondered if it seemed to him that he took this joke too seriously. The main character turned around and said that he didn't care whether she suspected him or not. This time he wouldn't find fault with it. But at the same time, he should not even dare to doubt his loyalty to the Zero Order, and if this happens again, one of them will have to pay for it. Esmeralda hesitated a little and apologized after these words, adding that since she had nothing more to say, she was leaving. And now the very spirit of fire that had been in the air all this time began to gradually dissolve. After some time, when the interlocutor disappeared, the hero grabbed his head and thought that this could end badly. Thank God that he studied what this very John Doe was, and if he had not done all this, he would have died on the spot. The man stopped near the tree and decided that, after thinking, the voice behind the flame was a young woman. If this is an elementalist who can control high-ranking spirits and flames, the elementalists are the first to become suspicious of the professor. Also, we must not forget about the students who can control the spirits of the flame. He remembered that Laserwelk was organizing an event to welcome new professors. Since all the sponsors will be there, Theon, all the professors should also be present. If she is a professor, she will be present at this event, and this is his chance. Between his thoughts, the main character headed to the academy and returned to his home. The girl looked at him from the window and thought that he was so focused on his work that she thought nothing had happened, but it seemed like she was worrying in vain. In the end, it turns out that he did not feel fear of her flame, and perhaps it was much stronger than she expected. If that was the case, then all the effort she had made was in vain. You can also say that she remembered here that an event will be held there soon, and this is bad. Although there is nothing wrong with that, because the main role will not be hers, but someone else's. Renee walked in the garden and thought that she didn't expect to be able to have lunch with him again. It seems that her new acquaintance has no bad intentions. Even from childhood, she could determine who had evil intent or bad intentions towards her. The only people around her who do not have malicious intent against her are Adriana. But Freddie also recently appeared and helped her in a difficult situation. They are really good people, like Professor Ludger, who also speaks well of her. Although, if you think about it, he doesn't feel any good intentions towards her, rather sadness or guilt, but it's not clear why. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by her interlocutor, who greeted her and asked if she understood correctly that she was Renee, a first-year student. Then he introduced himself and said that he was Freddie's friend, Henry Presto, and he was pleased to meet you. It turns out that she had just been with his friend. The girl hesitated and asked how he found out about this. The interlocutor noted that he had his own methods, and he was also interested in what the guy had been doing lately. The student looked at him and thought that he had no evil intentions towards her, but she felt that he was dangerous. Henry noticed the incredulous look at himself and asked if he had done something wrong, yet she didn't need to be so afraid of him. After a few moments, he raised his hand and said that as a way to settle their relationship, let him help her. After all, he has a part-time job that pays well and is quite safe. I'm sure she herself knows that academy students are mostly commoners. And they, in turn, have no money. The girl asked why he was telling her this. Because they had just met. He noticed that it was out of curiosity, because he was shocked to see his friend. It was strange that he was spending time with a commoner like her. Renee asked if it was really that surprising. She just thought he was a good person. The interlocutor thought for a few seconds, and then began to laugh very hard, and asked what kind of good person Freddie was. The student asked why he was laughing, but Henry said that he thought the same, even after all the time spent next to him. Either way, he was just curious to see the two of them together. She could decide if she wanted to accept the proposal after she knew all the details. Therefore, with a smile on his face, he asked what she thought about this. After some time, the hour came for the very event that the main character was talking about. A large number of people had already gathered in the hall, and the atmosphere was quite noisy. People said that it seemed like all the main characters of the party were already here. The guy remarked that he heard the new professors have good skills. and after some time Machiavelli also came with him. The man noticed that there must be various rumors circulating about him, and most likely it was the same Ludger Cherish who arrived at this event. The girl said that this is Count Chris Benamor. He is irresistible, as all the rumors say. The guy was pleased and only thanked him for these kind words. The hero carefully assessed the atmosphere and thought that everyone was looking for connections. First, he decided to study the situation and then go in search of Esmeralda. Suddenly, an old man approached him and asked if he was really Professor Ludger and he was Count Deckers, but the hero interrupted him and apologized. Then he looked rather coldly and said that he was not in the mood to talk right now. The interlocutor understood everything when he saw him and said that he understood everything, and then he would not take up his time. Ludger thought, since he pounced on the Count, no flies would bother him, in which case he would use this to find Esmeralda. Selina apologized and said that they did not know this person so well, so she asked not to say anything. The hero paid attention, because this voice was familiar. There the man stood in front of the girl and asked why she was trying to avoid him. The teacher was confused and did not know what to answer. Then the main character entered their conversation and told him to stop, because Professor Selina already has plans for him. This man immediately asked who he was, and the one who was next to him explained everything. The first asked that if he was a new professor, then what of it, this scoundrel, because in any case he must know who he is. Then he turned to the man and said that he is the director of the Luke Company, and his name is Evan Luke. I'm sure he heard his company, and if he understood, then let him get out of the way. Ludger noticed the trembling hands of the girl standing behind him. Then he approached the interlocutor and asked if he hadn't told him that he already had plans with her. The interlocutor pointed his finger at him and asked if he had decided to joke with him. Did he really think that he would fall behind just because he was a professor at the academy? Who did he even take him for? The hero immediately grabbed him tightly by the hand. The man said that since he spoke to him in such a tone, he would speak to him in the same way. Did he really think that he would fall behind, because he would still talk about being the director of the company? That big shot was screaming at him to let him go. Did he really want to be fired from his job, and at the same time wondered why such a huge force had disappeared? Ludger continued to hold him back and said let him try it. Another guy got in the way from the side and told them to stop because people might get hurt. Evan shouted that he was a damn fallen noble, so the subordinate told the young master that he should calm down, because he was being watched. A few moments later, a blow to the cheek was clearly heard, and the aristocrat said that he told him to call him director. He hit the guy he was talking to, and he asked the director for forgiveness. Then the gentleman asked if he wanted him to calm down after such treatment. This Ludger, or whatever his name is, he will get him fired. The hero looked at this and thought that everyone was eating even more than he expected. He wanted to run away, using Professor Selina as an excuse. Suddenly Elizabeth came and asked what happened, because she was interested. Evan shouted that she was on time. He asks how she trains the professors at the academy. This fallen noble tried to use violence against him. If they still want Luke Company to sponsor them in the future, they need to fire him immediately. The girl noticed that she was wondering who he was, and he is the son of the chairman. I asked if the owner of the company, Luke, Chairman Theodore, understood this correctly. But why does some director throw around empty words? Didn't he discuss everything with his father, the guy said? Of course, his father would agree with this because he is his son. The woman asked if this was really so. Then she turned to the chairman, who was standing behind, very angry, and asked if he thought the same. The guy noticed his father and was discouraged. Soon Theodore apologized for his son's behavior in front of Elizabeth's reactor. The interlocutor replied that everything was fine, because she was even slightly refreshed. The old man drew attention to the main character and thanked him for not putting it that way. The rector said, "Since leaving everything as is a little ugly, how about this?" The interlocutor asked what she was suggesting in general. The girl looked at the main character, and he humiliated him, and said that in front of everyone, the two of them could have a fair duel. Roger was stunned when he heard this, and thought that she was saying such a thing, because she had handled the situation so well. But suddenly this, although no, maybe that's a good thing. If the situation had ended, the guy wouldn't have accepted it. Chairman Theodore doesn't look happy about it either. The hero thought that a duel here would guarantee that there would be no trouble later, so he touched his weapon and said that he did not mind. Next, he said to Evan, since he doesn't have magic, it's allowed for someone to fight instead of him. How about this? The guy said that sounded good, and he wanted that too. Therefore, he told his assistant that he would give him the opportunity to correct his mistake, and thought that if his assistant was fighting for him, then it was worth a try. After all, he is a fairly experienced magician, but after a few moments his facial expressions changed, and he said that it couldn't be. And not even a minute of the battle had passed before the opponent was already defeated, and Ludger Cherish was declared the winner. From the outside, people said that the company's bodyguard Luke is also a difficult person. It seems that the rumors that he uses unique magic formulas are true. Theodore said that this is quite surprising, and are all professors and Theon really monsters of this level? The rector said. Of course not. Roger is just a rather unique person. In any case, whether the chairman understands correctly that he is not complaining about this, he noticed, as he thought, his face showed it, and he seems to be aging. Since it was a fair fight, he must accept. He shouldn't worry about his stupid son because he will have a good talk with him. The woman said that it was her expectation from the chairman that she was pleased that they were on the same wavelength. The old man said, no matter how it was. He wanted to ask her something. Elizabeth refused. Theodore noticed that he had not said anything yet. The interlocutor stated that he was going to ask her to introduce him to Professor Ludger. He asks for forgiveness, but let him refrain from contacting one of their professors, the old man agreed. But the heroes have already gone out into the street. He thought it was finally over, and now he could focus on his goal. But suddenly he heard Selena, who ran out after him and turned to him. Machiavelli drew attention to her and asked if she was okay. The girl replied that yes. She received an apology personally from the chairman of the company, Luke, and thanks for helping her. Then she asked where he was going now. The man replied that he didn't even know, because he had no plans.